Good morning from Mahabalipuram. This is the fourth annual Asian Surfing Championships, and it's officially underway. We have Heat 1 in the water, and I'm Jara Legati in the booth with me, Dai Wacko.
Good morning, Jara. We are here in Mahabalipuram in India, a little bit south of Chennai City. What a beautiful place. We have a lot of actions coming up today for the day one for fourth annual s- big event.
So this is the fourth annual Asian Surfing Championships, and a super important event because this is where all the surfers get a qualification spot for the Asian Games. So it's a huge, huge moment for all these countries. There on your screen right now is the all famous right hand point. So a little bit of background information about this place, Dai, just in case you and everyone didn't know. This is actually the surfing birthplace of India. It's where modern Indian surfing began in the early 2000s. Schools like Surf and Turf and Bay of Life introduced the sport to this coast. So, super vital and important place for Indian surfing. It's practically where it all began.
Right, and no wonder this is the birthplace for surfing India because, as you can see from the air view, how good is the point break over there off the rock. But actually, that is a temple over there. That's what I heard.
Yep, that's exactly right. That right there in the background and right behind us is a super, super ancient temple. It's 1,300-year-old stone temple, and you can literally see it from the shoreline. And I think there's another 6 underwater,
Right.
literally lined up, and that's practically like when the tide gets really low, you could see the top of the temples as well. So it's an incredible spot here and so much culture. You see, there's the fishing boats because this used to be just an old fishing town. So there we have Neil Sanchez is currently in the lead.
So currently in this heat number one for round one of women, we have red Nell Sanchez from Philippines, in blue John John Chen from Chinese Taipei, and in green Mohammed Almari from UAE. And at the moment, surfing red in first, surfing green is in second, and surfing blue is in third place. But this is a view of the ancient temple. Just like Giada said, there's actually 7 of them, and this is the seventh, and there's 6 temples under the water. We're literally surfing on the ancient temple, which is, well, think about that. It's just super, crazy to think that we are actually surfing on the temple.
Right. And it's just so much energy, it's you can really feel it here. It's a super important place, not only for the locals, but I guess for all the athletes now too. This is a qualification for the Asian Games, as we said. And in the water, John John Chan right now is in the lead. Neil Sanchez from Philippines in second. Mohammed Almari with a little bit of work to do. So a little bit more fun facts about this place. There is so many things happening here. The surf culture began in the early 2000s, meaning that it's so new. There is just a lot of growing to do here for India and its surfing, but it's already taken such a huge leap. I mean, there is Kamali Morthy. This is her hometown. She's a local surfer here, and she's India's surf prodigy. Kamali was raised here, and she became globally recognized because a Netflix documentary was made about her.
I think, yeah, I've watched that documentary, and it was such an inspirational story. So you guys need to check it out.
It's incredible. And here there's like all year swell. It's super consistent throughout the year, especially from July to November. So right now we're like peak season for Indian surfing. There we have it on your screen is the lineup. Beautiful, beautiful right-hander here. It's I've seen a lot of videos. We only got here yesterday, but I've been seeing so many Instagram clips of this wave, and just looks so fun. I know I've just off the top of my head, I know Kailani Johnson posted some reels. Taina Izquierdo. I've been following the ASF Instagram as well, and it just looks so fun.
Just such a perfect setup. It's not a reef break actually. It's a sand underneath it, and still gives you a lot of great the right hander. This is an air view for the ancient temple, and at the back this is our setup for the event. This is the fourth annual Asian Surfing Championships. You know, like you said, it's a new actually to India for surfing history, but already they have this big championships held at this one of the best right-handers in India, which is great for all the surfing community in India.
Yeah, you're right. And just some more fun facts. I mean, right there on the shore, you see all those fishing boats. So many of the young surfers and young local surfers come from fishermen families, and they all started, you know, because the Australians were coming here and they would see them surf, and then suddenly they're like, you know what, let's give this a go, and then there we go. Here we have an entire community now, just surfing the shores here of Mahabalipuram, just south of Chennai. Beautiful zone. We got here late at night, but it's just so different and unique here, you know.
Well, definitely. It's Asia, and I'm from Japan, and but totally different culture, and it's actually beautiful. I love the coloring here. I love all the things colored in bright, like red, orange, and blue, and I love everything.
Yeah, it's there's so much color, and not
Yeah.
only in the food, but like yesterday
Right.
when we were walking back to our hotel from this contest site, you just walk around and all the fruits, the people, the stores. There's a lot of movement, a lot of sound, and it's actually beautiful in its own like crazy way. So there we have right now Neil Sanchez on your screen. Unfortunately, just falling, wasn't really able to complete that last one, but I'm sure he got some work done on the outside there. He's not looking for a big score now to go into first. So we will be finishing off the open men's division today. We have 16 heats of the men. So this is heat 1 officially underway for the Asian Surfing Championships. Huge thank you to our sponsors. You know, the Asian Surfing Federation, the government of Tamilnadu, the Sports Development Authority of Tamilnadu, and everyone that kind of made this happen, the TT group. Thank you guys so much for bringing us out here and making sure that we can get this contest underway. Of course, all the hotels, the Seabreeze where we're staying, where we're commentating from right now, the Radisson Blue as well, where we're most of the contest workers are staying. So beautiful spot just down the coast, and it's just a lovely, lovely area.
I had a morning walk from hotel to this venue. It was a beautiful morning, and well, as all of you can imagine, it's really warm, and during the day it's kind of getting super hot, but super nice to be out there and super nice to be in the water. The water temperature is really warm, and on screen this is John Chang from Chinese Taipei. Try to milking through to the inside. He is currently in second. In third place, we have Mohammed Amari from UAE. And this is the day 1 of the Asian Surfing Championships. We are in the men's division, round 1. And heat time is 20 minutes. And we're gonna be finishing all the heat of open men's, and open women's division is actually on standby. So we might be seeing women's action later that day.
Yep, you're totally right. So for now, the only thing confirmed is the first round of the open men's, and the women's are on standby. We have 20-minute heats today. This is the round one, but lucky for everyone, the round one has a repecharge. So that's a second chance, you know, and it's something that you don't usually see during during events. I know the ISA does have a lot of round of repecharges, but you know, usually we're used to seeing just a one chance contest, whereas
Right.
now the round one does have a repecharge. So they go straight into that repecharge round, and then you can get back into the main event if you do well there. So as a normal surf contest, top two rides are counted. The paddle out time is probably around 5 minutes since it's a pretty far paddle out. And coming up next, we're going to see Ismail Rashid from the Maldives, Jun Seon from Korea, and Lucas Santiago from MAS.
So very, international heats coming up. We have in this heat Philippines, Chinese, Taipei, and UAE. And on screen, this is Sapphire Green looking for a wave to go into the second.
Yeah, I don't think he managed to just scratch onto that. So it is Neil Sanchez now, 667 and a 383. He is currently in the lead. Second is John Chan. His scores a 4 and a 5.5. Mohammed a 2 and a 143. So it's a bit of, he's got some work to do here, Mohammed. Fish just jumping up behind him. But yeah, so it is first and second to go into the next round. Three-man heats is still meaning that first and second go. So there is Mohammed on your screen right now. He is taking a look at this one. Just a quick up and out. So we're reaching the crunch time now. 4 minutes left.
Wow, already 4 minutes left. So it's been a quick in the heat number one. 4 minutes left. It looks like Sapphire Green needs to work a little bit harder. So this is one of the replays. But there's still 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this heat number one of men's division. This is day one. And in this heat now, Neil Sanchez is in first with a 667 is 3.83. That is a really healthy score. And John Chen is in second with a 4.0 and 5.5.
Yeah, so we are just about to finish this first heat of the day. Just 3 minutes left here on your screen, Mohammed Amari. He has some work to do. Priority is with the current heat leader, Neil Sanchez. He is looking pretty comfortable in first with that 667 right next to his name. He's going to be wanting to get rid of that 383 because John Chan is pretty close behind. So pretty intense moments here for the surfers in the water. Next up, Heat 2, Ismail Rashid, Jun Seon, and Lucas Santiago in Heat 2. We will going up to Heat 16 today. And the women's are on standby.
Wow, on screen, Sapphire Green need a good score to go into second. Nice floats. Coming on section, but unfortunately there's not much to offer. So one big floater from the Sapphire Green. So I know you've surfed in ISA event and you have experienced this repechage system. How does it feel to be in the first round that you know that you're not gonna be out?
Well, actually, for my personal experience, I used to actually do really bad in the round one because I was like, it's fine. I got a second chance. Like, no worries. So, like, you go out really relaxed. Well, I would, you know.
Maybe too relaxed.
Yeah, too relaxed. You're like, it's all right. I'll just sit
Right.
here and wait for the set, and the set never comes.
Mm.
And you're there like, actually, maybe I probably should have taken advantage of this.
Right.
But when you get into that repertoire
Mm.
round and you're like, okay, this is it. Like, if I lose, I lose for real.
Right.
So then that's when you really start like putting pressure on yourself and maybe surfing a little more competitively. But there are people who do really well.
Well, on screen, surfing red looks like he had a good wave, good first turn, and getting to the second vertical. That's a great combination from surfing red, and try to milk it through to the inside, and going for the air and makes it.
Oh.
That's a great surfing from surfing red.
Yeah, so he is currently the
Mm.
heat leader, Neil Sanchez from the Philippines. He is definitely going to be extending his lead, getting rid of that 383. We will be counting this one down with just 45 seconds left. This is a replay of the last of Neil Sanchez.
Wow, takes it into the air and makes it. This, it's a surfing blue, need a score to go into first place. Nice first turn, a nice second check turn, and racing down the line, gets the finish. There's another great ride from John Chang, who is currently in a second advancing position. So it looks like it'll be surfing red. Neil Sanchez and John Chang are moving straight into round 3.
All right, so we will be counting this one down, and I'm pretty sure it is Neil Sanchez and John Chan moving into round 2. Congratulations. With that, we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 2. It keeps turning off.
Oh man,
Can I move this TV a little bit?
you want to move it? Don't try not to touch it.
Oh, I gotta do the interview first.
Yeah, but you. All right, we're on, huh?
Thank you, guys, and welcome back to the official Asian Surfing Championships. This is the 4th one, so a big moment for us and all the surfers here. This is the surfing birthplace of India. We are in Mahabalipuram right now. Beautiful peeling right-hander that I know my friend Lele Osuna has surfed before, so give us a little bit of insight.
All right, welcome everybody. What a pleasure. What an amazing week we got ahead of us. This is an honor. It's a great opportunity to be here. Loving the place. First time in India, but I fell in love with it. Surfed the first day I got here, straight off. 40 hours of traveling from Argentina. Got here, went straight out because I couldn't believe this little right-hand point break was so fun. And how it is on screen. Such an amazing little right-hander. So fun. There is a little bit of a current right now. We are on the high tide. It's starting to go low. But the right is super rippable. Super fun. The water's warm. It's beautiful. I immediately fell in love with the place.
So we were talking with Dai earlier. There's a gorgeous temple just right behind us. Can you see it from the point break?
You can. You actually can see it from the point break. And we heard some info about it yesterday. We do have a little bit of info. Supposedly, it's one of the 7 temples that were here originally. And you can actually see when you're surfing, you can look out the back, and there's a little whitewash And that's supposedly the second temple which was out of the water, but way, 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 way long ago. So think about how much history is here, huh?
I think if we're not wrong, it's around 1,300 year old. So it's been there for a long time. And
Wow.
Lele is right. There is another 6 temples that are all aligned straight underwater. So we can't see them right now. We can only see the tip of the second one when
Yes.
the tide's really low. But just to give you an idea how much the water has risen over time, and it's just such a great spot here. You know, there's just so much culture and this great energy, and people are, you know, the women wear their saris, and you see all these beautiful colors. Yesterday, me, Lele, and Dai walked back to our hotel from the contest site, and just walking around the streets, you can just see a lot of movement, a lot of life, and people here are just really friendly. I feel like everywhere we've gone, everyone is more than happy to help us out and give us a lending hand at any time we need to. So it's a beautiful spot here. And Mahabalipuram is the birthplace of surfing in India.
All right.
Talking about surfing, our man in blue right now up and riding. Nice finishing there. That is our man Jun Seon from Korea. His teammate in Heat 1 passed with flying colors. Nice finishing there. He's feeling good. He liked that wave. So with 16 minutes left, that is the first wave ridden of Heat 2.
All right. Full of action. The day started super early. 7:30 start. Here's a replay. First wave for blue for June from Korea. Nice wave to get started. No, those first heat, first waves. You always got a little bit of butterfly, a little bit of jitters. Look at this amazing picture we have. Here we have up and riding Green.
This is Green on his backhand. Good second turn there. This wave is looking incredible right now. So he needs to finish off. That turn was incredible. A huge fan of spray out the back. Probably going to be the money turn of this wave. And he is not stopping yet. So a really good wave. And with that, we're going to be heading over to Dai Wako with the last heat winner. So there's a bit of technical issues there, but we will get right back to that beautiful wave here from our man in green. So he really took this one all the way down, passing the rock there. You can see him feeling pretty pumped right now. He is paddling back out full force. So
Energetic. Lucas, what a great way to start the heat. What a great way to start your first heat in this Asian Surfing Championship, the 4th annual one, and this is an important one because here we are going to have qualifications to the Asian Games, and it is the first time that these competitors, these surfers, will be in an Asian Games. We're talking about games where all the sports of Asia will be participating. It's like you got the Olympics and then you got the Games, and it will be the first time for these surfers from Asia to get a chance to qualify and compete in those Asian Games. So Lucas feels that energy. He's motivated, and what an amazing way to start this first round.
Yeah, you're right, and what an honor, you know, to be able to represent your country in these contests. It's a huge moment, and they really feel it. You're right. These first heat is it's kind of nerve-wracking. You're out there. This is the first time you're probably competing in a while. So, Lele, I know you've been competing for quite a bit now as well. What do you do to kind of keep calm and make sure that you're good?
I'll tell you more about that, but first we got the interview. Let's go down with Dai, and we'll be right back.
All right, guys. I'm here with the first winner of the Asian Surfing Championships, Neil Sanchez from Philippines. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How's the surf?
My surf is so good, and the wave is so perfect, but now a little bit smaller, but so very good wave. And I'm so happy to win the round one.
Well, you're in the first heat of the round and first heat of the event. Were you nervous out there?
Little bit nervous, but I focus my hit, my serve, and to my goal.
All right. Let me ask you this: is this your first time in India?
Yes, this is my first time, and I enjoy here. I see the place so good. People are good, and also the wave, and also the food.
I love food as well. But what have you been doing since you got here in India, other than surfing?
Um, my coach asked me for more hard to training because it's coming here in India, and that's why I'm working hard, and that's the result for a round one.
All right. You have a lot of supporters, of course, from the country, and you sponsors and all the friends. Probably they are all watching your hate. So, would you like to say anything to them?
Yeah, nagpapasalamat po ako sa unang-una po sa kay God and sa Philippine Sport Commission po, Philippine Olympic Committee, sa UPSA po and sa mga coaches and sa mga sponsor po kay Crystal Dream, Makaba, thank you for my board and for my bands, Fluid Surf, Cemento Surf Hardware, at sa lahat po ng nag-support sa akin para makapunta po dito. And also sa mga coaches, sa mga team na lagi nakasuporta, sa mga mother ko, and sa my girlfriend ko. Thank you. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Sana supportahan nyo kami dito. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, and good luck in the next round. All right. Back to you guys.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Dai Neil Sanchez. Giving his thanks to everyone back in the Philippines, and the Philippines is an important place for surfing, and Cloud9 is one of the most famous surf spots in the world. And Team Philippines is always an incredible team to have around. They're so energetic and are always happy to give a lending hand as well. I know you spent some time in Cloud9.
I have actually. One of my favorite waves in the world, I would say, is Cloud9. Meanwhile, we got some action from Blue. This is our rider, June. June on his second wave. This is Green, too. Green already has a good wave. That last wave we saw, Lucas Santiago. Wow. What a good choice of waves he's had in this heat. Started out great. I'm thinking this is his second wave.
Malaysia. Our surfer from Malaysia. I'm
Malaysia.
pretty sure could be MAS. We will double check in a second, but Lucas Santiago 5.5 on his first wave.
Oh, that was his replay then. We were looking at his replay, right?
Yep, so incredible wave there. He took it all the way down to the inside, way past the rock, and he really had an incredible backhand, very smooth style from our man Lucas. So, back to what we were saying before the interview with Dai. Lele, I know you've been competing and been doing the rounds for a pretty long time. So give us a little bit of insight of what it is you do when to calm yourself down.
All right, I'll tell you more info. This is Red Ismail Rashid. Great first wave, too, taking advantage of it. This heat's going to be interesting. All riders have good waves. They started out strong. They started out fast. It is 20-minute heats. I mean, there is waves, but it can go by really fast. So you do want to take advantage of the first wave, have good wave selection. Like we do have red, blue, and green. This is a 3-man heat. The whole round is going to be a 3-man heat. Oh, no, yes. We do have 3-man heat all the way. Heat 16. We're going to do in 16 heats of this first open men's round 1. Heat 2 is on its way. Lucas Santiago is winning that heat with that great bigger wave we saw. Lucas looks like he's young, right? He's a young kid.
Yeah.
But what were we talking about? We were talking about strategies. What did you ask me? I forgot.
Yeah, what do you do to keep calm underwater?
Underwater.
In the first heat of a contest.
I try to. It's always nerve-wracking. The first heat is almost, and a lot of times, the hardest heat because, you got anxiety. You're anxious to get out there. You're nervous. You've been traveling. You've been waiting for this moment. So, like, even the first heat of the day is really hard. I like being, like, the 5th, 6th heat. So you watch a couple heats in the morning. You know what's going on. You don't want to be the last heat though, because you do get more anxious. You're like, come on, when is it my turn? But this is cool how they have rep recharge, so you kind of do have to. You can't relax too much. I heard I was watching you live, Chala, and you told me that you relax too much in those first heats, and you don't do it as well. So you don't want to relax too much because it's important to stay in that main round. You don't want to go down to the rep recharge in that first round. You want to keep it trying to go in the main round as long as you possibly can. But try not to overthink it, you know? Don't be hating on yourself. Your surfing best comes out when you're doing good, when you're having fun, when you're enjoying the moment. Obviously, it's way harder to do than to say. But I think that what we all have to stay in our head, I think the most important thing is, look, plan A, of course, is to make the finals, win the event, qualify to the Asian Games. But plan B is still pretty cool. Look where we are. Look at the waves we're surfing. Look at the people we're meeting. So don't try to overthink it. Try to enjoy it. Try to be connected with Mother Nature. Try to be connected with yourself. And just let your surfing go.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think in the past 10 years, surfing has changed so much professionally. Every year that passes, it just gets more professional in certain ways. Like now you're seeing a lot of breath work and meditation and so many new factors where maybe if you told someone, a professional surfer 20 years ago to do that, he would probably look at you and have a beer and paddle straight out into his heat. Whereas now being an Olympic sport, it's changed so much. So it's a huge deal here.
It is so true. It is so true because you see young kids at a really young age. They have, the nutritionist. They have the sports psychologist. They have their manager. They have their coach. They have everything. Look, well, we have action. Really important wave for June. Nice off the top turn. This wave is fast. He's got to come around that whitewash. Let's see if he can reattach with the wave. Open face of the wave. Not sure if he made it around that section. He did not make it around that section, but it was an important wave. He only has a 2.83. He doesn't need much to beat Lucas Santiago, although Lucas only has that one wave, too. Oh, meanwhile, we see Lucas up and riding. Got the drone view.
This is our surfer from Malaysia now. Just dropped down to second, but still have this score to come through. This is his second wave. Nice, strong finish there from Lucas. He was feeling it. He liked it. He's pumped up. So beautiful wave there from Lucas Santiago. So some scores to come through. I just came back from South Korea actually, and
What were you doing over there?
we had a contest in a wave pool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So in Korea, they do have ocean waves,
Yes.
but it's not as consistent. So most of these surfers spend a lot of time in that wave pool, which is just 40 minutes away from Seoul.
Whoa.
And it is so much fun. That wave is, it was it was a playground. For a surfer, it was a literal playground. So incredible moments there. And I'm sure our surfer in blue spent a lot of time there training before this. So this is the replay of our surfer in green from Malaysia, Lucas Santiago. Smaller wave, but managed to surf it all the way down to the inside. So beautifully done there. He will most probably going back straight to first with that one.
Yes, super important wave for Lucas. Super important wave. He had that first opener, which was a 5.6. Good start. And he backed it up with that wave. The end of it was kind of small, but at the beginning you could see he had an open face. It was a bigger wave, but one of the sets. He's doing really well in his wave choice, which is crucial, in these 20-minute heats. Maybe not as many waves. It's not as consistent. So you have to be really smart on the waves you're taking off and taking advantage of it. Surfing all the way in no matter what happens. That's what Lucas Santiago did on that last wave. So a great, great heat. It's got 5 minutes. It's probably going to go back up and see if he can use a strategy to maybe let the other surfers go on waves. Or maybe he starts catching waves. We'll see how smart he is with his strategy surfing. This was, the last wave for June. It was just at one first turn. The wave did run past him. So it is going to help his score. But I don't know if it's going to be able to beat Lucas Santiago. And we have up and riding.
This is our man in red right now from the Maldives, Ismail Rashid. I know his whole team is watching right now. We just saw him kind of drop off and disappear in the whitewash there. So hopefully we'll get a good replay of that last wave of red. So he's got a little bit of work to do right now. He's got some catching up. So it's it's not going to be easy for him right now. With the last 5 minutes left in this heat, we have currently on your screen our surfers in blue and green. They are the current heat leaders. Big moments here.
Big crucial moments. The good thing is there is a rep charge, so nobody goes home yet. They do have a second chance to surf. This is what's great about these events. You do come and you do get to compete at least 2 rounds. So it is, look at Lucas Santiago goes to the first place with a 10.83. His last wave did help out his score, jumps him up in first place. Second place is Ismail Rashid, and third place is Jun Seo-yoon from Korea. We're talking about the wave pools. I actually went to a wave pool not too long ago. The first time I ever surfed in a wave pool, it was in Switzerland, Alaya Bay.
Wow, cold, huh?
Actually, it was warm because it was summer. It was super warm. I do come from Argentina, so everywhere I go, I feel like it's really warm. It might be cold for other people. For me, it was really warm. And amazing, incredible. Wave park, surf park, you name it, you got it. I love it. I'm in love with wave pools now. And meanwhile, we have this looks like a wave pool too. Look at Blue taking advantage. Nice wave. This is going to be an important wave too for Blue. Doesn't need much to go up to a second place. Jun Seo from Korea. Smart wave choice. Had to take it all the way in, taking advantage of it, making the best use of it. Finishes off. That is going to be his last wave, 1:25. Great way to end the heat. Oh, he's going to pedal back out. I don't know if he has enough time to get another wave.
I mean, he's feeling. Look how fast he's paddling. He's gonna try and go. I mean, that was pretty speedy stuff right there. But you're right. I'm sure he spent a lot of time in that wave pool in Korea. You're right. It was such a fun wave. I mean, especially the fact that you don't have to wait or look for waves. You just kind of sit there and the wave comes to you. So incredible stuff there. That is our man in blue, Jun Seon from Korea. Good looking wave.
We look at that replay. First nice turn off the top. Makes it around that whitewash. Wow. Nice wave. Nice wave for Blue. Definitely going to help out his backup. He doesn't need much. And then we got green up and riding. Lucas Santiago doing an impresionante, like we say in Spanish, job at this heat, this first round, heat 2. He is excited. He is happy with his performance. What a great way to start the 4th annual Asian Surfing Games here in India, in Mahas, how they say, Tamilnadu. All right.
This is Mahabalipuram. Beautiful place, an important surfing birthplace of India here. Started off as a surfing fishing community, and now also surfing. So beautiful wave there from our surfer from Malaysia in green. He wants to stay in first. A smaller wave, but beautiful shape and surfing nonetheless. So important scores to come through. I'm pretty sure it will be our man in green and blue going into round 1, but not to worry. Ismail, you have a second chance in the repecharge that we will most probably be seeing tomorrow. So with that, we're going to head on to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 3.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
right, all right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending where you're watching from. I am here, we are here at the 4th Annual Asian Surfing Championships. And look at this picture we got with us. This is Leandro Yusuna speaking to you. Next to me, we got Afri, my man. What's up?
Hey, what's up, my brother?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm super good, actually, because I was looking for this the whole year.
Yes.
The 4th Asian Surfing Championship here in India for the very first time. And not only are we going to watch the 3rd heat now, I'm actually quite stoked to do this with you, my friend. But we'll dive deeper into this. Next heat is with Ramesh Budial from India, Tin Johnson from Thailand, and Yunus Hussain from Team Bangladesh.
All right, all right. We got someone who is experienced. Afri is my man. Have you done all 4 of the Asian Surfing Games?
Actually, I did.
Asian Surfing Championship, sorry.
I did. The very first one was in China, Shantou 2020, if I remember right.
Okay.
And the last 2 ones, I would say the most epic tournaments I've ever been to, the ones in Maldives.
Okay.
And now this special one in here, the 4th one, which is also going to be the last possibility, the last chance for these surfers to qualify for next year's Asian Games, because surfing will be there for the very first time in history.
Wow. Congratulations to the Asian Surfing Federation. Congratulations to the SFI, to the Surfing Federation of India for putting on such a great an event and such an important event. You know, like we were talking the other day, making history. This is history in the making for these surfers, athletes from all over from Asia. This is amazing, Afri, and I can't believe I'm here with you guys, and I'm excited, and I'm enjoying it, and I'm impressed of the level of surfing and of the waves.
Dude, you know what? I'm quite stoked that we have almost everybody who participated in last year's event here too. And you know what? Team Bangladesh, they just arrived yesterday evening, so it was really like the last minute thing. But here we are. Yunus Hussain with 3rd priority on heat number 3 against Tin Johnson, who was also here in the last events, surfing for Team Thailand. And obviously Ramesh Budial, a local. Well, you can guess for whom the whole beach is cheering for right now. Yeah, well, let's see.
We got a local in the water.
Yep.
We got a local in one of the first surfing villages, community from all of India. India has, I think, the most population of humans in the world.
By
right?
now, I guess so.
And it's crazy how it doesn't have that much of a history of surfing. So this could grow a lot. We're talking a lot of surfing worldwide, tourism, national-wise. I mean, India could be probably will be world potential surfing community.
Yep. Look at China.
Exactly.
Same thing for China. Like if you think like 30, 40 years ago, you didn't hear that much about surfing in China. But since surfing has become Olympic, you know, it's growing everywhere. And same thing is happening in India. You know, like the history of surfing in here is a little bit older than 20 years.
Okay.
At least if you look at the big growth of SFI. Actually, we are going to see Tin from Thailand on his first wave.
All right. We are going to go with a quick interview just right after this wave from Blue. Good first wave for Blue, too. We're going to go with a quick interview, and we'll be right back with all of you guys for more action like we see on our screen right now. Amazing surfing from all these guys. I am impressed by the surfing they are bringing to this beautiful place, this beautiful part of the world, India. And like we were talking about, Afri, how it's growing. It's a community that's growing. It's a population, a big population in the world. And it's just the beginning. It's only been 20 years of history here, 2 generations of surfing families. So there is waves, there is people, and there will be motivation in the future. So we're going to go with a quick interview, and we'll keep on talking about this historic, amazing event.
All right, I'm here with Lucas. Congratulations. What a heat. Your wave selection was pretty incredible. Tell us a little bit about what you were feeling out there and what it was like.
I was trying to pick the correct waves in the last few free surfs. We were working on my wave selection, and it really paid off in the last heat. I was really glad to be on the good waves and to do my surfing.
You know, only 16 years old, and you have an incredible team here supporting you. What are you feeling right now?
I'm super happy. I'm doing what I love. It's a dream.
So, do you have any waves in Malaysia that are similar to this one that you were able to train to before coming here?
Not necessarily the same, but there's one chirating. It's sort of similar. It's a long point break, sand bottom. It's somewhat similar, but it's left.
And do you have a lot of waves in Malaysia that you would say were able to, you know, showcase the same surfing that you showcased today?
I think so, yeah.
All right, so I'm sure seeing the support you have here with you, you have a lot of support back at home. So give us a bit of a shout out to whoever's watching.
Shout out to my mom and my sister and all my family that's watching, and to my dad for supporting me and the great team.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, what an amazing interview by Jada and Lucas, our winner from Malaysia from the last heat. Only 16 years old, Afri. 16.
Crazy, huh? But if you think of it, there are actually quite some young Asian surfers ripping. Think of CJ Young. I think she was 15 when she competed in Xiaopu on the biggest stage in the last Olympic Games.
Yeah, we were talking about, you know, these countries, China, India, with you know, so many people, such a big population of people, and surfing being so young, and how much they've progressed in only 20 years, where other countries it takes them triple the amount of time. That is because how many people you can get in the water and what you can do with, you know, the more contest there is, the more competitive feeling, motivation there are, the higher the level's going to go in a faster amount of time.
For sure. And what I love about this event is also in the last events, it was always combined with the under 18 divisions. So I believe not only is that a chance for the under 18s to, you know, get all the information and see all the surfing from the older ones, but also, you know, they will train with them, they'll have the same coaches. So that's another reason why there are so many good youngsters from Asia. And Tin, the surfer in blue here in this heat right now, he's actually one of those youngsters.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful wave for Red. Wow, he knows what he knows. He knows what he's doing out there. Just a beautiful wave selection, making the most advantage of it. Just big out, you know, big lines, big bottom turns, surfing incredible. Just surfing with the speed of the wave. Amazing wave for Ramesh Budihal from India, local surfer, knows what he's doing out there. Stoked, you know. Doesn't look like he's feeling the pressure of surfing at his home, you know, behind his people. It looks like he's motivated with that push. Beautiful surfing. Look at that first turn was amazing. Just really drawn out. Beautiful cutback into the whitewash. Knows the speed of the wave. Another one doing a little more flare, a little more kick tail. Kicking the tail out a bit. Amazing. Amazing surfer by the local.
You see, that's the difference when you know the spot. You and I, we surfed the spot, like I started 3 days, you 2 days ago. I have to say, I was quite amazed by how good it is, but nevertheless, you have to know it.
Yes.
You have to understand it.
Yes.
There's a current that pushes you further to the inside, and you have to know where to get it best, because on the very outside, especially on a higher tide, you got a little bit of a backwash. So it's all about understanding where and what exactly the wave is doing.
Yeah, we're talking about the current, we're talking about the positioning, we're talking about reading. You know, there is a lot of waves that are fast, they close out, and there is some waves that let you just stay with it, stay with the whitewash, stay where the pocket's at. That's what you want to do. You want to be in rhythm with the wave, and you got to know which wave to catch, you know. Here we have Blue. He's looking for this opportunity. Let's see if Blue can take advantage of it. It is a smaller wave. Does make a little first turn out of it. Oh, it's got that double up. Let's see if he can get into it again. Make that closeout section. Yes, that does count. It is important to make that last maneuver count, you know, because you are, what is it, like 100, I say maybe 200 meters of a distance from the jetty to the beach, maybe past the rock. There is a big rock in the lineup. You guys might see it on some of these waves we have on screen. But it is important to finish that last turn because you've already surfed 100, 150 meters, and you do want to make sure you land that last turn because you did put a lot of energy, a lot of length, a lot of time you're going to waste to paddle back out. So it is important. Look at Ramesh Ramesh, how do you say his name?
Ramesh, I
Ramesh.
assume, ripping.
Ripping.
Second priority and by
Ripping.
far the highest score. Tin Johnson, second position, still waiting for his last wave. But you know, Tin, he's got a lot of potential.
Okay.
So if I'm not mistaken, he's based in Australia,
All
like
right.
his sister Izzy. And he's still young, man. He's still young. And as you know, as I said before, this is a qualifier for the Asia Games. The way you qualify for the Asia Games on this event is that either you are the best scoring country in your division in Asia, and there are 5 divisions, which is Central Asia, West Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia. And in the case of Thailand, they would compete against the other Southeast Asian countries like Philippines and Indonesia. Or you are one of the best scoring countries in total. So these are the 2 paths for the countries to participate in the very first time surfing will be in the Asia Games.
So it is, let's say, a team point qualification. So it does depend not on you individually, but as in your team,
Exactly.
right?
That's what it is. Yeah.
I know there is another trip, because I know, I mean, obviously the most important one right now we're all here for, and that's why it's such a historic event, is because these athletes will be participating in the Asian Games. Surfing will be in the Asian Games in 2026 for the very first time. You've heard it, and this is amazing. But I also heard there are other tickets to El Salvador.
Absolutely.
For a grand Alas Global Finals, right?
Absolutely, that's what it is. And I'm sure you're the best one to talk to about the Alice Tour. You participate there plenty of times,
I
right?
did, actually. I won in 2011, became Latin American champion in 2011. That was kind of my stepping stone in my young days. You know, I did the national events, and then I did the Alas Tour, which is a Latin American tour, which took us around Chile, Mexico, Brazil, all of America, basically. And then I started doing the QSs, WSL, and the ISAs, and the Pan Americans, and this and that. But it was a great event.
Bro, you're being humble here right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Lele didn't just participate. Lele is a World Surfing Games winner of the ISA. And talking about things for the very first time, he's an Olympian. He surfed in Tokyo 2020
All
as
right.
one of the very few surfers. And not only that, he was the very first surfer in history who stepped into the water.
You love
when
that
surfing.
story.
I
You
love
love
it,
that
man.
story,
I
yeah.
can't repeat it enough. He is an athletes commissioner of Olympic surfing. Man, what aren't you in surfing world? Tell me.
Oh, man. I don't know. You know, in surfing, we are addicted to it, and we can't get enough of it, Afri. I want to keep going. I want to keep doing a lot more things. I'm not done yet. You know, obviously, the competitive stage in my life might be coming to an end just because I'm kind of tired of competing. It's been a long time, but I still love it. I enjoy it, but maybe not in the water and with the rash guard on. But I do enjoy this. I do enjoy watching it. I do enjoy participating and working and helping surfing, you know, through these historic moments, which is beautiful to be a part of in this moment. Because it's crazy because other sports, you know, are 100, 150 years old, and they've gone through this 80 years ago, and we're going through it right now, and yet in 2025. So it is huge in the history of surfing, and I love being part of it. If I'm not in the water competing, I'm out of the water working for it and enjoying it.
Bro, that's even more a reason why I'm so grateful that we're having you here in this booth. First time in the Asian Championships. Tell us, how is it different? You've been to all the places in the world. Well, we'll get to that, but first,
Yes.
Yunus Hussain on his third wave.
Oh, that's what we're talking about, you know, the wave choice, you know. You got to be smart with that wave choice. He did have priority. He did take off on that wave. I think it was a mistake. The wave was fast. There was more time in that heat. He could have waited. He could have been more patient with that priority one, you know. We're seeing that everybody in these, third heat of the day, everybody has an opportunity. It is a 3-man heat. Everybody has an opportunity. So you do have to be patient. There's no need to hurry up, to take off on a little fast wave. You know, take your time. Use your priority wisely. Be smart about it. Get an open face wave. Yeah, so you were talking about, I mean, you know what I love about, I mean, I've been to Asia, of course. I've been to the Philippines. I've been to Indonesia. I've been to a couple places, of course, on this side of the world. And I've never been to India, and I'm impressed not only of the place, how beautiful it is, how nice, how friendly the people out, and this amazing wave. But what I always remark about coming to Asia and this region in the world is how friendly people are. I love how cool people are here. I love how friendly they are. Obviously, how amazing the waves are. I mean, you guys got waves everywhere over here, and it's perfect. It's picture perfect, you know. It's the waves you draw in your school books. But I like how friendly people are here. That's one thing that it sticks to the Asian community and the Asian region, and I'm just really grateful to be here and hanging out and meeting new people and meeting new places and just enjoying every moment of this beautiful, beautiful, historic event.
No doubt about that. That's one thing I really love about the ASF community.
Yeah.
It's, so you experience it for the first time. It's so welcoming. It's a family because as you said it before, surfing, apart from like a few countries in Asia, it's sort of a new sport. I mean, obviously, Indonesia, Philippines, Japan, Maldives is a different thing. But if you look at all the other countries, for example, Bangladesh, who's participating here right now, Thailand, India, for them, it's a sport that just started growing, less than 3 decades ago. Ramesh Budial on his next wave.
Wow, beautiful wave. Local knowledge. We were talking about this, Afri. This guy knows what he's doing. He already has 2 great waves. Takes his time. Takes off on a 3rd amazing wave. He's definitely going to help out his score. Just beautiful, beautiful surfing by Ramesh. Takes it all the way in. He's still got 4 minutes. He might be able to go back out and catch another one. He's in the lead by a long shot. He's securely in first place. He's got a 6.5, a 5.83. There's 4 minutes left. There is another score coming, which is probably going to be better than his 5.83. So he is going to add to that 6.5. He's going to take advantage of that first place. There's 4 minutes. He's not going to surf again today, so, hey, might as well paddle back out and get another one, right?
Since the other 2 competitors are in a combo situation right now, I'm quite sure he'll be safe and he will proceed to round number 3. But, having the chance to surf this spot on its own or just with other 2 people right now, I wouldn't come back, man. I would keep on charging.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this with Jada in the last scene. I'm like, look. Because she's like, Leila, what's your input? What would you say to the surfers that are going to be coming up, and later in this round? I'd be like, look, obviously plan A is to surf amazing, have a great heat, win, make it to the finals of the event. But plan B is not that bad, Look at the place we're at. Look what we're doing. I mean, we're all surfers. We're enjoying being in the water. Our sport is beautiful. It's we're surrounded with Mother Nature. Everything's great about Plan B as well. So don't put so much weight on your shoulders. Try to enjoy the moment. That's when your surfing is going to come out the best, when you're connected with yourself, connected with Mother Nature. Don't overthink it. Just feel it. Trust your force. Star Wars. Let's go.
Well said, well said.
But yeah, I mean, this is amazing, Afri. This is amazing. Loving it.
Same here. The thing is, the other 2 surfers, if they won't proceed in this heat number 1, it doesn't matter that much because they will still have a second chance. The way it works is on a 4-man heat, 4 competitors heat in round number 1, the first 2 will proceed. And on a heat like this, it's the first one that goes. Here again, Tim Johnson on his backhand, surfing down the line. It's a speedy wave. You have to generate speed or just go deep on a bottom turn and hit it. That's actually something you told me when we surfed here for the first time. Try to focus on the wider ones, and then once you have the takeoff safe, go for the big turn right at the beginning, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the pointers I told a couple people that I was just surfing it twice since I got here. I noticed that the wave, the drop isn't as easy as it looks. The wave comes from a little deeper water, and it breaks on that shallow part in front of the rocks. So it's really fast, a really fast drop, and it can come from really fat, like the wave has that much energy, and then it just gets really shallow. Really shallow and really hollow. So you got to concentrate on your drop. First, worry about paddling fast and dropping in, and then once you drop in, I would suggest you start getting in speed with the wave. And the way you can do that is maybe generate speed, a little bit of speed, before you go and do your first turns. So you take off, paddle fast, Concentrate on your drop. And once you drop in, try to connect with the wave, but maybe don't go hitting it right away. Maybe connect, get a little bit of speed, get a little bit of energy, start in rhythm with the wave. And then once you start in a rhythm with the wave, then you can feel it. And then you can start doing the cutbacks, back to the whitewash, hitting the lip, doing the floaters, because you've already generated that speed before you started doing the maneuvers. So you're already in rhythm with the wave.
Wow, very interesting. Very nice analysis here. Can you elaborate? Oh, hold on. First wave from Bangladesh again. So there, the speed at the beginning was missing that you said,
Yes,
right?
yes. He started generating the speed at the end of the wave, not at the beginning. See? Like right now you can tell he's in rhythm with the wave. He's going with the speed of the wave. But at the beginning, that first turn kind of took him off. It kind of put him in a different position, in a different spot.
And that was the last wave for this heat, also for this surfer, Yunus Hussain from Bangladesh, trying to get a better score than his current 0.75 or 0.43. But at the end of the day, it wouldn't matter because Ramesh Burial dominated this heat. He will proceed to round number 3, and Tin and Yunus will have a second chance in the next heat. There you can see the replay, surfer in green. And also Ramesh is on his way back.
All right, we were going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with you guys with more action in this historic Asian Surfing Championships event.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
Hey there, and back again to the ASF Asian Surfing Championship number 4. We are currently in round number 1, heat 4, and with me, Percy. It's great to have you here, brother.
Great to be here.
Heat number 4 is Mega Artana, Naif Al-Katrash from Kuwait, and Mohad Ghazi from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, super cool. Really nice to see all these boys in the water. I went for a free surf this morning and everyone was ripping, and yeah, really excited to see what they're going to do in the water. Mega Artana is maybe familiar with this wave already. He came, I think, in 2014 down to Kovalong. Was ripping over there. I remember the first turn I ever saw him do, and just see spray fanning up above our heads. Yeah, so really looking forward to what he's going to do in the water. And also super curious for our surfers from Kuwait and KSA.
It's always great, those first rounds, because you have such a mix of different pools. You know, obviously Indonesia being one of the very best surfers in the world, winning the last 2 Asian Surfing Championship, and then Kuwaiti surfer and Saudi Arabian surfer, which aren't nations that you would hear that often in international events. Well, up until now, with all the new technology they're having, I wouldn't be surprised if soon they will start ripping in the highest stage. But yeah, that's the cool thing about those first rounds, because you get such a nice mix here.
Yeah, and especially about the ASF, organizing these events, creating the opportunity for all of these countries to participate. It's super nice.
It is. And
good.
Can you tell us a little bit more
I can
about
hear you. Let me
this
know.
wave? Like, I mean, when I heard we're gonna surf in India, I was like, okay, cool, but I wasn't too sure on what to expect. But then on my first session, wow, it took me as a surprise. The swell was a little bit bigger, so it was actually barreling. So before you tell us more about this, let's go to Lele, who's on the beach having an interview with last heat's winner Ramesh.
All right, everybody, we have the winner of the last heat, Ramesh, right here. What an amazing performance. Can you tell me how you felt? How were you excited about this event? What you feel? Were you motivated? Were you anxious? Were you nervous? What's going on through you?
First of all, it's nice to be in the water, and it's good to be part of this event. Feels good. Bit of nervous in the water. Just boat rolling. Otherwise, it just feels great to be, competing at the home ground. Just like I'm from the West Coast, so I've been coming here from the last couple of years. So it's been felt like a home here, and the locals are pretty much really support here to surf out there with the amazing point break. Yeah, feels good to be back here. Yeah.
That's amazing. Yes, you look like you were confident. You got 3 waves, 3 really good waves. It's a great way to start this heat. We know this contest is really important. How do you see yourself, going for that goal? I'm sure you're excited and you want to get to those Asian Games everybody's talking about. But how's your mentality? How are you trying to, take it on through this event? What is your strategy going on through this week?
Stay calm and focus, collect every opportunity to aim at the goal, and then use every opportunity as a better version of what I feel right now.
All right, this is amazing. And I heard you got second in the contest not too long ago, right? National event. How is the team? How's how's India surfing community growing? Is it growing a lot? Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, the community is growing a lot. We just need more waves and support. And then there's a lot of generation which is coming up, especially in India, south side. And it's I've been competing for the last 10, 15 years, and I've been seeing the generation growing fast in India. We've been watching just the videos and the phones and stuff. So we would like to do how we dream about in surfing real life.
Well, that's awesome, man. You guys are looking like you're on the right path. Your community is growing. The surfing, amazing waves here. You want to say hi to anybody back home and the people that are watching you? You got a big fan here, too, at the beach. So let's say a big, huge, say your thanks to everybody if you want.
Yeah. Thanks to everyone who has been supported so far for me, and love you guys.
Yee-hoo. All right, Ramesh. We'll see you later on the event.
Thank you, Lele. Thank you, Ramesh. And let's hear more about Indian surfing from Percy. You were just about to tell us more about the spot and the surfing around this area.
Yeah, so just Mega Artana up and riding right now on a nice looking wave. Solid first couple of turns, and he's bringing it in to the inside to finish it off, and finishes it off with a bang right in front of the rock.
Wow, that was like 5 or 6 cuts, huh? Crazy.
Super clean wave. And our surfer from Saudi getting on into the pocket and just staying a little bit in the flats, losing speed, and he's out.
Key to this wave is really to stay up to generate the speed, right?
Yeah, so I don't know what your experience is comparing this wave to other waves, but speaking about the wave, in general, the waves in India aren't as powerful as other countries, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Maldives, etc. We have much shorter period swells, so it's a bit more mellow here. You really have to learn how to generate your speed, use every part of the wave, really top to bottom, to generate that speed, and yeah, position yourself, read it really well, because it can morph and change in different ways. This wave in particular, yeah, it's a bit of a wave magnet compared to a bit of a swell magnet compared to like the rest of the coast here. So that's why we choose it, because it gets a bit more swell than the other spots in the vicinity. And yeah, it gets super hollow. It gets fast. It gets. You can also have really nice open faces. A lot of variety in this wave. The tough part is, yeah, the takeoff is super tricky in front of the rocks because you get a backwash, backside wash that comes in. There's also a rip coming off the rocks. There's current coming in from the other side. So yeah, it's a super tricky takeoff.
It's a technical wave, that's for sure. It's fun. And again, when the swell is bigger, I saw the potential for the barrel, but you really have to know where to sit. So at the beginning, I was, fighting the current. I was trying to go out to the point, but for me, it feels like almost the more inside section, especially when the wave comes wider, is the one that delivers much more.
Yeah, so often that little inside section is super, super nice. And it's also hard to pass and get into that section if you're too far deep. So it's quite smart to sit on that second section. But obviously depends on how the sandbanks are. You can also have sessions where it's just perfectly breaking 20, 30 meters off the rocks and just peeling down. Yeah.
Is there a name for that rock in the middle? Do you call it something like Big Mama or something?
Elephant Rock.
Elephant rock. Okay.
If you look on the beach, there is a rock right on the beach, which has some old carvings on it with a bull, I believe. So the one in the water is Elephant Rock. Yeah.
Nice one. Elephant Rock. How did that name come up? Just because it's like a big rock, or what is it?
I don't know. Maybe the shape. But yeah, super cool to see our surfer from India taking the win on the last heat. He came. He's just coming off, I think, a second or a third place in the nationals. That was last month, and yeah, I think that was a bit of a reality check to bump up his game, and he really did that. He's drawing super clean lines, finishing his waves, a lot of power in his surfing. So really exciting to see that. And also, he just joined the national team. He was off independently, surfing, getting coaching, getting a sponsor by himself, and now he's back on the Indian team. So really nice, really happy for him to see him on the Indian team and competing in the Asian Surfing Championships. Let's go!
And this Asian Surfing Championship is also the qualifier for next year's first ever participation of surfing in those games. And for Team India, I mean, they're like all the other teams, two paths to qualify, one being the regional and the other one being one of the best scoring countries in this event. But tell you what, it is a little bit of a tough one for India because they have to surf against the Maldives. They surfed last year against Sri Lanka. But then again, for the fact that surfing is such a young sport in this country, it's amazing how fast you guys developed your surfing skills.
Yeah, so it's been the first contest in India was in 2011, right at this spot. So super young. That's just what 14 years of surfing. So yeah, it's been really cool to see the whole progression and yeah, the quality of surfing, especially in the last couple of years, has really started to ramp up. And yeah, maybe there's something about the waves that it's a bit of a harder, more technical wave to surf, so that really forces the surfers to read, to analyze, to draw lines, to do all this kind of work, which you don't have to do when the waves are perfect. So maybe that's something that can be to the advantage of the Indian surfers. We'll see.
Do you believe the temple in the background, and if I'm not mistaken, even in the water, does play a role? It is a unique place. Not only the wave itself, but the whole surrounding. The temple being one of UNESCO's World Heritage, and also, there's a boomy that I heard. Once it's bigger, you can see that, and that apparently was a temple too. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's actually a legend of the 7 pagodas that people started hearing about when the British and so on came over in the 60s, and yeah, so actually in 2004 we had a tsunami, so the ocean pulled back. And people saw what was out there in the ocean. And actually, if it gets big during the contest, we'll see it. We'll see that the waves break at 2 different spots out in the ocean, and those are actually ancient ruins.
Wow.
They believe they did so. They went after the tsunami. They went and did some research, some scuba diving and so on, and they found some stairs, and they found some carvings and some rocks and stuff like that. So yeah, it's super interesting. Also, to consider that those constructions are underwater right now, which means that they would have been constructed when they were above water, which is a long time ago.
Man, that's crazy. So one can say they're actually surfing on temples right now, and that's amazing.
They're surfing on temples in holy lands. Yeah, yeah. It's and maybe that's why this place is a wave magnet for
Right.
some reason, you know.
Blessed with waves in the 4th Asian Surfing Championship in India. This is the qualifier for the Asian Games, and Mega Artana on priority and the best score so far, surfing against the two Arab boys of Mohammed and Naif. But both of them, no, wait,
All of them.
all of them, they have the chance to go to round number 3 immediately. So the winner of this heat has the chance to just skip round number 2, and the other one still will have, well, another chance to stick not only in this tournament but also get qualified for the Asia Games.
So second and third go to round 2, and first goes to round 3. Looks like red is paddling for a wave, and he's using priority. And a little pump to get speed, right in the snap, right in the pocket. A little power snap down the line, and they're really releasing his fins. Yeah, really pushing a lot of water, getting into a double up, getting some more speed, and let's see what he has for us on the inside. Another nice couple of backhand turns. Well,
I
just
love
the one for
how
now.
compressed he is surfing. Look
Oh.
at this. Like he's going, even though he's going down, and we just
Wow.
said the key to this wave is to stay up. But with that compression that he has, he can generate so much power.
Yeah, it's just beautiful.
Behind him, Mohamed Razi on his second wave.
And yeah, we were speaking about like countries that are maybe underrepresented in the world of surfing. Oh, do you want to run us through this?
Yeah, look at this. I mean, that's what I was saying. He's so compressed, and just when he goes up, he releases everything to go back to compression mode straight after. And that's the reason why he's not only generating so much speed, but has so much power, so much spray in this, not even shoulder, waist-high wave. Amazing. You can learn so much but by just watching those Indonesian boys and appreciate what they're doing in the water.
Yeah, it's amazing. And when I was in the water this morning, it's actually quite tough. There's like ribs going in different directions. Like the wave is moving around. It's not so easy to surf, and having that compression is really, making him so stable, drawing super clean lines through any of the bump. And yeah, it's really cool to see. But yeah, I was wondering about underrepresented countries. Like, how did it come to be that you surf from Afghanistan? Tell me a little bit more about that.
Sure. Afghanistan is a country with one of the biggest exile population in the world. Starting from the 70s for, tough political reasons. There were already back then a lot of Afghans moving out. So we actually have quite a big Afghan surfing community because there are a lot of surfers in California, Australia, Europe. So in I think it was 2010, we started to get together all the Afghan surfers, not all of them, but at least some with social media slowly growing, and just trying to share the fun that we had. We started to have a couple of surf trips together, and then we thought, hey, why not build up something? Why not trying to share our passion for the sport with our compatriots? So fast forward 2018, we went to the very first surf trip in Afghanistan. Afghanistan being a landlocked country. But you know what? It's not only oceans that you can surf. Actually, I've heard that there's much more river coastline in the world than there is actually ocean coastline. And rivers, believe it or not, also produces quite some good waves. It's static waves, not dynamic, not moving. You have like one water turbulence, and then you are going to do all your maneuvers there. But still, it's the best that we have in Afghanistan. So we started to develop it back then. But yeah, with the current political situation, it's not really possible to continue. But yeah, so that was how Afghan surfing started to get bigger. I'll tell you more for sure. We'll have a participation here in the Asian Surfing Championship. So I guess that will be the time to tell you more about Afghan surfing. But before we do that, let's have a closer look on Mega Artan's last 2 waves.
Yeah, those waves coming in at a 6 and a 767. So this is his first, I believe. Starting with a big floater to turn. Yeah, so the two big strong turns at the start. The first being a bit of a floating maneuver, and yeah, finishing strong. So really 3 solid scoring maneuvers, and this I think is his second one. Yeah, getting so compressed, starting strong, and I think just belting it constantly, keeping the speed down the line. That one really throwing the tail out quite a bit.
It's amazing that he doesn't lose any speed after the maneuver, even though he releases so much spray. So that is quite some technical surf there.
Yeah, he looks like he's just gaining speed after every maneuver.
Right. And then still almost half of the board is outside of the water. Amazing. That's actually the first participation of Mega Artana here in the Asian Surfing Championship. Indonesia's got such a big pool of great surfers. You know, everybody knows Rio Waida by now. But tell you what, there are so many surfers just in Bali who are ripping, well, maybe not as much, but close to what Rio is doing.
Yeah, I mean, when you go there to surf, you're just surrounded by people flying on top of your head from this side and that side, right?
It's crazy, huh? Yeah, I'm always saying, depending on how good the waves are, it's either Indonesia being the favorite if the waves are close to perfect, or Japan if it's more rough conditions.
And Red, up and riding on a solid set wave, goes straight into the lip for a second time. Really vertical on those turns, carving it in, getting super low on the bottom turns. And yeah, just smashing that wave to bits. He's coming in on the inside section, and he decides to just come back in, probably walk around. He has 2 minutes on the clock. Yeah, maybe he'll paddle out, maybe he can just call it in.
Well,
let's see the replay again. Run us through this.
If I would say it's the biggest wave that he caught so far. Man, and look at the speed he has when he goes out. The key to do cuts like this is all about speed. You know, it's all about how you do the bottom turn to keep this speed once you drive up the wave. And yeah, double combo situation for him. Still pedal back, and that's the right thing to do because, man, he's got the chance to surf this wave just with 2 other guys, get some more experience, get some more knowledge from this wave to continue ripping like this in the next heats.
Yeah, I mean, super cool. And especially like the wave selection on that one. That wave just had the perfect pace. It didn't close out, it didn't run, and it unloaded all of its energy. If you saw the end of the wave, it was tiny at the end. So it unloaded all of its energy exactly where he was doing his turn. So super well-picked wave. And yeah, really beautiful surfing to see. Also the back parts of the surfing, not just the wave action, but the wave selection and so on. So yeah, I hope we learn a lot from surfers like him.
Not only us, but I'm sure Naif and Mohammed will not only appreciate this, but learn a lot from Mega Artana too. And as I said, it's not the last surf for them, even though they won't proceed in this first round. They will have another shot in round number 2. It's Mega Artana, it's safe to say in the last 30 seconds, that is the one who will proceed to round number 3.
Yeah, his last wave coming in at an 8.83.
Wow.
I think it was the biggest wave I've seen surfed so far in the contest.
And I believe it's the first, well, score in the very high range, in the 8 to 10 range.
In the excellent range. All right, we have one more replay coming in for the last wave of Red. The first excellent score of the contest, an 8.83. And here it is. Just enjoy. Wow. Shwaba. Hwaya. He is just having a ball.
Man, this is just amazing to watch. I wouldn't know what to do better on this wave. Look at this.
No, and just solid, you know, traditional rail to rail, top to bottom surfing, and yeah, it's second nature to him, right?
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, we are live, and joining me in the booth, we have John T. Rhodes from South Africa. John T. has been a super supporter of the surfing scene here in India. I think I've seen him at every single competition, at least the major ones. And yes, super nice to have you here. We have a surfer in the waters. He's doing some really nice turns. This is our surfer. Wait, I'll get to who exactly we are having in our heat. We have Toby Espejon from Philippines in red. Ryan Hakawati from Lebanon in blue. And in green, Hamad Al-Hashimi from UAE. Yeah, so the heat getting started super early with red going for the lead. So our surfers in red often having a bit of a lead because they're the higher ranking surfers, but super cool and interesting to see all the other surfers, all the variety from all these different countries. And yeah, just tell me a bit about how you're feeling being here at this event and
Yeah, Percy, I mean, I as a family, we live in Goa for 5 or 6 months of the year, so from end of September through until March, and we live in Agonda Beach. So Mumu from here, from Mahabs, my friend, old friend from Mahabs, he just literally 4 years ago said, "Come, we've got a spot down here. Come check it out," and that was it. So we spend a lot of time, 5 months of the year. Kids go to school. And the rest of the year in Cape Town. So I've literally come from the ocean where it's 14 degrees in a 4 mil wetsuit. And, we have waves which are fairly consistent. And that's the one thing that I really love coming back to Mahabs, is that this wave here is quite iconic. And in India, it's probably the most powerful wave. I haven't surfed in a lot of spots, for a while, mainly in Goa and mainly in Mahabs.
Yeah, this is such a special wave. I mean, that's why we chose this spot, like even now there's not that great swell, but it's still a swell magnet. It's still working. There's still power, and these guys are just ripping it up. Yeah, so super cool. Nice that you join us all the way from Cape Town. Must be definitely freezing over there, and here it's not. But actually we've had a really cool summer. Lots of rain throughout the entire summer. Everything is lush. Everything is beautiful. Even this morning, like, it didn't even feel hot. We had AC in the booth, but I was like, we don't even need AC, And yeah, I think now it's clearing up a bit. We can see the temple behind us as well. Yeah, it's just so beautiful, the ambiance. Yeah.
I mean, you spoke about some of the surfers coming here from different parts of the world and parts of the world that you wouldn't associate surfing with necessarily. And that was the amazing thing for me with regards to the sand ceremony at the opening ceremony last night.
Yeah.
You know, all the surfers bringing sand from the beaches, from their sort of home breaks, and really incredible how that mixed. And this surf, and that's been the amazing thing with my involvement in the surf, is that it's about a community. You know, no matter what country you're surfing for, where you're going, where you're from, it always is a part of a community.
Yeah, it's super cool, and especially recently, it's been really interesting how the surfing scene has evolved. Like if you remember in the 2014s, 15s, the contests were always really big with music and yoga and this and that, and now it's just been much more frequent contests, but super small and really just the surfing family. So it's been so nice. So it's been so nice to have really these small contests where it's just the surfers, everyone getting to know each other, everyone supporting each other, and yeah, really cool. So we have Afri with an interview from our heat winner of the last heat, Mega Artana.
I warm up for the heat, and the heat was good.
Mega, wow, congratulations, man, for that solid performance. Straight into round 3 after this performance. Tell us, how is this wave different to you who's living in Bali, in Kuta?
Oh, this wave and have a lot of energy, good wave, long ride, and have to be like have a lot of power.
It was amazing to see how compressed you are surfing. You know, most of the surfers, they're trying to stay on top to not lose that much speed. But with you, even you know, had those crazy sprays, it felt like you almost didn't lose any speed. Was that something you were planning before, or is that just your surfing style?
That's kind of my surfing style, like deep bottom turn all the way to the top, and do the same thing again. Yeah, back to back.
How is it for you, the very first time in the Asian Surfing Championship and surfing here in India?
Oh, very exciting! Yeah, my first time representing Indonesia. So stoked to be in the team.
Cool, man. What do you want to say to your fans in Indonesia and all around Asia?
Pertama, terima kasih pada PSOI Indonesia dan Kemenpora dan teman-teman yang sudah support semua, and family. Thank you to all the sponsors that support me. Thank you.
My friend, best of luck. Looking forward to see you surfing again. Yes. See some more of those excellent waves. Back to you to the booth.
Let's go. Thank you.
All right, so yeah, really cool hearing from Mega on that last heat win. Now we have surfer in blue, Ryan Hakawati, getting some nice turns in and looking to finish the wave off. Our surfer from Lebanon. So cool to see these surfers from all over Asia, and yeah, bringing this wave to a finish. It's really offloading all of its energy, and he'll go for a paddle around, I believe. Yeah, really nice to hear from our surfer in red, Mega. Okay, let's have a quick look at this wave. Nice drawn-out carve, 2 drawn-out carves to start. So starting strong on the wave is always super important. 50% of the score actually comes from what you do on your first maneuver, if you go strong on the first maneuver. So this surfer will be getting a pretty decent score. So we heard from our surfer in red, Mega Artana. From our surfer in red, Mega Artana, who told us that, yeah, the wave is a little bit softer compared to Indonesia, because well, it's not Indonesia here, right? But still, his surfing style, just cruising through and being able to generate speed by himself. Yeah, so nice to hear about the technicalities between different waves and how to deal with that. How has surfing been for you in Kovalong? How have you? What was your journey with surfing actually to start with?
Well,
you come from a cricketing background.
Yeah, very much. You know, I joined hooked up with the Surf Federation of India way back in 2013 when and the amazing journey, like you were saying, with regards to the surf contest, where we had 10 to 15,000 people on a beach on a weekend, and listening to the music and eating the food and doing the yoga, and suddenly, oh, there's people in the water, and just seeing that transition. And you know, for me as a cricket player, when you speak to the media here, you get one question on surfing and 9 about cricket, but that now has changed, you know, and the majority of the conversation that I had yesterday at the opening ceremony with the media was about the surf contest and how surfing has grown in India. So it's amazing that the awareness, it takes a while, and that is the thing about India. Change and transition is something that it takes a while to check in, but when it does, it goes fast.
And our surfer in red, Toby Espejon from the Philippines, getting busy here with some solid vertical hits on the beginning and some nice open face carves. That wave dumping all its energy, and he is out of there. That is also going to be a solid score and possibly a situation change. So yeah, starting with a little hit up into the lip just to get some speed, and the second one really the money turn, going straight up into the lip. Third one was a drawn out carve, really pushing on the tail. Fourth was a bit of a repetition of that, but on a different section of the wave. And yeah, super nice surfing from our surfer in red, Toby Espejon, and our surfer in green still waiting for his first wave. We have 9 minutes on the clock, so the situation is still blue, red, and then followed by green, but we're waiting for a situation update. And tell me, Jonty, what drew your attention towards surfing in the first place? Was it your friendship with our dear friend Arun, or how did this whole thing come to be?
Well, it was actually Paddy Upton. Paddy Upton had been approached. He had worked with the Indian cricket team as a sort of a mental high performance coach with when India won the Cricket World Cup in 2011, which was hosted by India. Amazing. And Gary Kirsten, a former teammate of mine, South African cricket player, he was the head coach of the Indian team in that period. And he had brought Paddy Upton. Paddy is he's somebody who's traveled around the world. He loves his surfing. And the Surf Federation had spoken to Paddy and said, we want a South African. We need a sort of someone from the cricketing fraternity to come in and try and promote the sport and help us speak to sponsors and speak to government especially. Because a lot of what you do in sport in India is governed by officials and politics at times.
Yeah, and just watching our surfer in green here go down the line and go for a nice drawn out carve. A second one over there, and yeah, really nice that he found a nice open wave that allowed him to get in front of the face and get onto the face and do some maneuvers. But yeah, I think Arun and all our friends here at the SFI have really been putting a lot of work into putting things together as an organization, so that it can function with the government. We now are finally officially recognized as a sport in India, so we have support from the SAI, yeah, so things are really going to the next level. We are now also forming, so we're getting like forming a bigger team with, for example, nutritionists and physical education and coaches and performance directors and all sorts of different jobs, and it's really becoming a solid kind of team and organization, and I think that's really key to the sport. And if India gets this right, it's kind of paying off. Like the surfing's getting good because of that as well.
Yeah, and I mean India has about 5,000 kilometers of coastline, so there must be so many spots, where surfing hasn't taken off yet, but there's huge opportunity. And I think for me, the one thing that really dragged me into surfing in India was the impact that it has on these sort of fishing communities that we've seen in places like Mahabs and all over. Young kids who maybe didn't have many options going forward from work and what to do, now suddenly loving their time in the ocean, helping with the beach cleanups, and just amazing how the community, the surf community within various fishing communities has developed and evolved.
Yeah, just so much potential in India. Our surfer in blue, Ryan Hakawati, getting up straight into the lip for a jam and just getting hung up a bit behind the section. He's looking for the open face. and he finds it, but a little bit late to the hit, and he goes down. Yeah, so much potential in India. And our surfer in red with a lot of speed, going up into the lip there, finding the open face. Let's see how he finishes this wave off. Straight up into the lip, drawing it around for a nice roundhouse just cut back. Couple carves. And the wave really dying out, but he finishes it off with a bang. Beautiful surfing from our surfers in red and blue. And red still in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.6, looking to improve on a 5.67. Blue in third. So really nice drawn out carve there. Getting a lot of speed out of that. So this wave was running away quite a bit, but he did a really good job at keeping up with it. Yeah, just super nice technical surfing on a difficult wave. But yeah, super nice to see the kind of impact of surfing on the fishermen communities, on the beaches. And yeah, especially in India, the population in India is quite disconnected from the ocean. A lot of people don't know how to swim, are scared of the ocean. A lot of trauma also that side, especially with the tsunami in 2004. So we're quite disconnected from the ocean. The only really thing is the fishing, which is obviously quite destructive as well. So having a sport like surfing where you're really in the elements, you're really connecting to what's going on, and you're starting to get influenced about what is beauty, what is beautiful water, what is a beautiful beach, and so on. I think it really has the potential to create some transformation for our beaches and for the people that they connect a little bit more to the nature. So thanks for bringing that up. The ocean going a little bit flat. But it's quite nice to see that even though there's not that much swell, there's kind of an intersection between like a long period swell and a short period swell, and that's making it such that there's constantly waves coming. Even it's not really in sets, so it just constantly delivers. There, our surfer in blue looking for a little wedge, and he definitely found a nice pocket. But I think just the timing was just a bit late there. He could have really smashed it and gotten over that lip, but just getting a little bit late to the. And you can see here on the spot how it's really breaking on that second section over there, and that's really the money section, I believe, where it's really curling around and bowling up for us.
Yeah, I've got some interesting experiences having surfed here. I mean, you have a lot more than me, but I brought a fellow cricket player, Matthew Hayden, who had actually played for Chennai for many, many years as well. Didn't even know there was surf down here. And he ended up on Elephant Rock. So in the barrel, he came out and didn't realize that he was sort of in between, can I make it or should I eject from the wave? And he decided to go for it and ended up on the rock. So leash wrapped around, literally got snapped. So it was it's an interesting environment when it fires.
Wow, yeah, super crazy. Yeah, that rock right in the middle of the surf spot, it gets really interesting sometimes. The wave goes over it, the wave goes under it, the wave goes on it. Like, we've had some funny situations. We've had people climbing onto the rock and jumping on to waves from it. Yeah, really interesting. Such an interesting spot, actually. The rocks, the waves, the temple. And we were speaking about it earlier with Afri, that we have those temples out in the ocean, and yeah, that it just really gives this kind of holy feeling that this isn't just any spot. This is a special place in the world. And how do you feel like when you're here? What is the general vibe when you're in Mahabs compared to other places in India, for example?
But I just love the fact that this has become a community. I mean, it really has become where it initially was just about the fishing and then the surfers and the fishermen were trying to find a common ground. And it really has developed into this incredible community that has supported surfing in India in a big way because of the quality of the wave.
Yeah, super cool. So honestly it's one of the first real surf towns in India, where there's really a town set up where you have some shops, you have lots of cafes, and it's small, it's cute. All right, our surfer in red with a solid rip in the pocket and the wave running away, and he blasts the fins out and makes it around super clean, and finishes off with a second one. Wow, just two little reverses, really just making it look easy on that one and bringing it in. The heat is over. Thank you so much, Jonty Rhodes, for coming, joining me in the booth, and really a pleasure to have you at all these contests.
Thanks for having me.
Amazing.
Great to be back.
Just rewatching this wave from our surfer in red. Crazy, just going for two, really manufacturing it there, like generating a lot of speed and blasting the fins. And that's it for our heat. Red, our surfer in red, taking the win. Toby Espejan with a 6.5 and a 5.73. In blue, Ryan Hakawati, and in green, Anik. So the first surfer going straight through to round 3, and the two other surfers will go to round 2 to battle it out for a position in round 3. And we'll see you after the ads.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Asian Surfing Championships. This is the 4th annual one here in Mahabalipuram. It is an incredible day of surfing. So right now in the water, Heat 6, we have Hud Ahmed from Maldives, we have Jung Uijong from Korea, and Anik Kailani from Singapore. I'm Jara Legati, and I want to welcome back in the booth, Dai Wako.
Hey, Jara. So we are now into heat number 6. Wow, it goes so quick already. A couple of good heats are done, and a couple of good surfing this morning. And the surfing, the waves been pumping. I mean, like it's very good condition for competition. You know, it's about like chest to shoulder high wave. And it has a great wall to work on, so you can put, you can manage to put a couple of turns in if you're on the good waves. So it's been fun to watch for the couple of heats.
Yeah, it is, and it's been great. You know, everyone kind of getting over that first heat jitters. It's a little bit nerve-wracking at first. We had a bit of a conversation about it with Lele that, the first heat is always, as we would say, the worst. And I know you've competed in the past as well, so you know how that feels.
I never liked the first round. Who would?
Yeah,
I would say, but yeah, it's such a great opportunity that we don't get kicked out in the first round in this event. So first, go straight into this round 3, and second and third going to this round 2. So you get to surf pretty much twice. That's for sure, and that is I think a good motivation to be surfing the first round. Just get to know this point break, get to know this system, and yeah, I wish I had a same system in the QSs and that, but wow, they're lucky.
Yeah, very, very lucky, and it's a great system to kind of have that second chance and get back into it. You know, you usually don't have it in normal surf contests, so it's a great thing. But today is the first day of
Right.
this event, and it's already been a great day of action. We've had some beautiful right-handers just peeling down the line. The temple right behind, so it's a very powerful spot here. This is the birthplace of surfing here in India. It's where everything kind of started here, early 2000s. So only around 20 to 25 years of surfing in India. So it's a very new sport. It's not very
Right.
known. It's not such a big sport as in Australia, where it's been done for so many years.
Yeah, it's rare to see that kind of side of surfing because in Japan there has been surfing for over like 60 years now, and still the first generation surfers are surfing, but they are getting older and older. So probably that same thing happens in Australia, States, even in Bali. And it's rare to see the first generation still surfing in a competition.
Yeah, you're right. And I'm sure Japan has a really deep surfing culture that not many people know of.
Right, we do. We do have like a deep and good surfing culture in Japan, and slightly getting changed because it's a 2025, and now surfing is one of the Olympics games, and this event is very very important for all the Asian team.
So on your screen right now, this is Hud Ahmed from the Maldives. I spent a little bit of time with him last year at the ASF in at Coke's Point, and he's such an amazing person and character, and I'm sure his family is out here watching right now and supporting. He is actually a surf guide in the Maldives. I know he works on certain boats. And honestly, he's the guy you want on a surf trip because he
Right.
knows all the waves all across Maldives. So he always has a beautiful smile on his face, very lively person. I remember on the last day we had a closing ceremony and they were playing, local music and everyone was just super happy and dancing, and he was definitely a highlight there as well. Not only in surfing but also when the music starts cranking up. So I am hoping all the best. So 267 for his first wave. I know he's a good friend of Jess Starling.
Right.
So I'm sure Jess is probably watching his heat as well. So yeah, all the best for Hood. And if you're heading to the Maldives, you know who you have to call.
Right, he is the guide, and there is 2 Asian surfing championships in a row in Maldives. So this is the man from Maldives. Nice first turn and a little bit stuck on the second, but managed to put a couple turns in. So it's not a bad way to start his heat. So that was a 267, and I believe it's really close from here to Maldives actually. And I didn't know about any surfs in India until like 2 years ago.
All right, yeah, you're totally right, Dai. But with that, we're going to head over to the last heat winner.
All right, so joining me in the post-heat interview is Toby Espejon from the Philippines, from Siargao, our surfer from Cloud9. Tell me a little bit, you come from a place where you have really solid, powerful waves, reef break, it's a solid barreling wave. How does it feel to be surfing this wave here? It's a bit softer, a bit more technical. Tell me what's going on with how you're getting into the rhythm of the wave.
It's really different from my town because it's like in my town it's like barrel waves, reef break, and then here it's like more soft wave than like beach break. But yeah, um, I'm always do practice like every day, 3 times a day, so I can use to it the spot.
So, do you think you're doing anything like? Are you focusing on anything specific to be able to manage on these waves, be it speed generation or posture or anything like that, or are you just like focusing on your surfing?
Yeah, I'm focusing on my surf, focusing on my plan to get the score. Yeah.
Nice. And what about your board choice? What kind of board did you choose? 'Cause do you surf this back home in Siargao as well, or did you choose something different for this wave?
In Cloud9, I use my old board. I saved this one for this kind of wave. Yeah, this is from JR Squivel from La Union. Yeah, magic board. Yeah, epoxy, 5.6. Yeah, so good.
So nice to find those magic boards. And how long have you had this one for?
Um, think, I don't know, like
When you find them, you really want to keep to them, right? So just tell me a little bit about your trip to India. When did you arrive, and how has it been so far?
we arrived like 2 days before the comp. Yeah, we arrived like midnight, like 2 a.m. Yeah, a bit tired, but solid trip. Yeah.
And did you manage to get some swell just before the contest? Was it a bit better than now?
Yeah, when we surf like first session, waves really good, more bigger than now. Yeah, it's really epic, solid.
And how did your heat go? What was your mindset? Were you just chilling or having a good time, or yeah, what was going through your head?
Yeah, just wait for my like use my priority, and then wait some good one to get the big scores, and yeah, stock to made it that one.
Super cool. And just tell me a little bit more about your life behind the scenes in Siargao. You told me you're training 3 times a day. What about the other stuff? Like what kind of stuff do you like to eat? And do you do any other things for fun as well? Or is it just surf, surf, surf?
Like I'm also doing basketball, like other like beside surfing. Yes, basketball, like I'm also always always gym, so and then yeah, surf practice always.
Yeah, so the gym really helps. And do you feel like the basketball also helps with some of that dynamic motion?
My basketball is like for fun for me. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, super cool. Thank you so much for being here. Do you want to say some words for your friends, family back home? We have a cheerleader here for you representing.
Yeah, can I speak like? Yeah,
You can speak in your language.
Maraming salamat sa sumuporta sa lahat ng taga Pilipinas, lalo na sa mga pamilya ko. Yun. Thank you, thank you.
You, our heat leader. Thank you. See you, bro.
All right, amazing
And back to live
interview.
action.
So much detail and information. Thank you so much, Percy. He is our local commentator. So on your screen right now, this is our surfer in blue. So good looking wave right here. Nice turn there. Wraps it around again. So this is Jung Ujung from Korea.
That was a nice wave from Jun. So his first wave is 4.50, I believe, and that could be a best score for his campaign. And he is in the first place right now. Second, surfing red, surfing green in third. Yeah, like you said, that was a great interview from the last heat winner with our local commentary, Percy. But must be super, like a huge difference compared to his Cloud9 home break. It's reef breaking, pretty much exact the same every time. And here in India, it has a sand, and it's different perfection compared to the reef break.
Yeah, you're right. So Cloud9, I've actually never been to Cloud9.
Wow, really?
Yeah, never. But actually never to the Philippines at all. but it looks more like a punchy, slabby
Right.
wave, whereas this is like a long, peeling right-hander. So both rights, but different shape of the wave, and I guess different power to it as well. So there we have our surfer in green, just trying to find a little bit of shade on that last one. This is Anik Kailani from Singapore, if I'm not wrong. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to finish that last one, but a bit stuck off the top on that first one, but just kind of finds his feet again here. So loving that finishing. So these are all just a couple replays that we had while we were on that interview. So
Wow.
nice cutback. 2 waves from blue. This wave was a lot better, I think.
Right. So much speed through the turn. Really love the second turn and just trying to racing down the line and get the finish there in front of the rock. Iconic rocks there. And there is the last wave for blue comes in at 5.10. That keeps him in the first place. And yeah, 6 minutes to go in this heat. It goes really quick. So on screen you can see the next surf and blue just trying to go out by the rocks.
Yeah, so it is Jung Uijong right now in the lead. Weird from Hud Ahmed, a 267, 283. You know, I've seen his surfing in the past, and I know that he can do much better than that. But with 5.5 left, he has plenty of time to still kind of get back into this heat and a bit of work to do there for Anik Kailani. So super, super close for second and third right now.
Right, so screen surf in red, up and riding, needing score to go into first. Nice first and second turn to just stay in the pocket. And this is where actually the wave just deep up and offers a lot of opportunities and gets a vertical leap, but unfortunately couldn't stick to the landing. So even though if you're not getting out, getting knocked out in this round, but you kind of want to be in the first place because you're going straight into the round 3. So there's a little bit of a competitive mode, even though you know that you are not getting knocked out.
Yeah, you're right. All right. So this is the replay of the last of red. Different angle. Beautiful surfing there. Wow, that would have been a really good score
Right.
if he made that. You know, that's looking a little bit more like the Hood that I know. He strong backhand surfing there, so unfortunately wasn't able to ride out. A 393, so he got most of the work done on the outside. But yeah, I'm sure he would have definitely gotten the 4 or 5 range if he just got that last turn in. You know, as part of the judging criteria is finishing your waves, and it's such an important part, especially, you know, that extra exclamation mark. Like, you know, I've got this, I'm under control, and I've ridden out of this wave.
That's totally right. And on screen, this is a surfing green from Singapore. Just quick in and out. So you've been to Maldives a couple of times, and what was it like? I've never been there. So is it a reef break, or is there like beach breaks as well?
So actually last year was my first time in the Maldives for the ASF, the third one, the third ever that we had. And it was all these gorgeous, gorgeous reef breaks. Like the animal and the wildlife there, the sea life is so raw and beautiful. Like you're surfing, there was sharks rocking up on the coast all the time. I remember walking home one afternoon and just a shark rocking up right onto the beach, and everyone was just there swimming with it because they have so much food in their ecosystem that it's not a dangerous situation to be in. And I remember on my last day, a couple hours before my flight, I went to swim with nurse sharks. So it was a beautiful, beautiful experience. The waves were incredible. I know everyone really enjoyed their time there. We were surfing Cokes, which was also a right as well, and on a reef break. But it kind of had different sections to it, but it was very fun. We had a staff session on the last day, so we were very lucky.
Super lucky.
Yeah.
You know, that is what I like about this Asian region surfing culture, because we can get to surf almost like a different type of surfing. You know, here in India, perfect beach break, right-hander, and you can also surf in Maldives with a reef break with a punchy, solid waves as well. And we can, in the first year for the Asian Surfing Championships. It was in, I believe, in Tahara in Japan, and we have a good beach break as well. So you get to surf all kind of waves in Asia region.
That's right, and you're absolutely correct. The first ASF and Asian Surfing Championship was not only in Tahar, but that's where it was founded.
Right.
So it was founded in 2018, and from then now we have 19 countries and 127 entries in this event. This is the 4th annual Asian Surfing Championships. It has grown so much over the years, and with the qualification to the Asian Games, it's a huge moment for all these athletes.
Right on screen, just quick in and out of one big hit from surfing red hood armed, needing a score to go into the first. But yeah, this is a very important contest to qualify for the Asian Games next year, held in Tahara, Japan. And this is, I think, last qualification for all the countries.
Yep, it is the last qualification. So it goes like this. The qualification works, the top scoring country gets one slot, and the top scoring Asian region. So you get 2 slots. So if it's all separated in regions here in Asia, and if you're at the top of your region, you get a slot, as well as the top scoring country gets a slot into the Asian Games.
So how many regions we have again in Asia? I believe it was 5 regions.
Okay.
We have in Asia. Wow, so it's a very important competition for all the countries, 19 countries and 127 competitors in this event. It's a big event.
Yeah, it's huge, and I'm sure it will be growing each time we do this event. So this is Jung Ui-jong, the current heat leader, a 4.5 and a 5.1. Good looking wave here for our man in blue. So a little bit of a victory lap right now for our man from Korea. Last turn there to finish things off. So it's looking like he is going to be taking this one out. So with that, we're going to head to a quick ad break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 7.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, guys, welcome back to the 4th annual Asian Surfing Championships here in Mahabalipuram. We are just south of Chennai in the region of Tamilnadu. I'm Jara Legati, and I want to welcome back into the booth Mr. Lele Usuna.
What up, everybody? How's it going? Look, we got live action. What a pleasure it is to be here hosting this event with you guys. Here with my partner in crime, Jada, great surfer. She's got some Argentinian blood. I'm gonna say it. She's got some Argentinian blood.
Do I? Not kidding. Yes, indeed. But right now in the water, we are on Heat 7 of the day. So it is flying by. It has been an incredible day of action here. We are seeing Shidong Wu from China, Natakron 9 from Thailand, and MD Hassan from Bangladesh, if I'm not wrong. And, we've had some beautiful rides ridden here in Mahabs, the birthplace of Indian surfing, a community that has grown so much. Very, very new. Only around 20 or 25 years of surf culture here. So it's already grown so much, but still a lot of room for it to grow.
Yes, and a big shout out to of course, the Surfing Federation of India for doing such an amazing job being hostess of this Asian Surfing Championship, the fourth one. It's amazing. It's amazing to have all the great surfers from Asia, from this beautiful region of the world with such great waves, such great people, always so friendly, always so kind. I know what you live in Indo, Jada. Now I know. Well, we always knew, but we can say now we officially know that you picked a great place to live. I don't know if it was you, your parents, or who, but they picked a good place. They picked a great place. And India is a beautiful place, too. I was hearing John T. Rhodes, who was here, a professional cricket player from South Africa. He's also explaining how he loves surfing, obviously, being from South Africa, but cricket has kind of pushed him towards coming to India. And there's 5,000 kilometers of coastal line in India. Think about how many secret great waves there are out there.
Yeah, that's a lot of exploring to do right there. And this is the most famous one, and it's a great wave. It's the most consistent, apparently. So, if you're planning your surf trip to India, this could be a good starting point.
This could be a great starting point. Here we are. You see the faces behind the screen. I'm Leleusuna, Leandro. Next to me we got
Jara Legati.
And this is us bringing you guys all the live action. These are the faces behind the voices.
And it is an incredible first day of competition. We have had non-stop action. No heat restarts, meaning that there has been plenty of waves.
Here we got Blue in action. Natakron 9 from Thailand. Looks like he's goofy footer, strong surfer, a lot of speed. He looks like he's a tall surfer, too. He's got some height on him, but he can use really well his speed. He knows how to technically surf the small waves, which is not an easy thing to do if you're a big person, if you're a tall person who's got big figures. Here are the replays of the last couple of waves. Blue, again. Beautiful cutback to the whitewash. Again, nice read on the wave. You can see the reform in the inside. Gets a little bit more speed. Going for that last hit off the lip, which is important. So this is a nice heat. We got great surfers. A rider from China. I saw him in the free surf the other day. Shidong Wu, great surfer. Talking about China, comparing it to India in a way. How the surfing is young. How the population is huge. How there's a lot of coastal line to be explored.
So you are absolutely correct. And actually, I seen the Chinese surf team training in Canggu for a really long time. They spent like 6 months there.
Wow.
If I'm not wrong, they tend to spend a large amount of time in places with consistent surf. So this is Shidong Wu right now, our surfer from China. Beautiful first turn there. And he is going to town on this one. I really like his style, and he throws a big fan of spray every time that lip his board touches that lip. So it's beautiful surfing there.
Beautiful surfing from Shidong Wu. I saw him yesterday in the water. Great technique, great flow. He's just, he's got a lot of career ahead of him. And you can see his surfing shows more than his words, Action shows more.
So this is our surfer in green right now. Good first opening turn. Wraps it around again. So nicely done. Only a 0.67 to start his surfing heat, but he is definitely going to be backing this one up really nicely. Just getting past that rock and finishes it off.
Nice surf from nice wave from the surfer from Bangladesh. They got here a little late. They weren't yesterday at the open ceremony, but they're here now. You can see them. They're here. They're motivated. They're surfing. That was a good wave. That was definitely better than his first wave. He does have two good surfers against him, Shidong Wu and Natagon 9. They both have good waves too from China and Thailand. We'll see what that score comes out to. There's still 13 minutes. Is this round 1 open men's heat number 7? We're going to do 16 heats of this event. And then we're probably going to go into the women's round. So stay tuned. There's a lot of great action ahead of us.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge first day. So we are currently in Heat 7. This is Natakron right now on his backhand. Loving that drop knee style right there. Wraps it around there. He wants to get around this section. Goes a little more vertical here. A sleepier part of the wave. And unfortunately wasn't able to get that last turn in. But beautifully done. Natakron had a great run last year in the Maldives. So he's definitely going to be wanting to improve a little bit more from last year.
How did he do last year? Sorry, I didn't get it.
He if I'm not wrong, he did pass a couple rounds. I'm gonna have to double check into where he got, but he was surfing beautifully, and I think he does really well in these right-handers because we were at Cokes as well, another
Okay.
right-hander, very different reef, but you know he seems to be a comfortable goofy footer on his backhand.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful surfing from Natagron 9 from Thailand. This is also last of Shidong Woong. Oh no, this is live action from Shidong Woong. Just the difference between Shidong and Natagaron is Shidong is more compressed. He's more compressed on his surfing. They do both have, they're both goofy backside style. We'll keep talking about that, but first we're gonna go to an interview and we'll be right back with you guys.
All right, I'm standing by the last heat winner, Jung Woo-jun from Korea. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How is the condition? You are on point every wave. You had a good 2 waves to be in the first place. But how is the condition?
I think just my surfing condition is a little bit good, so I think, and then all tracing in the waves is a little bit good. So good.
Are you nervous being here for the first time for the first interview, or were you more nervous in the water?
Just more than in the air, so a little bit nervous.
Right. I'd like to know about yourself a little bit more. So where do you practice surfing in Korea?
Always Yangyang or different South Korean just surfing beach.
Do you surf every day, pretty much?
No, now I went to the school, so I went always just Saturday or Sunday.
Only Saturday and Sunday. So you said you are attending to school now, and how old are you now?
Now just my school is vacation, so I went coming there.
Oh, cool. And any other country that you've been to for practicing surfing?
Yeah, in Japan and Bali.
Oh, you've been to Japan. So where about Japan do you go to for practicing surfing? And do you have a coach there?
Yeah, I have the coach there, and my coach is Rotet-san, and I was surfing always Ichinomiya or Shidashita or Ioka.
Wow, Uratet-san is one of the legend pro surfer from Japan, and he is a very famous coach actually. So, so you've been to Japan, Bali, and practicing surfing in Korea on Saturday and Sunday. But when on the weekdays, do you do anything for surfing?
No, I think no.
Just studying.
Yeah.
Okay, and is this your first time in India?
Yeah, my first time.
Do you like it, or how is it so far?
I think just very good. The surfing point is very good, and just food is too delicious.
Yeah, I love the food here as well. But would you like to say something to your supporters, friends back in your country, in your language?
항상 응원해주시고 이제 돌봐주시고 해주셨던 분들 정말 감사드리고 저희 스폰서분들께도 정말 감사드리며 제일 이제 아버지에게 제일 큰 감사를 하겠습니다.
All right, thank you so much and congratulations. Good luck in the next round. All right, back to you guys.
All right, amazing. Thank you so much, Ty. Beautiful interview from our last heat winner. And with that, we're just going to have a quick replay and recap of what we missed during that interview with Dai. So we are on the screen right now. That is the lineup of Mahabalipuram. So the fisherman kind of looks like went out. And this is a replay of Natakron, our surfer in blue from Thailand. Good 2 opening turns here. This wave gets a little sleepy here, but it looks like he managed to get around this section and finished it strongly. So that was really well done from our man in blue. Right behind him, red is really impressing me with his surfing. He's a beautiful style there. And green, Lele, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, Green definitely is improving, little by little. This was his 3.67, the best he's had so far. Nice 3 turns to the whitewash. They just arrived last night. I'm not sure if they've surfed here before or not, but he's performing well. 4 roundhouse to the whitewash. That wave did not have a lot of face in front of him, but he did take advantage of it. That's a 3.67. Shidong Wu is in first place. He's got a 4.93 and a 6.00, a surfer from China. Here it is again, live action from Shidong Wu. Great surfer, beautiful backhand style, really critical and a lot of spray, a lot of strength in his maneuvers. This is Natakron 9 from Thailand. Nice choice of wave, good wave selection, big, nice hit off the top there. Staying close to the whitewash, reading the wave real well. Fortunately, he closes out in the inside. But both of them managed to have good scores. Here we have, again, Shidong Wu in action. Great surfer. You could tell he's a powerful surfer. He's only 17 years old, really young kid from China. We're talking about how the Chinese culture, the surfing has improved so much in the last 10 years, having a representative in the Olympics as well. That was his 5.50, his last wave. So he's got a 6 and a 5.50, 11.50 total. First place, Shidong Wu from China. Second place, our rider from blue, Natakron 9, the both goofy footers. This wave is kind of good for goofy footers. You can stay in that pocket. You can use all your core in your bottom turn, get that whip off the bottom turn and put it right where it needs to be, that board precisely next to the lip, and throw a lot of spray. So it is an advantage for some of the goofy footers.
Yep, and speaking of, here is our man in red. Beautiful section there. Sets it up again, goes a little more vertical there. Gets around this sleepy part of the wave, stalls a little bit here to gain some speed. So I'm really liking the work from Shidong Wu. He gets past this rock, and this wave starts to bowl up for him again. This board is looking super lively under his feet right now. So I think that's definitely going to be one of the best waves for Shidong Wu. He really killed that.
He milked it, like they say. He milked that wave, took out all the juice that was left in that fruit. Did like 7 turns. 7 turns to the beach. We're going to see what the judges like. Because sometimes the judges are looking for powerful maneuvers. Sometimes it's not the quantity, but the quality of the maneuvers. We do have the first day. This is the opening day. Day number 1, Monday, August 4th. Heat time, 20 minutes. You got 3 riders. Each have a different color, so the judges know. The best 2 scores out of as many waves as you can catch are going to be the ones that are going to have your overall score, which is 20. Excellent. Heat score would be one wave a 10, another wave a 10. Best 2 scores. That averages out for your total score. And out of the 3 surfers, 2 advance, and 1 goes to the elimination round, repecharge, what you want to call it. The good thing is everybody surfs at least twice.
Yep, you're right. That is a great opportunity, having that Repertoire round gives you a second chance. But, just a bit of background info of our man, Natakron. He has been not only representing Thailand in Asia, but he has represented Thailand during the ISAs. He went to El Salvador, I think was the last time he represented them internationally. He is only 17 years old, so a tall, bit of a man-child there. And he is locally from Khao Beach in Thailand.
Talk about the man, the myth. Here we have our young, strong, mature surfer from Thailand. It's not his first rodeo. We can see his confidence out there. Great surfing, These are heats. Like I always say, you don't need to win the heats. You just need to make it through. What you want to win is the final. That's the one you want to win. But here, it's important just to make it through, to get that second. So, if you were Natakaron, sorry, how do you say it?
Natakron.
Natakron 9. If you were Natakron 9, a good strategy would be just to sit on third, Just sit on third, see what third's doing. You don't really need to worry about winning the heat. You need to worry about making the heat. Green, what's he need? Let's do the math. Green is looking for a 7.83. So he does need a lot to take over Natakron 9.
That's a pretty solid score, especially on a day like today where it might not be as consistent as maybe a beach break where you can kind of find your own area and spot and find a wave away from priority. This is a point break, and the priority system is super important. So it's looking pretty difficult right now for our man in green with just under 2 minutes left. He's going to have to find the best wave of this heat.
I'm sorry, I made a mistake. He doesn't need a 7.3. He needs less. He only needs a 5.5, around there, if my calculations are right. But here, Natagron is doing a great job in trying to get a little further from third place. Nice wave. He took it a little wide, made it around that section. Last turn, that's a good wave. It might be his best. I don't know if it's going to be his best wave, but might better that 3.93 and make it a little bit harder for green. While we have the heat winner, Shi Dong-woon. Wow, great surfer. You can tell he's already having a victory lap, like we said. Out in first place by a long margin, 6.0, 7.17. One of the best waves we've had of the day by this great rider, Shi Dong-woon from China. Great surfer, excellent job.
Yeah, 717 and a 6. That is a great way to get past your first round. He's going straight into round 3. So it's MD Hassan with a bit of work to do here on this inside. Bit of a fatter section here. The wave starts to bowl up for him again. What will he do here? Does he get the score? We're going to be staying with this heat because there are some big and important scores to come through right now.
Yes, we definitely know that first place, I don't think nothing's going to change with that. Shi Dong-woon way out in the priority position. I mean, the pole position. First place, 6.0, 7.17. Nathan did better his last wave, I think. He's going to change that 3.93, so it's going to make it a little bit harder. Here we have our heat winner. Shi Dong, excellent surfing, just really compressed. Beautiful backside turns. Wow, that was his 7.17 without a doubt. 3 excellent, maneuvers off the top in the most critical part of the wave. Does manage to go all the way to the inside. Oh, this was his last wave, so we haven't seen the score of this last wave yet. Let's see, Blue's last wave. This is the one that I was saying that he might better. It's 3.93. Nice little hit off the top to start the wave. That's a better hit off the bottom. Boom, makes it 3 in a row. Not much transition work, which is excellent. Top to bottom. Great fluidness. How do you say it? Flow?
Flow.
Great flow. Great performance. Power surfing. Nice hits. There's his last wave, 5.43. Does better his score. We're still waiting on a couple waves. It was a nice heat, huh? We like to say, I'd like to give a big shout out to the media people helping us out. Toto, you're the man. Thanks for everything you're doing back there. I know it's a lot of hard work, and these guys are doing an excellent job today.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of a chaotic morning, as it always is on day one, but it's been super, super good until now, and it's going to be even better throughout the week. So with that, we're going to wrap this one up. Going to go on a quick ad break and see you guys in the next heat.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this year's ASF Asian Surfing Championship here in India, Tamilnadu, Mahabalipuram. We are going to watch heat number 8 with 2023 winner Dani Widarto from Indonesia, Ahmad Al-Rafei from Kuwait, and Abdul Rahman Haider from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I am Afridun Amu, and together with me, Lele from Argentina, our Olympian.
All right. We got live action straight into it. Red from Indonesia. Big floater, get around that section, a fast wave, beautiful roundhouse cutback all the way to the wide. Oh, he gets a little stuck, loses a little speed, doesn't come off his board though yet. Wow, what a great way. Nice snap, nice connection off the top. What can he do in this inside? Beautiful last hit. Wow, what a great way to start your heat. A rider from Indonesia, Dani Widarto.
It's great to see Dani surfing these kind of waves, more technical waves, because we've seen him surfing those barrels and cokes in the last years, and it was amazing. But seeing him also showing the same kind of technique, the same kind of quality, and this more technical wave really shows that he's a full all-around surfer, and man, it's just a matter of time until he has his breakthrough.
I think so. I mean, Indonesia obviously proving grounds for such amazing surfers. You know, we talk about Rio Inaba, of course. This is the last wave. Gets a lot of speed. We were talking about this, Afri, you know, get that speed floater. Now he gets in touch with the wave. Open face, beautiful round cutback. Gets a little, you know, loses a little tempo there, but straight back into it, you know, snap, nice little off the tip, off the top there, and finishes strong with an off the lip. Lot of variety in that wave. A lot of good maneuvers. Kept his speed up. There was a little hickle in the middle of the wave, but
I wonder what happened there. It almost felt like he thought the wave will be steeper, and then he ended up sort of like in a flat spot.
yeah, I feel like yeah, exactly. You know, he was going down the line, he was going fast, and all of a sudden he like had to switch that timing, that speed, and it got kind of stuck. You know, his rail kind of dug in a little, so he had to readjust. But it was a beautiful first wave. You know, it's gonna be obviously. I'd probably go into the very good. You know, very good. I'm not sure if it's gonna fit in that excellent range, but definitely very good.
So if in this kind of conditions, what do you reckon? Does it make sense to really focus on the first part and try to do like a big maneuver at the beginning, or really go for quantity and try to stick on the wave, match the speed, and try to put like many cuts into it?
You know, I think it's all about quality over quantity. I think if you can do two good, really good turns in the most critical part of the wave, which is probably the beginning of the wave, if you can connect two good turns, it's going to be as good as doing 7 turns to the beach, mediocres. So I'm all about the quantity over quality, and I think the judges have been scoring that. Danny's last wave was a 7.50.
Wow.
Here he is up and riding again. I don't know how he got back up so fast.
Such-
Beautiful wave. Wow. Huge snap. Nice. Wow, what a fast surfer. You know, all these Indonesia guys are so fast in their surfing. They're so fluid, too. So much flow, so much power, so much style. Everything the judges like to see. He's already in the first 5 minutes, he's already done a pretty excellent heat. That's definitely going to be it's going to be right up there, too.
And
Wow.
I love how different his style is compared to Mega style. He's so smooth. You said it, like, he's stylish, man. It almost feels like he's surfing a fish, though still, you know, he generates the power. But if you compare it, for example, to Mega Artana, who had the first excellent wave this day on heat number 4, he is super compressed, super powerful, you know, like generating so much speed and exploding, whereas Danny, it feels like he's just having fun out there.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of Rio, no? Doesn't he? Like spicy, really strong, powerful, a lot of speed. You see that in a lot of Indonesian surfers, you know? I feel like they all kind of, obviously, what you were saying, Megas, it's got a different style, a different approach to the wave. But you do see a lot that are really quick. They're really compressed, they're quick, they're spicy, they're fast. They got a lot of flow in their surfing. And then, you know, it's so hard to do that because you got to be able to do that in small waves, you know? That's like the number one, like that's like the number one point is be fast, be spicy, be powerful. 7.67, so he's already got 2 amazing waves in the first 5 minutes of the heat. He can just cruise, take it easy now, maybe wait for another big wave. Don't try to get into that, you know, interference position that could ruin your score. And what's crazy about the Indonesian surfers is they're so good in small waves and they can perform so well in big barreling slabs and amazing, you know, international power waves.
And even Indonesia, that is in the surfing world, you know, part of the surfing world for so many years, for decades, you still see a huge development in the last couple of years. Because, you know, everybody knows Indonesians surf good wave, perfect wave, very good. But the problem in the past was most of the time when the conditions weren't ideal, you know, challenging conditions, side shore, a little bit of bump and this and that, then you wouldn't see a lot of Indonesian surfer really ripping because they're used to perfection. You know, like in Indonesia, you wouldn't go out surfing so waves. You would always wait for the perfect ones because you have the constant swell, constant offshore. But the generation changed, man. It's not like that anymore. These days, somebody like Danny, somebody like Mega, they can surf anything, and they prove it in here. This is a very technical wave, you know. Like the last days, the swell was a little bit bigger. We had a barrel section, so they were ripping. Everybody was expecting them to rip. But now, when it started to get more technical, it's really amazing to see that they know how to surf this kind of conditions too. That's Indonesia, but we also have Kuwait and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia surfing against each other, not only in this heat, but also when it comes to the qualification for the Asia Games. Because the way you qualify for next year's participation of surfing, which by the way is the very first time surfing is part of the Asia Games, is either by being one of the best scoring countries in this event or to get a regional qualification. And the regions that are divided the divisions in Asia made by the OCA is by Central Asia, South Asia, West Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia. And Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, they are both surfing in the West Asian part. So it's an interesting one from that respect. And since it's run number 1, it won't make a huge difference because all the surfers you see here, they will have a second chance even if they don't qualify directly to round number 3. Because round number 2, you will have the second last and last surfers having another chance to stick in this tournament to not only serve for the championship, for the crown of Asia, but also get qualified for the Asia Games.
What an important event. What an amazing opportunity for all these great athletes from all these different regions of the world of Asia. And I want to ask you about that, Afri. So it is a team effort for that individual spot, right?
Exactly.
So the team, say right now, it is for open men and open women. We're not talking about juniors. We're talking about just open, right?
That's correct.
So right now we're giving out, there's going to be 7 opportunities, 7 qualifications
For the
Asian
best
Games.
for the best ranked countries, yes, and another 5 for the regionals.
Okay.
But let me double check that.
Yes, let's double check that because it is a huge qualification opportunity for this history in the making event here in India in Mahabs, state of Tamilnadu.
I mean, you had a lot of situations like this.
Yes. Yes, I have.
Qualifiers, thinking of the Pan Am Games and
Yes.
obviously the Olympics. Is that something you feel while you're in the heat?
Whew.
Danny with a quick dip decided against that wave, loses priority, but since he has got 2 big scores, have both other surfers in a combo situation, it doesn't really matter. So
Yes.
back to my question. How do you feel in a heat like this? I mean, already for itself, it's quite high stakes, right? It's the Asian Surfing Championship, the Continental Championship.
Yes.
But if you know, this is also qualifier, by the way, not only for the Asia Games, but also for the finals for the Alas Games, which we're going to talk about more in detail soon. Is that something you have on mind when you go into the water?
It's obviously something that's in your mind, but you don't want to make it the concentration of your mind, because you know that you're in an important stage. This is an important contest. There's a qualification on the line for the first ever Asian Games, surfing to be part of it. You could win that slot. But what I was talking about, it's not about you, it's about your team too. And this is what it's cool about these championships, because surfing is an individual sport, but this is what's unique about the championships and the ISA, International Surfing Association, the World Games and the Pan American Games. It's obviously you got to perform your best individually in the water, but you also got to be there for everybody outside of the water. So it is important for your teammates to do as well as you do. But the best way for you to help your teammates is if you do you and you do well.
Well put.
But talking about the qualification, it's obviously in your mind. It's obviously in your head. You're always thinking about it. You're like, oh, this isn't important. But don't make it the center of your concentration. Just remember, go heat by heat, step by step, wave by wave, paddle by paddle. Concentrate on that, because if you concentrate on that specific detail and focus your mind on the now and the here and what do we need to do, take away that thinking of, oh, this is a qualification for the Asian Games. No. Blue right there should be, okay, I need a wave. I need to paddle deeper. I got priority. I got third priority. What should I do? I already have a 2.17. Think about what you need to do specifically in that moment. Don't take your mind somewhere else. Take it in that moment and try to enjoy it. And that's the way you're going to do your best. So there's 3 competitors in the water. First competitor is you. You're your first competitor. You need to focus on you and how you can perform well. Your second competitor is Mother Nature. Try to be connected with Mother Nature. Try to be on the right waves. Be in the right position. Get the right set, And third, obviously, is the other competitor. See what you can do with priority, with strategies.
Up and riding, Surfer and Red, Dani from Indonesia, super smooth, reading the wave, still sticking on it, and tries to do a little bit of something, a little bit of magic at the end. Is he going to the air?
It looks like it. Oh, he's going to save it. He's going to save it. He's going to save it for another heat. Beautiful surfing by Dani Widianto from Indonesia. What we were talking about, he already did his job. He did his job in the first 2 waves. He's got a 7.5, 7.67. Boom, nice first turn. Gets those fins throwing in the air.
Yeah, and with scores like this already, you can really play around,
You can play around. You can be loose. Look for that air. Start maybe positioning yourself in different part of the waves, just in case you're on the other side of the result and you're third and you need a score. You start playing around. I heard the rock They call it the Elephant Rock.
Elephant Rock, yeah.
Remember I asked you, I'm sure that rock has got a name, and it is called the Elephant Rock. So you can start playing around the rock, not in the peak, you know? Because you also got to put yourself in that losing situation. Because everybody always thinks, oh, yeah, my heat's going to go great. I'm going to get the first wave. I'm going to kill it, boom, beam. But what if it doesn't, Humphrey? What if your heat doesn't go the way you plan it? So you already got to try to think of your plan B, plan C. So if it does happen in the heat and you do, you know, you get a first wave and you fall, then you already know what plan B is going to be. Like, hey, plan B, I said I'm going to go by Elephant Rock, catch an inside wave, then come back to the peak. So see, there we have Elephant Rock. You can see it on the screen right there to the right. That rock right there is called Elephant Rock, and it is in the middle of the wave.
Surfer in green, Abdurrahman Haider on his second wave. And just before we saw Ahmad Al-Rafi from Kuwait surfing his third wave. So even though it's going to be a tough one surfing here against Danny, still this is all experience, this is all knowing the spot better for the incoming heats to come for the Arab surfers here. And man, believe it or not, it's quite a paddle. It might not seem to be that way if you look at Ahmad here, but there is a constant rip. So whenever I passed Elephant Rock that you just mentioned,
Yes.
I actually just paddled back to shore and went right next to the rocks because I felt like might make sense to save some energy. But then again, in a heat of 20 minutes, 5 minutes left, you might just decide, put it all out there and paddle hard. So Danny on his way back. Matt, I have to say, I really enjoyed hearing you telling us about all those wisdoms you gained in the Olympics and the World Surfing Games and everywhere. And I mean, it makes sense, right? Not think of anything else than your competition. Up and riding, surfer in blue.
Wow.
Once again, Ahmad Al-Rafi paddle back straight in and now tries to stick on this wave. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't really generate the speed to get out of the whitewash.
It was a good wave. It was a good wave for Ahmad. He's slowly building the house, you know. He's got a 0.77, then he got a 2.17. That last wave, a 1.60. It was the best wave he's gotten. Unfortunately, he gets stuck right here, and he falls off his board. But it was going to be probably the best score if he would have kept going and done another, maybe just a closeout section turn or one little turn in the face. But it's good, you know, it's an important wave. There's only 3 minutes left. He's in second place. He needs to get a little more ahead of Green. You know, Green has still got a big opportunity to jump into that second place and then advancing spot.
Well, one might think that since it's a three-man's heat in the first round and only the first one will advance to round number 3, whenever we have 4 surfers in round number 4, it will be 2 that go straight to round number 3. By the 3-man, it will be 1. Nevertheless, it makes a difference whether you're team number 2 or number 3 because it's the seeding, you know. In round number 2, depending on whether you are second position or third position, you will have a better spot. And this is another thing that I find very interesting, you know. Often it's said if it's not a qualification, if it's, you know, not an event where it really makes a difference, it's still the seeding that makes a difference. Thinking of the next World Surfing Games, for example, it won't be an Olympic qualifier, but nevertheless, the seeding for the next qualifier depends on your scoring in the next World Surfing Games.
I mean, all events are important, you know. All events are important because they're like stepping stones to that next important event, you know. And like you said, the seeding, of course, if the country does well in this event and the seeding makes them, you know, top 8, top 5, then next year their first round isn't going to be as difficult because they're going to be competing against countries that position under them. So every event is important to continue your performance, to continue your consistency in competing, but it is also important for next year's event. You always got to look at the step ahead. You know, what's in the, what we say, you know, you got your objectives, your goal. What's your long-term, short-term, middle-term goal? You know, my short-term goal, what is it? Do good in this contest. My long-term goal is do really well in this contest so next year I can start really well and do even better in that contest. So you always got to think about, like, hey, short-term is do really well in this contest ahead of me, in this wave ahead of me. Go to the shortest-term goal you can. Last minute, we got Danny, kind of like a victory lap, we can say here. What a Amazing surfer. Fast. Wow. Nice snappy turn back into that whitewash. Does it again. Looks like he's wanting to go big. Here is this off the lip. Little foam climb. Another foam climb. Gets around it. Gets in front of that wave. He's going to try to look for that air. You can see it. You can see in his body language. He's looking. Wow. Another slash. Unfortunately, comes off that board, but amazing surfing. He is a young kid. Has had a lot of good performance over the past. Looking at his Instagram, and he has a lot of results. Does longboard too. He's a longboarder surfer as well.
He's a full-on waterman.
Wow.
And even for him, it must be special surfing here with this beautiful surrounding. Look at this, the temple right in front of us, right next to us when we go surfing. It's amazing having a scenery like this. And you know what? It's not just the temple right next to us. It's actually also the temple underneath us. We were talking about this. This beautiful temple you can see, but there are another 6 temples underneath the water. One of the boomies in the far out apparently is made by the temple. So amazing scenery. And you will see more of this surfing of the first round of the Asian Surfing Championship right after the ads. Thank you.
We'll be right back.
From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 2025 ASF Asian Surfing Championship here in beautiful Tamilnadu, South India, Mahabalipuram. And together with me, a special guest, the president of SFI, Arun Vasu, will join the next heat and will tell us more about surfing in India, surfing here in beautiful Tamil Nadu. Welcome, Arun.
Thank you, Afri. Great to be here, and nice to have you all here at Mahabs.
My friend, thank you so much for having us here. It's an amazing experience so far. Not only the beautiful wave that you deliver us, that you allow us to surf right next to the temples. Underneath are even temples, I've heard, but also the hospitality, the amazing food, everything. So it's a pleasure being here together with you. Whole Asia is looking at us, and we love being here for the very first time in India, but I'm sure it won't be the last time.
No, it's, for us, having the ASC here is it's actually a kind of a dream come true. Sometimes we have to pinch ourselves to see that it's actually happening here. So, we are excited. We are really thrilled that we got so many teams to come here for this event. So, let's just hope the waves are good to us.
Absolutely. We want to know everything about surfing in India. But before that, let us have a quick look on the next heat. Since heat number 9, there were only 2 participants. We will continue with heat number 10. But we will dive into that. There we go. No, actually, sorry, my mistake. Since it's round number 1, we still have to find out who will proceed immediately to round number 3. And the second placed will go to round number 2. So it's Pajar Ariana from Indonesia surfing against Esa Alessa, the captain of Team Kuwait. Arun, surfing, still a young sport here in India. Tell us, what was the very first steps of Indian surfing, the very first steps of SFI that allow us to be here?
Yeah, so SFI was formed back in 2012 by two young gentlemen, Kishore and Ram, who live in Mangalore, Mulki. And, we kind of started off here, or I got into it in 2012, more as a CSR, promoting a couple of fishermen from the Kovalam community. So, I didn't think I'd be sitting here as part of SFI in those days. So it was kind of an organic growth. When we started, there were just a couple of schools that time coming up. And over the years, we started hosting the nationals and building what we started having this thing called the Kovalong Surf Music Festival, which again started small, and the last one we had was in 2023, where we had 35,000 people who came for this. So
I don't. There's so much so much we want to know about surfing in India, the SFI, and we'll continue with this. Luckily, we'll have you on the spot. But before we do that, let's go to Lele, who's got Danny Widarto, last heat's winner, on the mic.
All right, everybody, we got last heat's winner, Danny from Indonesia, with one of the highest combination heat totals of the event. Danny, my man, how do you feel? How's the waves? How's it going?
The waves so fun, a little bit smaller, but still have some wall, and yeah.
How is it compared to Indonesia? Is there any wave like this? Like, which wave would you say, oh, this is a good training wave for Mahab?
I think Indonesia, in Kuta, in Bali, I think no have, but I learning for small wave. I just keep learning small wave and sometimes big waves too, like, yeah, mix, yeah.
So whereabouts in Indonesia do you usually surf, and who are your inspirations back home?
I surf in Bali, Kuta, Bali, and at Halfway, my inspiration like Rio Waida.
Yeah, Rio, the good man, Rio. You're looking good, man. You're trying to go for that. I know it's a long contest ahead of you. I know there's a lot on the line. You got the Asian Games. I'm sure you're going to be going to the World Games too. But you also do some longboarding. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, just both longboard and surfboard. Sometimes small wave, longboard, big wave, surfboard. Yeah, like mix.
Nice, nice. And is this your first time in India? And and if it is, or if it's not, let me know. What do you think about the place? What do you like about India? How you liking it? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of waves around here, to explore, but what is your output on this beautiful place?
I've been 3 times here. 2019 in Kovalam and 2023 here for the QS and here again. The waves so good and the food like butter chicken so good.
And I heard you won this in 2023, right? The Asian Surfing Championships. How's it feeling? Are you motivated to get up there and do it again?
Yeah, because last year I lose in semi-final, but not have backup. I have 9, but not have backup. And yeah, I hope I go final this year. Yeah, just keep rolling.
And what board are you using? Can you tell me a little bit about your board? Because it looks really spicy and really fast on your feet.
This Flanagan surfboard is carbon 510, and they are good for small wave.
All right, Danny, my man, if you want to give any shouts out to your people back home, here's your chance.
Terima kasih buat Kemenpora PSO Indonesia telah mendukung saya, dan terima kasih semua.
All right, Danny, the man. We're back to you guys.
Gracias, Lele from Argentina, and terima kasih to Danny from Indonesia. I'm here with Arun, the president of SFI. And Arun, you know Danny. He's been here a couple of times. What do you think of his surfing?
No, he's been here 2-3 times, like he mentioned before, and, to the Kovalong event and WSN. I mean, he's a great guy. I mean, an amazing surfer. I think he's got a big fan following in India. And what I like about him is he's so humble. He's just doesn't you don't. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, and there's a big connection between India and especially Bali, right? Being a very unique island in Indonesia.
Yeah. So of course Bali is a Hindu island, and also we've had a lot of relationship with Bali from the time we got into surfing in 2012, 2013. A lot of the judges used to come for all our events over the years. So we've actually learnt a lot from the people in Bali, and we're really grateful. And I think we have a special bond. And yeah, I'm a big fan of the Indonesians.
Another Indonesia actually seated number one, Pajar Aryana, currently in the heat, leading. He was last year's champion of the ASF Asian Surfing Championship. You were just saying you learned a lot from the Indonesians. You told us SFI still being a young federation. What was the biggest push? What was the point where you guys decided, hey, let's go. This is something we can grow this. We can bring the joy of surfing to India, and it will work like it does, as everybody can see.
Yeah. So I was asked to take over and head it in 2020, and since then it's, of course, there's a lot of groundwork to be done. A lot of processes to be put in place, and because I think the years before that, we were just trying to promote surfing in India, just to say, hey, this is a sport, because many people didn't know what it was about. So I think we did a good amount for the first, 8-9 years. And from 2020 onwards, we started focusing on the actual athletes and sending them abroad. So yeah, for me, it was one, of course, sending the team for the World Games in El Salvador. Then we went for 2 of the ASCs, of course, in Maldives. And a lot of training came in. So we started sending them, to the Maldives, to Bali. We had a couple of coaches. I mean, Ivan, who's in Bali as well. And of course, so it's been a progressive growth. And I'm happy. I mean, when we went for the ASC the last 2 years, and India was, from nowhere, everyone's like, where are these guys from? So it was, it's been a very fulfilling growth.
Is the replay of last wave from surfer in red, Pajar Aryana, with a nice high line there, but then decided to wait for a wave with a little bit more power, still leading the heat against Essa Alessa from Kuwait. I'm here together with Arun, the president of SFI. Arun, tell us, what is it that drives you? You are a big supporter. The SFI is a big supporter of your athletes, obviously. It was amazing working together with you, building up this 4th ASF Asian Surfing Championship. You're so dedicated to this. What is it that you want to see? Why is it that you are doing this for the sport, for India?
I ask myself that many times. So, well, you have to have a little madness and passion, I think, to, push any sport. And of course, surfing was never my primary sport. It was actually windsurfing for a couple of decades. But once I, got into it and I saw it, and I thought this is something that, of course, it was easy to push in the fishing communities, and the talent was there. So it excited me. So I think once we started, the new council got in, and I have a great team of supporters, with Nawaz and Jehan and Somdev and Ram and everybody. We've had a good, I think, strength from each one of them. It's like everybody has one great input to put in. So yeah, I mean, like I said, it was not anything that any of us had, any clear vision in the beginning. I think it grew on us, and today, at this point, to see the Indian team actually being up there competing with the best in Asia, is amazing. So yeah, we're all have some craziness, and I've pulled in a couple of friends and tell them to join the crazy journey.
Nice. We just saw Pajar selling the wave to Essa, who lost his priority on the last wave. And now Pajar again can wait to get a better score than his current 2.2. He wants to drop that. And maybe that's the wave he was looking for. Going for a strong paddle, high line. And now looking at this section to generate some speed there. Still, wow, going vertical on this part of the wave. Now it's about being high, because the last section is the one that still generates some potential for big scores. Is he going high? Nice. Again, getting his board out of this. It's a technical wave, especially on your backhand, but that should be the best wave so far for Pajar. It's interesting to see that he's going way lower, way more to the flats as Danny did, for example, or Mega. That allows him to read the wave a little bit better, but on the other hand, might lose some speed there. But those two turns, the second one and then the very last one, will be enough to drop not only the 2.2, but actually get his highest score for this wave. Arun, so you were talking about having different people on the board with different tasks. I guess you're the visionary. What is the vision now? And now that you achieved so much, you know, the SFI, the Indian team participating in the World Surfing Games, first time in El Salvador, and not only participating in the Asian Championships last time, but also have the championships here and the Asia Games being there next year. What is the vision now?
Yeah, so see, few things have changed. Of course, all these years, it was a lot of private sponsors and a lot from my side as well, and a few friends who I had to bring in for sponsorship. So I think one big change this year is, finally we've got SFI's recognized body.
Congratulations!
Thank you. Which is a huge thing. Took us only 4 years to get, and many trips to Delhi. But that will now open up, some form of funding for the athletes, and we can actually have a team that, we can pay people to do their job, because otherwise it's all, as far as the council is concerned, it's all voluntary. So that is one thing, and I think the athletes now, what we are trying to, yes, we have a batch of them. The last 3 years we've been, again, privately running camps and all that. So now it will become more structured with the government coming in. So there's a lot of compliances and all sorts of things to follow now, which is good. So we are focusing on the next 2 generations actually. So some of the surfers competing today in the juniors are 8 and 10 and all that, but that's the progression we need, and this is what we've seen, like other countries like Indonesia, Japan, all of them, and do, which we are learning. Yes, we are very young compared to the rest, but I think we are moving fast and moving in the right directions. So yes, the initial focus is on the Asian Games and somehow becoming the top 3 surfing nations in Asia, at least to start with. That is absolutely the vision. I think surfing now will grow in India. I think there's a great base we've created. So from here, it's whoever is going to be part of it, it's actually going to be much easier going forward. But yes, they have to be passionate. They have to be focused on what they want to achieve. Somebody has to keep pushing it.
And it's not only the population why India has got such a big potential for surfing, growing the sport, but also the coastline. The coastline of India is incredible. I'm not only thinking about the continental India, but also all the islands. So what about that treasure hunt, the surfing treasure hunt to find new waves, unexplored waves, perfect waves? Is there something going on with the SFI? Are you guys actually looking for all the surf spots that are around?
So see, just on the mainland, if you look at the East Coast, there's still some great points in the next states like Andhra Pradesh, Orissa, which are still great potential surf points, and we're trying to now, as part of SFI, we're activating all the other states, state associations. We've just asked them to form them, and there's a lot of work happening there, which will change that entire belt. The islands, yes, they are still unexplored. Of course, there have been a couple of surfers who've been to, say, Little Andamans, Lakshadweep, which is, world-class waves. So we have a mandate now. Also, it's our Prime Minister's pet project to develop Lakshadweep as well. So we are definitely going to be looking at that, and hopefully we have an ASC there in the next couple of years, which will be mind-blowing.
Wow. Meanwhile, Essa on his third wave, a couple of nice check turns at the beginning, generating some speed, using his priority. There we go. Getting that wave away from Pajar. His focus is to stay on the wave, generate the speed he needs to surf it all the way down. But decides to give it another shot in the remaining 2 minutes. And after that, right behind Elephant Rock, you can see Pajar. I love that it's called Elephant Rock. Is that because of the shape, or what is the reason?
I think the local Mahab surfers named it that.
Right. Nothing to do with the goddess, though, Ganesha.
No,
Okay.
Not that rock.
Okay. So that is heat number 9. Last minute remaining from this heat. Have you surfed here, Arun?
Yes. Of course, I mean, Kovalam is closer and the surf school is more convenient there, so we surf a lot there. There are like 4 or 5 points that have come up there over the years, but Mahabs is actually a much nicer, it's especially for us intermediaries. We're not professionals, it's more forgiving.
Not yet. Surfing is developing, your surf skills are developing, so one day. Wow. Beautiful snaps there from the surfer in red, preparing his last maneuver here. But then the lip got him. Still enough to stay in the lead in the last test seconds. So that means Pajar Ariana will go to round number 3, and Essa Alessa will have another chance to stay in this championship or even get a qualification for Kuwait for the Asian Games 2026. I was here with my friend Arun Vasu, the president of SFI. I hope we'll have you in booth more often. It's interesting. It's amazing to hear all the stories of surfing in India, the SFI Surfing Federation in India. We'll continue with heat number 10 after the ads. Thank you.
Thank you, Afi.
From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, we're back live with Dai in the booth here, and I am Percival, down from Pondicherry. I have grown up also in India, and we're starting with action straight away. Our surfer in blue, followed by our surfer in red. A nice exchange. We had Cheng Zhen Wang, both Chinese surfers, and Liu Chen in blue. Yeah, just waiting on their scores to come in. Tell us a bit about what the ocean is doing. What is the rhythm right now?
Right, as the tide drops in, but here is the reply of lots of blue. Nice, couple of turns, but unfortunately comes unstuck on the last section at the back. This is surfing red. Nice couple of turns out there. So as I said, the tides is going out, I think, and it's running kind of faster than what we had this morning, but it's peeling beautifully off the rock and just breaking nicely, running down the point. So it's very perfect right-handers for the competition, I think.
Yeah, it was a bit sectiony at the start in the morning with the high tide, but it looks like it definitely cleaned out quite a bit. And there was, I think, in Mega's heat and the heats after that, it looked like it was a little bit bigger.
Right.
And then now it kind of looks like it's slowing down in size a little bit, but we still have those nice lines that are coming through, so that's cool.
As we reach out to the low tide, and then we're gonna have the oceans coming back to the shoreline as the tide is coming in, and we'll probably have more waves coming in and getting more consistent. So hopefully, it definitely will be improving the situation condition. And this is a drone footage. What a beautiful setup.
So here you can really see the whole temple setup over there, and if you see further out to land, that's where the sunken temples are.
To the right.
Yeah, to the right of the screen. Yeah.
Screen. You can see a little bit of a whitewash. So there is another temple underneath. Actually,
Yeah.
because
I was not sure what it is actually exactly,
right.
but they're still doing research about what it is. It might be some sort of a port kind of town, or it might be temples. They're not fully sure, but yeah.
But there's something underneath.
There's something, yeah.
Definitely, it's an interesting factor, and this is the main temple on screen. What a setup! I was here 2 years ago for the WSL event here, and I didn't know about that. That we are actually surfing on something.
Yeah, it's super cool. And actually, it's really useful for us because when it's big, you have the set waves that break there first. And our surfer in red, up and riding with a lot of speed, but he's just getting caught behind the section quite a bit. And now he makes it to this face, but the wave is slowing down. He's looking to, just unload on the end section. So just the one turn, but it'll be a backup.
Right.
But he's definitely gonna try and replace that one for sure.
This is a first round, and here's a reply of the last red, just like you said, a little bit caught behind whitewash, but managed to put one solid turns in the last section that will put him remain his situation in the first place. So this is the first round, and you're not gonna be, kicked out.
Yeah, there's no risk here.
Right. So, but you kind of wanna be in the first place because you're going straight into the round 3.
Yeah, it definitely saves you quite a bit of work and also risk.
Right.
So you definitely want to try and get that position, skip straight into round 3, and our surfer in red taking good control of the heat from the start. He is also in first priority, I believe. So yeah, that's pretty good start to the heat.
You probably explained before, but you said you're from this area and been surfing this point quite a lot.
Yeah. So this is there's 3 main spots.
Right.
There's where I'm from, Pondicherry. Then there's here, and then there's Kovalong. Those are the 3 main go-to spots. Our surfer in green, his first wave, Mohamed Manan, getting some time on the lip, just a little float to get past the section, but he doesn't make it past. And that was our surfer from Bangladesh. And now we have our surfer from China, Liu Chen, with a solid first couple of turns, driving down the line, trying to get to the face. And it slows down a bit. Ooh, getting really close to the rock.
Wow, that was a beautiful ride from Surfer Blue Liu Chen. As I mentioned before, as the tide drops, there's a section that running away from you kind of, but you gotta manage to generate the speed and just getting out of that section so that you can get another section to hit or finish. But he definitely did some damage at the back.
Yeah, those 2 solid first turns. He's definitely gonna get a good score, and yeah, we're curious to see if it'll be a situation change as well.
Right. So
But
we are like we have like a 1 to 2 foot waves today, but what what it what it's gonna be like when it's like 4 foot or 5 foot?
oh, that first turn, yeah, super sick.
Mm.
Yeah, when it gets bigger, I mean, the takeoff's still pretty tricky because you have the backwash, which is even
Right.
stronger, the current, which is crazy, um, and um, and then that second section, which can be super hollow, but then you obviously have a lot of barrel opportunity. So some pretty nice barrels usually. Pretty nice barrels usually on the first section, and then
Right.
it opens up for turns. And honestly, like you can even get past the rock and just keep going, keep going, keep going for another 200 meters until you reach the bottom. It can be
Wow.
really sick, yeah. So we'll just be back. We have Afri on the beach interviewing our winner from the last heat.
I'm here with Asian champion, defending champion Praja, who just won the last heat. Mate, last year we had so many interviews because you will keep on winning your heats, and again, first round, you're winning again. Quite different to last year, though. I mean, last year we saw you ripping those, straight faces, and now it was much more technical. Tell us, what was your approach? At the beginning, I saw you trying to get some more waves, but then you changed your approach. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm start with bit mistake, kind of like taking the small one, but I changed like my mind, reset and wait for the set. Yeah, lucky to get 7 point. It's kind of slow out there and just keep it, wait for the wave. Yeah, different mindset.
And the trainings, was there anything specific of the wave that you realized and you tried to use in here, in this heat?
Before I training, a lot training in beach break because there's with like not a lot of power, different than Maldives. Yeah, a lot of beach break, kind of same like Kuta, Legian. Yeah, it was, yeah, that's it.
Okay, you're talking about Kuta, Legan, and Bali, you yourself being Balinese. How is the experience for you being here in India for the first time, coming from Bali?
Uh, my first time here. My mind like I come here like, yeah, I'm so happy to be come here. So excited, and then I go surf. There's a lot of jellyfish, but it's okay. It's fun. Good experience.
Nice. And is there anything you want to say to your fans back home in Bali?
Everyone at home, can I speak Indonesian?
Sure, yeah.
Terima kasih telah mendukung saya semuanya. Ibu, bapak, dan semua sponsor yang ada di Bali kayak Kemenpora, Surfing Indonesia, Ripco semuanya. Terima kasih telah mensupport ya.
Thank you, my friend. Best of luck. And back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Afri, and the last hit winner, Pajal. So Indian Indonesian team is getting stronger and stronger each year because I've heard that they train together pretty much every day at the beach, at the gym. They spend a lot of time together.
Man, so important to get that real team energy together and yeah, do I guess all the different things, right? The
Right.
surfing, the training. Yeah, some solid surfing, and we have our
wow.
2 surfers from China, Chengzhen Wang and Liu Chen, just ripping a couple of waves there.
Speaking of the team, Chinese teams is getting stronger as well. They spent a lot of time in Bali training with famous coaches, spent a lot of time in Australia. And what about Indian team? I know that the history is still new here in India, but on screen is a live action, surfing green, nice, generating speed, gets the first section, nice hit.
It almost looked like he was trying to go to the air there,
Right.
but yeah, overextended on that one and just lost it. But super interesting also that the Chinese team is going to Bali. I mean, Bali is such an amazing island. It has literally everything, right?
Right.
It has left hand barreling reef. It has right hander on the other side. It has beach break. It has everything you can
Right.
dream of. So it's like the perfect training ground. Here it's a little bit different. Like we have a lot of right-hand point breaks. So those 3 spots I talked about are right-hand point breaks, and just going with the surfer in the water, solid bottom turn to top turn combo, and that wave was really bowling out on that first section, so it gave him a really good opportunity to just not even go for a pump, but just go straight into the lip. And I think it'll just be that one turn, but will it improve his 5.5? We'll see. We'll see.
Wow, he's already locked in 5.5 and 7.50. 13 point in total. Here's a replay of the last.
Look at that.
Red.
Zero
Wow.
pump, just straight into that clean bottom turn to top turn.
That was a huge first time from Surfer Red. You know, I surfed a couple of times here, and I noticed that there's a wave, the 2 type waves actually, where you can get first section in the vertical, or like you have to kind of racing down the line and to get the first section. So it's either way, it's a good wave, but you gotta pick that wave that you like, right?
Yeah, you really gotta understand which wave is coming up and what's kind of right for you. Like, what do you want to race down? Do you want to be racing and maybe get a little bit progressive with the fins, or do you want to really be solid on your bottom to top turn and get a slower wave that really holds up for you? But yeah, so all these waves, right-hand point breaks, and then the thing is, in October, mid-October, all the currents change, and the sand starts moving over to the other side. So then it's mainly just beach breaky, like on the other side of the temple. You have just a bunch of lefts and rights and barreling stuff, and then the cyclone swells come in. So it's a complete different type of swell actually. Right now it's these like ground swells that come in from like kind of like Indo side and so on. But yeah, in the winter it's all cyclone swells, so it can be short period, it can be mainly shorter period kind of waves, but it can get quite big into the 6 foot range.
Wow.
5 to 6 foot, and we have a few spots that can hold that kind of wave as well. But yeah, very different type of surfing. But we do have those lefts that come in, so it's nice to have throughout the season lefts and rights. But like for example, my backhand is way better than my forehand because I just surf so much more on right-hand point breaks, because that's just what we have. The other side of the country has a lot of left-handers though, some really fast like sand point breaks. So yeah, you would have to like switch between coasts, go East Coast, West Coast, East Coast, West Coast.
Well, it's good to know that we have a lot of options in India, because last time I came here, I didn't have a clue to where to go. So I only surfed here, this point actually. So I couldn't explore other places. So I definitely love to explore more and just try new breaks.
Yeah. You should for sure. I mean, like this spot is a little bit isolated. There's not too many spots close to here.
Right.
But then you have Kovalong, which is just a 15-minute ride away, and there they have some 5-6 different spots, which are definitely worth trying out. I have a motorcycle with a board rack. Welcome to join anytime. We can go for a little surf trip.
Yeah, definitely. I'm down.
Show you
on a lay day or something.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure if we're gonna have a lay day, but the surfing is new to India history, and it's been about 20 years, I believe, and it's a very new sport. But how has it been? Is it getting bigger, or how is it improving?
So our first contest was in 2011, so I think that's 14 years of like competition.
Right.
The progression has been really interesting. I mean, at the start, like we were just a bunch of fools having fun in the water, and nothing really mattered, and everyone was happy just cheering each other on. And then slowly things got bigger. Our contests, we started mixing them with music and things like that.
Right.
Just looking at our surfer in the water right now, driving down the line and finding the open face and going for 2 nice maneuvers.
Wow.
Oh, and just losing the fins on the last one.
A little bit of a spice in the last section, but really love the first turn. Lays into the big carb. This is a replay of the last green. Nice first turn, throwing a bucket sprays. little bit check down from there and get little space and end, but unfortunately couldn't quite right out of it. So that was a surfer in green, Mohammed Manam from Bangladesh,
Yeah.
needing a score to go to the first. So 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this heat. We have surfing red in first, blue in second, third in green in third. So 750 and 617 for the surfing red. That is a huge score.
Yeah, and just trying to see what the requirements are, but yeah, both surfers in second and third definitely need to ramp it up quite a bit if they want to make it through to round 3 directly, with only 3 minutes on the clock to go. So yeah, not too much risk. I think now, right now, honestly, everyone's probably just gonna have a ball and try to have some fun out there. And the situation's probably not going to change much, but they know that they're still getting another chance to surf in the water, and yeah, the vibes are good.
Right, it's such a great opportunity to, for all the competitors that that you get the second chance. Always, like normal events, usually we don't really get the second chance. If you get knocked out in first round, and then you're just out of the event, but in this format, in this system, you get a second chance. So first, go straight into the round 3, and second, third can surf again in the round 2. So which is super nice to surf. And probably, like you said, these guys are just chilling out there, just having fun at the moment, or maybe just focusing on where to sit, because
just trying to understand the spot, learn, get into the rhythm, etc., so that they can make it through the next heat. Yeah,
that's so true. Because probably, when you surf outside of the event, there's so many competitors in the water, and you don't really see where to sit, or you kind of know, but you don't really know exact place where you want to sit. So it's a good time to actually learn and study.
Definitely a good time to have those repo rounds. And actually, maybe tell me a bit more about the format. How exactly is it? Do we just have one repo round at the start, or are there multiple repo rounds throughout the contest?
I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty sure the first round has the repo charge, and the second round, and round 3, and whoever wins the first and second goes into the round 4. I think that is the system, but I gotta check it out. I gotta make sure it's
we'll
right.
check it out for the next heat, because there's quite a few surfers. I heard it was 144 surfers.
Yeah.
So it's a lot. We have 10 days also to go, so a lot of competition to go. But hopefully a lot of time for these surfers to spend a lot of time in the water, learn how the spot works, and really get into the rhythm with the ocean. I was training out there this morning actually, and even though there's a lot of people, you still have like time and space to really find a place to sit and stuff. So that's really cool. And our surfer in blue looking for a high scoring ride. He's racing down the line. He goes to the air and lands it just a little too far behind the shoulder. Just going down.
As soon as he was racing down the line, I knew that he was gonna go to the air, and that was a nice attempt from surfer in blue. Nice projection, but unfortunately didn't quite stick to the landing.
There's something just so exciting about aerial surfing, right? Where it's like you can feel it, it's coming.
Right. You can feel the energy from the surfer, right?
Surfer getting ready to spring up, and super cool to see more aerial surfing also. Like, and I think it's only really started for us in the last couple of years, where we've seen more and more aerial surfing in India. So talking about the progression. Initially, we had a lot of, and that's our heat. So our surfer in red going through to round 3 directly, and the others going into the repo charge.
All right. With that, we're gonna go to the ad break, and we'll be right back after the short break.
See you guys.
A promise isn't just made. It's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
Welcome back to the Asian Surfing Championships. This is the 4th annual one. An incredible moment here in Mahabalipuram. I'm Jara Legati. I want to welcome back Dai Wako.
How are you, Jara?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm super good. I'm just excited to, watching this, all the actions. We had really great actions in the last heat number 10. Chen Jiang Wang was in the first place with a 7.5 and a 6 something. So in total, like 14 points. So that was a great heat. So we are now into heat number 11. We have Armed Agil from Maldives, Alfred Bad, and Julian Spack from Singapore.
Amazing heat in our hands. This is heat 11 of the day. We will be heading straight all the way through to heat 16. The women's are still on standby. We are not sure if we will be running the women's today just yet, but this on your screen right now, Alfred Bader from Lebanon. Good looking wave. Nice first turn there. Gets up and out. So pretty good start there for our man in blue. That is the first wave of this heat. So it's a beautiful day here in India. The sun is out. The birds, I noticed that there's a lot of birds here.
Oh, right. Actually, I did notice that too. And yeah, even right above us, I can hear they are above us. So we have a lot of birds, a lot of boats here because this is a fisherman village here in Mahabalipuram. This is on screen, something green. Julian's back from Singapore. Nice couple of turns to start with. That was his first wave of the competition.
Yep, so most of these surfers, or all of these surfers, this is their first heat, first time in the water. This is day 1 of the event. We've had beautiful waves ridden, a lot of good rides, and it's going to be a great week of action. This is such an important contest. We've said it a few times. It's the qualification to the Asian Games, and it's the first time that surfing is going to be present in the Asian Games as well. So everyone really wants to be there. Everyone wants to be part of it. And the qualification goes the top country in this event, as well as the top athlete, if I'm not wrong, in your category. I'll have to double check that right now. Sorry, the top country gets a slot, as well as the top Asian, the top country in your region, you get another spot as well. So that's how the qualification works in these contests. We had last year in Maldives, a couple countries get through, and this is the last one before the Asian Games next year.
So it's important to get a win here, but also important to get through as many rounds as possible, because you get still a slot if you are if you are number 1 in your Asian region. So it's important you getting through all the heat.
Yep, that's exactly right. And with 19 countries present and 127 entries, it's not easy out here.
So many competitors, so many good surfers in this round as well. So we have 16 heats of the men's round 1, and on screen it is something red, Ahmed Agil from Maldives. And I believe we're gonna have Parsi with the last heat winner.
All right, I'm here with Cheng Zheng Wu from the last heat, our heat winner. And yeah, how you were competing with your friend from China, right? You guys both from China. So how did it feel to compete with him?
Oh, I feel a little bit nervous, yeah. But I got a good wave, yeah. I finished, yeah.
So like, if you're surfing with him, is he usually surfing better, or you usually surfing better, or like same, or?
Of course, same, yeah. He better, yeah.
So this time you got the win over him, huh? Nice, cool. And do you guys like back home? Do you guys train together and everything?
Yeah, we're training together and yeah, we're training together.
And is it fun to like be in a team and hang out together and what kind of things do you do training together?
Can I speak Chinese?
Yeah, sure.
我跟他经常一起训练，然后 Top Boy 的朋友你们好，感谢你们。OK。
Super cool. If you want to say any other words in Chinese to friends, family, whatever it be about India or whatever, go ahead.
我
How has it been to come to India? When did you reach?
Oh, I don't know.
When did you come to India? 2 days ago, 3 days ago?
Last month, 23.
Last month. All right. And so you got good waves here, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Tell us about it.
The wave's so good and the local is cool. Yeah, everything good.
And the food?
Yeah, food. Yeah, I like the food.
You tried some spicy food?
Nah. No.
Try some spicy food, but be careful, not before the heat.
Okay, okay.
All right. Thank you. Super good job on that one, and have a fun day.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Percy. Our local commentator, he did an incredible job there with our last heat winner from China. We had 2 surfers from China in Heat 10. So stacked heat. This right now is our surfer from Maldives in the red. Good first opening turn there. Unfortunately, just goes over and out. That was a bit of a check turn, trying to get over that section, but wasn't really able to.
He seems like he's really relaxed surfing, and this is the first run. You're not gonna be getting out of this, getting knocked out of this event. Nice first turn, nice second turn, but kind of a little bit stuck on the second turn and trying to manage to the inside section. Here's a replay of Last of Blue. Nice first turn, throwing sprays, then come around the section, try to put second turn in, but unfortunately not really sticking to the landing. So 12 minutes to go in this heat. Ahmed Agil from Maldives is in first place at the moment.
Yeah, so live action. Alfred paddling back out there. He is sitting on a 4. Priority is with Green right now with 2.5 for his last one. Unfortunately, kind of fell off on that last turn. Wasn't really able to really ride out. This now is Alfred just keeping busy on the inside, catching waves, finding his rhythm out there. Just taking a look over our shoulder, it's kind of looking like there's a bit of an onshore wind starting. So we've had super glassy conditions up until now. It is currently 11:20 here in Mahabalipuram. It's a beautiful day. The sun's out. We've had great waves ridden. So Dai, tell us what your plan for the afternoon is if the women aren't on.
Oh, you asking me that question? I'll be surfing. I'll be surfing.
I don't doubt it.
But yeah, it's really fun beach break right hander at this praise. I really love the right-hander break because I used to surfing a lot on the Gold Coast, the Snapper Rocks and that. So I really love the right-hander. But this right-hander is actually super fun. You can manage to put a couple of turns at the back, and actually you can connect to the inside. And if you can, pass that rock in the middle section, and you can actually get a couple turns in after that. So it's a really fun wave.
All right. While there's a bit of a break in the action, if you
Right.
were a coach, what equipment would you tell your athlete to take out there?
Well, I would say just normal board. I don't really suggest you using smaller boards because it's bigger than what you think it is from the beach once you're in the water. It actually has a little bit of punch in it, so probably I personally I would use normal PU board. That totally works fine at the back.
All right. So normal PU board, no epoxies. It kind of sounds like you're trying to say that the wave has more power than what it looks like.
Well, to me, because I'm from Japan, we don't really have the punchy waves. So to me, yes, but probably for you guys from Bali, then I think it's really soft. But still,
Fair
super
enough.
fun wave.
All right. Perfect. And so normal PU boards
Right.
out there, and we're hoping to get a little bit more of an increase in the swell throughout the week. It would be amazing to get some of the conditions we got yesterday and the days before the contest started. We saw a lot of people drop amazing clips of the surfing out here. So hopefully that will come through later on in the week as we get deeper into the draw.
Right, definitely. I've seen some footage or pictures that breaking off the rocks actually it barrels really good when it's big. So really love to see the condition improving throughout the week. We have 10 days of event windows. This is a day number 1. Oh, we're gonna have a big days coming up.
Yep, that's right. This is now Julian Spack, live action. Good first turn there. Gets around the section, pumps here. Unfortunately, doesn't finish this one off, so it'll just be that one turn for Julian. It is currently Ahmed in the lead with a 3.5 and a 1.77. Alfred with a 217 and a 213. So Julian will definitely be, getting back into the mix here. He's only sitting on that one wave. Good turn here. Wasn't able to get that second one in, but nicely done. Still plenty of time for our man in green. And I don't know if you've noticed, there's all day been boats there. We have it at the very right end of the screen, a boat just going away. All across the this stretch of beach, there are a lot of fishermen boats because this is originally a fisherman town. And
Right.
for those of you who don't know, that's how it all kind of started, early 2000s, apparently a lot of Australians came by and they were surfing out here, and then the young generation kind of saw that, and the fishermen kids were like, you know what, let's give it a go. So decided to try it out and give it a go, and now there's an entire surfing community out here. I see a lot of cafes and restaurants down here and a lot of surf-related ones as well, meaning that it brings in an attraction and it brings in
Right.
people.
And there's a surf shop around the corner that has surf lessons and selling surfboards. So it's getting a big business in this area for sure. So surfing is pretty much a big thing in India, in Chennai. On screen we have a surfer in green, Julian's back. Keep himself really busy. Nice first turn, but comes unstuck. Need a good score to go into the first, but on screen this is a surfer in blue. Comes unstuck again. So I don't think these two waves will affect the situation at the moment. With the 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go, Ahmed Agil is in first with a 3.5 and 1.77.
Yeah. So back to what we were saying earlier, that these surf contests and surfing has really changed a lot of communities and made places really grow as well. I think the first place that comes to mind for me is probably Krui. I remember the
Right.
first year I went to Krui. Must have been around 2018. And it was, I mean, forget leafies, forget the cappuccino, forget everything we have now. Like
Right.
it was 4 max 5 homestays across that stretch of beach, and the contest was held next door to where we hold it now. And now, you know, you see villas in Mandiri that look like Canggu, you
Right.
know, like Bali, like huge villas, 2-3 stories. We have leafies and restaurants all across that Ujung Bocor down where you can get oat milk cappuccinos, where before it was just, you know, Bali coffee.
Yeah.
So it just brings this huge tourism, and it's really made Kuri grow in the tourism aspect. So it's a great opportunity.
You know, surfing can be one of the great tools to bring people to the beach, and there's, you know, other activities such as like snorkeling, diving, and all the fishing and all the stuff, but surfing can be one of them. And surfing is actually, I think it's really cool because you can connect with other people easy. If you go diving, then you just gotta travel with the same group all the time. But surfing, you can be in the water and you can just talk to someone that you never meet.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, you just sit out in the lineup and you start, you know, having conversations with people, and you create great friendships. This now Ahmed Agil in red, good looking wave here. Nice bit of a check turn, gets a float there, wraps it around here again. So he's taking this one all the way through. This is a great wave for our man in red, probably one of the best in this heat.
Wow.
Oh, unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of that last one.
He was on the way to the good score, but that was a great surfing red, surfer from Maldives. Nicely generating speed. Gets the first check turn in and floats the section, and get the big roundhouse cut back and generating speed. Gets the finish, but he was racing down the line again and gets around the section and trying to get a finish there, but unfortunately comes unstuck. But like you said, definitely it's going to be his best score in this heat.
Yeah, so that was a good wave from our man in red. Just 3 minutes, 20 seconds left in this heat. So, you know, nothing really major happened. Everyone's sitting on pretty similar scores. There's not a huge difference between third and first. I think Ahmed is definitely going to be extending his lead. And there we have it. 4-1-7 for the last of red. Pushes and extends his lead. He has that 1 foot into the next round. And with just under 3 minutes left, he's going to be not comfortable because it's not a huge score that Alfred and Julian are looking for, but he's going to feel a little safer.
Right, definitely 417 will help his situation really good because we only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this heat.
Yeah, so this is looking like Alfred Bader right now on a good wave. He wants to get rid of that 133, and it's kind of looking like he's well on the way. That was a good turn there for our man in blue. Gets a second one, so this is going to be much better for Alfred. He's getting rid of that 213.
Well, definitely he'll be getting rid of the 213. That was a great surfing from Surfing Blue. Nice first check turn and just eyeing for this section. Nice second turn, throwing a lot of sprays and straight into the third turn and gets a finish. So definitely he will be getting rid of the 213, and this is important way for Surfing Green, needing a score to go into the first place, but he managed to surf all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, so there we have a bit of an exchange there with 1.5 minutes left. It's going to be crucial scores here for both blue and green. This was a nice wave. He really went to town, getting some speed there. Kind of hit that second section. He got around it. Got a third turn in there. He finished it off too. So it's going to be a tight one now.
Wow, it'll be a really tight ending. All 3 waves ridden in the last couple of minutes, and it'll be a very crucial ride for all the surfers. Looks like we are still waiting for the last of blue and green to finish off, and we have 47 to go in this heat.
Yeah, with just 40 seconds left, it's going to be so close between second and third. And no one wants to be in a repechage round because that's it. You know, once you lose in the repechage round, there is no more going back. So everyone wants to be in the round 3. Everyone wants to be representing their country again and surfing one more time. So it's really important scores here. And it's looking like Julian kind of got the better of it, and he went straight into second.
Wow, so looks like surfing red Ahmed Agil will be straight into round 3, and Julian and Alfred will be into the second round. With that, 5 seconds to go in this heat.
All right, and it is looking like Ahmed and our man from Singapore, Julian, getting first and second in that last one. With that, I think we're going to throw out to a quick ad break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, guys, welcome back to the 4th annual Asian Surfing Championships 2025. We are in India, just south of Chennai, in a town called Mahabalipuram in the Tamilnadu region. So on your screen right now, this is heat 12 of the day. It's a super important one as well. Each and every heat we have is important. I'm Jara Ligati. I want to welcome back in the booth Lele Osuna.
What up, what up, what up?
Amazing.
All right, that's my little job. It's my 3rd, 4th, 5th. We see we got a lot of opportunities. All right, we are back in action. Heat number 12, Open Men round 1. Yes, we're getting through the first day of the 4th Asian Surfing Championship. Shada, it's a pleasure always being here with you. Great surfer, great friend.
Well, it is a beautiful day here in India. Sun's out. We've had glassy conditions. Right now we're seeing a little bit of onshore, but it's not disturbing too much. And we're going to have an incredible afternoon of surfing as well. I'm not sure if the women are on just yet, but it's a possibility. So they are on standby. For now, the only thing we can confirm is we will be running all the way down to heat 16.
All right, all right, all right. 18 minutes left. Heat number 12. We are getting through the first round of the Open Men's. Like you said, the wind is coming on a little bit. You can see that fickle. You can see that texture on the waves. The tide is a little bit lower. In the background, you can see that whitewash at the end. That's one of the temples, one of the 7 temples that we have here in this beautiful part of the world. It's crazy. That's such an amazing story how those temples 2,000 years ago, or I don't know if it's 2,000. How many years ago were they?
I think like something like that.
Is it something like that?
I think so.
Wow.
Or
Map-
actually 1,300.
Okay. Okay, there's action in the water. We'll be back on that. This is Red, Eduardo Alquizo from Filipinas. Beautiful surfing. Just 2 turns, a quick in and out. Get a board, get a score on the board. So, yeah, we were talking about those temples. There used to be 7 temples out of the water 1,300 years ago. They were all above the water.
Yep, it's insane, and they're all 6 under. You can see the very top of one when the tide starts to go down. This right now, live action. Christopher Durrani, unfortunately, kind of presses that back foot a little too much and isn't able to really ride out of it. But the last of Red, looking like it's going to be probably the best score of this heat for now. Out the back, you can see the fishermen boats just going out to sea. So, like I said earlier, this used to be just a fisherman town. And then I think around early 2000s, we had the first Australians and Americans come in and start surfing this wave. And that's when some of the younger generation saw that and decided to give it a go. And now this little fisherman town has also become a surf community.
There we have the real locals of this part of the world right here, the fishermen. And a lot of these kids, that surfing nowadays are probably families. Those are their parents or uncles or brothers. That's their daily routine job. And this surfing, this whole community lifestyle surfing gives them another opportunity, because usually being born here back before 2000s, you were kind of dedicated to be a fisherman, right? Your dad fishes, your brother fishes. So, hey, what am I going to do? I'm going to fish. But surfing gave a bunch of kids another opportunity, another career, another way to form themselves. So great to see that. It's only been 20 years since it started. Meanwhile, we have green in action. Juraimi Jumali from Singapore.
Yeah, and back to what you were saying, it doesn't only have to be surf careers that they create. There's new restaurants and homestays, and like yourself, hotels, and
nice.
And it's a great opportunity. Just brings a lot of tourism and brings a lot of different types of people in an international community. So it just creates and opens more doors.
That is absolutely right. Great place to visit. Everybody that's hearing us right now, I strongly suggest come be a part of this beautiful, beautiful country, India. Not only of its history and its culture, but now growing as a surfing destination. Beautiful landscape, warm weather, great people, great food. Not that expensive to be around, to travel around here. It's amazing. It truly is an amazing destination. And there's a bunch of coastline. There's more than 5,000 kilometers on coastline. We're here on the east side of India, so it does receive a lot of the swells that they start in Indo. So you'll probably get the first kind of little swells rolling in Canggu and that zone, and then they eventually work their way up to this part of the world.
Yep, that's exactly right. And I was talking, there's even waves on the west coast as well. When it's off season here, everyone that usually surfs around this area goes over to the west coast and gets some waves there. So it's a little bit of a secret that we're letting everyone in on. And if you want to be one of the first, you got to get into it now, because I'm seeing a great future for Indian surfing.
Amazing too. The surfing birthplace of India, Mahabs. It's where modern surfing began in the early 2000s. Schools like Surf and Turf and Bay of Life introduced the sport to the coast. Amazing place here. Big shout out to all the sponsors, especially TNT Group, who is helping out huge with this event. Also a big shout out to all the staff, the members, the media, everybody that's doing such a great job. The people here, the host, Seabreeze, Radisson Blue. I can't, there's so many people to name. We will be naming them.
All right, and with that, we're going to head over to the last heat winner and our good friend Daiwako.
All right, I'm here with Amadei, who is the last heat winner. So how is the condition out there?
It was fun. It's compared with in our country, like Maldives. Like this is really small, but I really enjoy this wave. And I used to come before here. I surfed few times here, and I know really well this wave. So I just wanna kind of free surf today. I just test my board, and I feel really good with that. But I think I need to change my board, and I have same setup, so I'm gonna use it.
All right. So you said you are going to change your equipment, right? But what kind of surfboard are you using right now, and what surfboard will you use next?
I used to my fun board. It's a cod, and it's it's like when I'm surfing in Maldives, this board works very well. But here it's kind of this is a beach break, like very different in our break. Like it's in Maldives we have a reef break, so I think I need same board but little more volume with the board, and it's gonna be very fun on this wave for sure.
You're still on point on that board, so you're gonna be maybe more sharper on that next board. But like you said, it's probably really different compared to your home break here in India. But how did you prepare for that condition? Did you surf anywhere else other than the reef break in Maldives? So how did you prepare?
Um, I told you like before, I used to come here a lot of times, so I know this wave very well. So when I was in Maldives, I try to surf with the small shitty waves all the time. So it's something I can do it in Maldives. So it works. I think it works. Yeah.
Right, and you've been here a couple of times, like you said. What do you like about this place?
I would love to say the locals. They are super nice. I love them. Like there's a few kids like when I came here they were like really young. I teach them somehow like some tips, and now they are ripping. I'm so happy. I love this place.
You probably be really happy to be back this place and surfing in this event. But would you like to say something to your family, friends, supporters back in your hometown?
එමෙන්න අස්තු පුනෙලංගොති අරන් උපාවිච්චේ මීසා ආදවුණීම දැන් අබදු ස්තිදේ සපෝට් දෙච්චේ අරුම් හුරිහා ටීම හුරියා කුදිම සම හිබ්බර් කුරාණමේ දැන් අනේ අස්තු රාළු වර ටෆු මිබුණාච්චගේ රාළු වර මුදගුලේ එකම ආරුන්ගේ බෙස්ට් ඔබ දක්කම අමිරත් කුරේ වර රඟලුවාන්. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck in the next round. Phew.
All right. Thank you so much, Dai. That was an incredible interview. So much insight on Maldivian surfing. But right now, we're going to see a couple waves replayed of blue and red while we were in that interview. So here we have this wave of red. I think I saw this one earlier. He did a... Sorry, not this one. That one was a pretty good turn there for our man in red. This is Eduardo Alquiso from Philippines. Beautiful surfing there. Looking like he has a bit of a longer board under his feet. This is last of blue. Christopher Dirani on his backhand. So nicely done there. Pulls off. So a couple waves ridden while we were on that break. Just shows the consistency of this spot. You know, it's the most consistent surf spot of India. Not only famous for this wave, but it's famous for its temples and murals. And a little bit of an insight, I think a lot of the local surfers... Oh, let me get right back to that because that was insane.
Eduardo Alquiso. Here's a replay again. Beautiful surfing from Eduardo. Really fast, technical surfer. Here you can see him getting the speed, going for that blow tail.
Whoa.
Air reverse. Huge maneuver. That's going to be a big score for Eduardo. We got our surfer in blue. Both of them super active, getting a bunch of waves. 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. We see Eduardo and Christopher have had a bunch of waves. Looks like Shuryami is waiting with the priority, waiting out the back, seeing if he can get a good wave under his belt. But like you said, Jada, the tide's low. It's super consistent. You know, the swell's still 3 feet, un metro, like we say, 1 meter. The periods definitely dropped a bit, so that's actually more consistent. It's better for these 20-minute heats. You get a lot more opportunity to surf, and that's what a surfer wants. You know, he wants opportunities. You want to go out there and at least have opportunities to surf. Like we said, you know, big fishing community, now also known as a surfing community. History in the making in this event. So it's an honor to be here and such a great moment in time. I'd like to thank the Asian Surfing Federation for making this happen with the SFI, Surfing Federation of India, and the Asian Surfing Federation, sorry, I'm trying to get those right, the ASF and the SFI.
Amazing.
Amazing. Here we are.
As well as the Sports Development Authority of India. Thank you so much. That is us on your screen right now. We are super excited to be here. Many thanks to everyone that made it possible. You know, it was done in a short period of time, and this event is so important. As we said, it's the qualification to the Asian Games where surfing will be present for the first time. So we're all very excited, and I'm sure all the countries here are have trained so much and put a lot of time and effort to be able to bring their athletes out here.
That is true. You know, this is the fourth one that's been happening, Asian Surfing Championships. They had one in China, 2 in the Maldives, and now this is the first one in India. And this is the most important one so far because this does qualify for the Asian Games, which is the official Asian Games where all the other sports will be competing. So it's kind of like the closest thing to an Olympic Games, an Olympic event. So this is a huge opportunity for all these different regions from the Asian part of the world.
Yeah, you're right. And it's a very similar format to the ISA and the Olympics, I guess. So it's a great way to get their training in, get their heats. You know, the best way to improve contest surfing is doing contests. So
That is right. Consistency makes perfection. You know, you got to get on it. I always think the best way to surf and become better is surfing. Obviously, today, with the development or the evolution of surfing, we understand that obviously it's important to have nutritionists, to have the sports psychologist, to have your coach, all these different parts that will help you get better in a shorter amount of time. But I always like the old school saying, you know, to become better, practice makes perfection. And if you practice what you want to do, which is surfing, boom, shakalaka, there you are.
that's exactly right. Really well said, Lele. And, you know, the thing is, everyone surfs incredible and everyone can get really good, but I think now it's just up to those little details.
Yes.
So I think the more you focus on those details and the more you perfect and make sure you can avoid mistakes, that's what makes an incredible surfer.
That's true. You know, why not use all these things that will give you an advantage? Why not have a sports psychologist? Why not go to the gym? Why not invest in a good board? You know, you want to have a good board. You want to have, there's such good boards out there right now, and you can get them almost anywhere in the world. You know, I'm talking about shapers like Lost, Mayhem, Sharp Eye, Almeric. And that is kind of your hammer, if you think about it. That is your instrument of your job. So if you can invest on a good board, it could give you an advantage to generate a little bit more speed, you know, get a little more technical, a little more radical, critical. And then you add that with all the things, all the other legs of the table, sports psychologist, nutritionist, your coach, all these things that can help you and give you a little bit of advantage of the people who don't use it. So why not? Take advantage of that.
Take care of yourself.
Take care of yourself.
Your
It's
body's
you.
your temple.
It's you versus you. That's your first competitor is you.
100%. That is correct. And not only that, I mean, a good board makes you want to surf more and
Yeah.
you have way more fun out there. So it's just as simple as that sometimes.
It's nothing like getting a new board, huh?
That's
Christmas
really
came early.
old. Yeah, that's exactly right. With that, huge shout out to the CI team in Indonesia. I know they are really watching these events closely all the time, and they make incredible surfboards. I know a lot of the athletes in this contest are actually riding CI surfboards from Indonesia. So They do an incredible job to just get those done and ready in time for everyone. They are, for me, OGs.
I've had a couple Channel Islands in my life. I've had a bunch actually, and I've had really good results on them. I really like the Rook. Do they still make that model?
Rook 15,
Yes.
yeah, they still do make that.
All
model.
right.
They make a lot of the original stills. They
All
just
right.
don't promote them so much because they know that people still order them. So this is Eduardo Alquizo now from the Philippines. Good floater there. Gets around the section, wraps it around here. A lot of speed throughout his turns. He's a very agile surfer with just a minute and a half left. A minute and a half, 6.67 and a 3.83 has him pretty comfortably out in the lead with that 1 foot into the round 3 already. So he's feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, definitely that 6.67 was that one blowtail reverse we saw, that one big maneuver he had. He's trying to better that 3.83 to get a high advantage. Let's see the replay. Smaller wave. Only needs to better that 3.83. So big floater. Coming around that section. Nice little readjust turn. Small wave, hard to surf. I don't know if it's going to better his 3.83, but he is staying busy, and that is important. Especially when you have priority 3, you're in the lead. You don't really need to change much. It's not bad what he's doing. Meanwhile, we got Blue up and out. Just stand up and go. Blue 2. Blue is catching a lot of waves. He's been active. You know, he's fighting. Meanwhile, Green is taking another approach to this heat. He's trying to wait for the good waves. He knows there's 20-minute, 3-man heat. He's got time. Let's see if he can better one of those two really low scores, 0.50, 0.47. Channel Islands. So what's your favorite model? Let's talk about that.
My favorite model right now is the twin pin.
Twin fin. You gone to the twin boards.
I'm
Oh, no.
I'm a retired surfer.
Oh,
I
no.
told you I've got moved on to the 20s.
Once you go twin, you never go 3 fins.
All right, Juraimi now on his wave. He wants to get rid of that 0.47. Unfortunately, time ran out. This is looking like it'll probably be the best wave of his heat. He does have a second chance, though. It's looking like Eduardo and Christopher going into the next round. With that, we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in this beautiful landscape, India. The great India country, population, I don't know how much, but we got a good friend here who's going to tell me a little bit more info because he is known to these kind of areas. We're back. Leandro Suna speaking to you, known as Lele. Next to me is Afri, my good friend from Afghanistan. Tell me a little bit more about this place because have you been here before, yeah?
I've been to India before, for sure, but only to the north so far. For
Okay.
me, it's the very first time in the south. And there's a huge difference between North and South India. I mean, India is a huge country, right?
Yes.
Not only the population, but also the size of it.
Yes.
So it's more like a continent than really a country. I've heard, and I think it's true, whenever you drive like 4 hours to one direction, language changes, culture changes, food changes, everything changes.
Wow.
And the difference between north and south are even bigger. So it's a new experience for me too, and I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it because, yeah, man, seeing how surfing is growing here is amazing. And Japanese surfer in Heat 13, Kai Kobayashi on his first wave.
Yeah, Kaiko, no stranger to contest surfing, just great, super athletic. I saw him doing a little warm up before he was going out. So concentrated, such a, in the zone surfer. He's been doing this for his whole life, just living too in California, San Clemente. Great, great surfers. Got big background too, Japanese heritage, representing Japan here. This is his first wave. Tricky wave, little nice cutback to the beach. To the water, to the whitewater, sorry. Gets the fins out, but it's not a completed maneuver. Here we have first wave of blue as well. We missed this one. Powerful surfer from Chinese Taipei. Chia Chi U. Good backside, solid surfer. You can see he has a lot of strength in his surfing. Wow, nice hit off the top there. Really critical. Nice transition, one maneuver to the next. Going all the way in on that one. Let's see if he can make. Wow, another little hit to finish that wave off. But what a great way to start. First heat for you.
Milking it.
Milking it. That's exactly the word. Milking that wave all the way to the bottom. A lot of energy too, right?
And anticipating the section. Really working for that first proper turn, and then the section where it's all about generating the speed. He managed that. Also a nice little cutback after he snaps it out. And then just keep on going. Passing Elephant Rock, not losing the speed, and not stopping there, man. Getting his board out twice again after Elephant Rock. So it's solid wave for surfer in blue from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, there was definitely two good maneuvers out the back on that wave. We talked about this earlier, Afri, how you want to generate that speed before you start getting in rhythm with a wave. And he did that. He did that excellent. He got those two top turns. Now he's doing the runaround. This is what we call the runaround, is when you go in and you try to run around instead of paddle back. Because with the slow tide, there is a little bit more of a current, so it's almost wiser to do a little runaround, less exhausting. You go back, you get back out in the peak. He's probably going to run right next to those rocks right there.
Yeah, my rule of thumb is whenever you pass Elephant Rock, just paddle out and do the run.
Do the run, huh? The runaround. The good old runaround. Yeah, I mean, the tide is low. There is a lot of current right now. The waves are a little smaller, but still super, super contestable. This is a great contest venue. I mean, anywhere in the world, you would have this little right-hander, and you'd be stoked. You'd be happy to go surf that. Look at that little right-hander. Anywhere in the world, you'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm definitely going to that contest. I definitely want to surf that wave with three guys out. Here we have Kai
Kobayashi, surfing first time for Japan.
Wow.
And really wants to show his surfing skills. Wow, man, that was proper. Almost all his board, apart from the fins, got out there.
Let's see if he does a rule of thumb. Afri's rule of thumb. Is he going to paddle back out? Is he going to walk back out?
Let's call it the rule of thumbs for lazy people like me.
Well, I think he's going to... Let's have a replay first. I've known Kate for a long time. I've actually competed against him quite numerous amount of times. Gets a lot of speed. We talked about that first speed. Boom. Then he starts getting in rhythm with the wave. He does those two turns. The wave's a little bumpy. Can't go straight because there is that elephant rock right there. So he decides to pull back and wait to see if it lines up again, if it reforms. It does not, but it's definitely going to be an important... Oh, he's paddling back out. That's a famous elephant rock. It does look like an elephant. I'm not going to lie. It does look like an elephant, The head's underwater, the tail and the legs are also, but it does look like the back of an elephant, right?
Maybe with the proper ducta, if you can see the what is it called? The nose of the elephant.
That's right. We're going to go to a quick interview with the last winner with Jada is on the beach, and we'll be right back with you guys.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations. So this board, we were just saying, is from a local shaper in Siargao, and it's looking incredible under your feet. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, I have this board for more than 1 year already, and it's from local shipper in Siargao, Hayden. Yeah, I really like this kind of board. I mean, this board, especially for this kind of waves, I think, or this kind of condition. So that's why, I mean, this the only board I have also for now. So yeah, I'm happy for this board also.
So, coming up to this event, what were your days looking like? What were you training? What were you doing at home?
Um, Before here, when we was in Siargao, it was like there's no waves before, before we went here. So yeah, the waves was so small. So but it's still we still like keep surfing, or we have also like heat class or be in the gym, mobility, like stretching, just keep moving, Yeah.
You're here with Team Philippines, and it's always one of my favorite teams because you guys look like a real family and are really connected and always happy. So tell us about your team. What's the dynamic like, and what's it feeling?
Yeah, it feels so good if you travel with the teams, like make you feel like active, excited. Like without the teams, like I think it's so boring if you travel alone. It's nice to have a team like push you up, help you for everything. So yeah, it's like always the best with the team.
All right, incredible. And talking about support, I'm so sure that there's a lot of people at home watching and supporting you. What would you like to say?
Yeah, so thankful for everyone to support me and for the OPSA, the Philippine Sports Commission, like to bring us here. Without them, like I don't know if we're here or what. Yeah, thank you for my sponsors, to my family, to everyone, my friends. Yeah, thank you for.
Thank you, and good luck in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jetta. And thank you to our winner of the last heat, who will proceed in round number 3. And this is what Kai Kobayashi and Shiachi, you want right now too, to proceed straight to round number 3. The loser of this will have another chance in round number 2.
So there was some action while we were in the interview with Eduardo. What a great surfer from Surigao, not stranger to right-handers. These are the replays that we missed while we were on the interview. Keiko paddled back out, got this little insider, nice wave, good face on it. Wow, 2 solid turns down the line, a lot of speed. He hasn't been able to get that open face, clean wave like we saw Chiachi get in that first wave. 6.50, that's a good first wave. Solid first wave for the guy from Chinese Taipei. Kay has been, just building a house, got a 3, and now a 4.5, and then that last wave, we still got to wait for that last score to come down. Where we're saying building the house, staying active. Kay is in the zone. Nice. Oh, let's see if he can come around from that. Wow. But he's active, he's surfing. Here we go. Whoa. Powerful surfer. Good first maneuver. Wave's a little tricky. It's a little hard. Let's see if he can open that face again. Get another little score up there, add up to that first maneuver. It's definitely going to help his second wave. He doesn't have one. That's his second wave. It's going to help his 6.5. K is building the house little by little. He did a 3, then a 4.5, now a 5.83. Little by, his strategy is building the house. Where Blue's strategy is wait for those 2 good waves out the back.
10 minutes to go. I think in K's spot, he might start to get a little bit nervous here, because to really get those good wave or even excellent wave ranges, you need to score the right set. And right now, it's a little bit slower. So this is why you can see K is going for many smaller waves.
Yes.
But then again, round number 1, ASF Asian Surfing Championship, that means nobody will get out of this competition. Everybody will have a second chance. But I'm sure Kay, his aim is not only to go as far as possible, maybe even winning this, but he definitely wants to win his first heat.
See that replay? He did that first beautiful off the top turn, was looking down the face. Noah's going to close out this wave. So he didn't manage to come around that and finish that with a little late flutter. He did kind of climb up late on that last flutter. Let's see Kay's last wave. This was his 5.83, smaller wave in the inside. Oh, no, this was that last wave. He did not complete. That's not going to factor in his score. Let's see what Blue's last wave comes in. He had that one first big turn out the back, and then he barely made that last hit, that last floater climb. There it is, a 4.73, jumps to first place again. Kay, you know what you said, he kind of used a different strategy, went for catching a lot of waves, but he did get a good score on one of those little waves. He did get a 5.83. Now he's got 8 minutes, 30 seconds. You know, second priority, he could go and back up that 5.83. It's not a bad strategy for these kind of conditions.
And him being based in Southern California, I assume there are some similarities, no? Isn't the waves in Huntington Beach and around that region sort of similar to what we are seeing here?
I feel like what's similar to this wave is T Street. T Street is a wave in San Clemente. They surf a lot. All the boys down there surf it. And I feel like it's kind of similar to that wave, you know, just a little fast beach break. It's got some force, it's got some push. You know, you got to be really smart with your surfing, really fast, really technical. Looks like the strategy switched now. Blue's getting active. Blue's trying to, you know, get in rhythm with a little inside waves. Nice 2 top turns. Let's see if he can make a third one. Gets up there, kind of loses speed. He's over that wave. He doesn't like it. You can see in his emotion, you know, body emotion.
Yeah, I feel like, at least myself, I always feel less pressured if I don't have priority, because then you can do what this guy just did. You know, take whatever wave is coming, because, you know, hey, the other guy has got priority. If you just wait for the very best wave, you might just lose it because the other one is getting it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, everybody, you know, everybody's different and everybody has their own kind of feeling and what they like and what they don't like and how they use it. I kind of feel like priority is also kind of, it can play mind games, you know. It can be really tricky when to use your priority, how to use it, like in the right way, you know. You kind of have to sit there and wait for a wave. It kind of like, it makes you sit and wait for a good wave. And when that good wave comes, if you've been sitting for a while, you feel a little pressure, like, whoa, I got to perform. I've been waiting for this wave for 5 minutes. First, I got to catch it. I got to make sure I catch it so I don't lose priority. And then I got to perform. So it's not bad to not have priority, you know, and especially in these waves where it's not like the big one has a lot of, it's way better than the small ones. We see the score, look, it's 6.5, 5.83. That's not a lot of difference in the score. And the difference of the wave was that the surfer in blue did wait a lot for that first wave, that 6.5, where K got a bunch of waves and got that 5.83. So the priority in these conditions, I wouldn't think it manages, you know. I don't think it affects that much. Like, it's almost smart to not use priority, you know. Let the other surfer wait for a set. I know that the in-between waves are almost as good as a set, so why wait for a set?
Interesting insight from our Olympian sitting here in the booth, Lele. Man, that could be the first big, I wouldn't call it upset yet, but surprise. If Chi Yu from Chinese Taipei really kicks out one of the, well, favorites, you have to say. Every Japanese surfer in the Asia Games is one of the favorites.
Uh-oh, don't count him yet. Here we have Kay waiting for that big set, you know, out the back, just that one turn. Let's see if it reforms. It does reform. He saw there was an opportunity in this wave. Connects nicely with the inside. Oh, a little backwash. Nice little snap. Let's see if he can finish strong. He does finish strong. He's still fighting for another one. Wow, long wave in between 2 rocks. Another snap. Keep consistency all the way into the beach. It's a lot of leg work. That's a lot of movement. There's still 5 minutes. I'm sure he's going to go back out and try to catch another wave. He doesn't need much to go to first place. He's got that 5.83, you know, so he is milking it. This could be the wave that makes him go to first place. Like what you were saying, Alfred, I don't like the word upset, you know. I like the word surprise, or, you know, like, what could be, like the surprise.
Special moment.
Special moment.
But that could actually have been the special moment for Kai, because he was surfing it all the way to the beach. A couple of nice cuts there, so let's see.
Yeah, he squeezed that lemon, right? He went all the way in, managed to do a bunch of turns. There weren't really any radical turns, only at the beginning of the wave. But, like, he knows he doesn't need much to go to first. And that going into first is crucial, you know. You do want to win this heat. You do want to advance in first place. And he did milk it, you know. He took everything out. I'm sure he's doing the runaround. I don't know if he's paddling back out. There's 4 minutes left. Maybe we can... There he is.
And while he's doing the run around and we don't see any sets on the horizon, Small information to the surfer in green that you can see in the display, Afghan surfer Mohammad Alizada. Fortunately, he wasn't able to get his visa since he's still in process to get his political refugee in a foreign country, so wasn't able to make it to India. But still, that doesn't mean that this round is not of importance, because it's still about who is proceeding to round number 3.
So there was a lot of points on that first turn. Obviously, he did get the score, did go to first, 6.13. That first turn was for sure where most of the points came out. That was a nice snap. Kept going, really milked this wave because it was really hard to surf. Went all the way in, wow, that was a good snap too in the inside. So we got 2 pretty good maneuvers. That first maneuver was definitely the best maneuver, taking out the fins. He did get a 6.13. That is his best score. He did jump to first place.
Wow.
Now we got Chia Chi from Chinese Taipei. He is in second place. He does have priority 1. He doesn't need much to go to first. He only needs like a 5.5 around there.
He still got the best wave so far, so it's absolutely possible for him. Almost 3 minutes to go. He's got first priority, and he can choose the correct wave now. Let's see if the ocean is going to help him, or if the temples underneath are going to help him.
Pray to the temples. Pray to the 7 temples.
This guy is paddling back, not doing the walk.
Oh, no, but he already did the run around, I think, right?
Oh, right.
We did see him run around. He's already back in position. I mean, that's when you do want to use it, when you go all the way past the rock, like Afri said, past the elephant rock, and you're way in the inside, low tide. It is a good strategy to go on the beach and do the run around, maybe get a little heads up from your coach. Hey, get a little insight, like go sit on blue or go wait for a set or try to build a house or this and that.
Because there's quite some current.
There is
So
current.
You have to
There is current.
be sharp,
Especially-
save your energy, especially it's round number 1, you have at least, if you're aiming for gold, you have plenty of heats to go, so might even make sense to be strategic there.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are all young. They can use their energy, and they'll be...
Not like the 2 of us, you mean?
Not like the 2 of us. We do need to save our energies, Afri. We need to, massage, yoga, namaste, take it easy. These guys got a lot of energy. I'm sure they could do 4 heats in a day with runarounds, current, and whatnot.
Well, good for them. They don't have to do that many rounds, that many heats today, at least. What they have to focus on are the last 70 seconds. For Kai, it's going to be a waiting game since he's got priority number 2. But Chia really needs to pray and look properly.
Pray to the temples. Pray to the temples.
And there he goes, having a close look on that one.
He doesn't need much. He doesn't need much to go to first place. He's taking advantage. He's going for this one. Saw an opportunity down the line. I think he got a little carried away. There's a minute left. I don't know if that was the right choice to get on that wave.
What would you do now? 40 seconds. Would you still paddle back or just sit on the inside and hope that a wide one is coming?
You kind of got to paddle in position a little bit. You can't really stay that wide. There's 20 seconds. Kay's got first priority. There's not going to be much opportunity. It's not like he needs at least a 5, so he does need to take off on a wave with an opportunity. There's 10 seconds. I think that's all she wrote.
You think a ramp that would allow 1 air would have been the thing he should have looked for in the last minute?
An air? I mean, if you take off on a wave and it looks like it's a closeout and there's not much of a surfing opportunity, maybe just go for 1 big maneuver. For sure. For sure.
All right. So that was number 1, heat 13. Surfer in red from Japan proceeded to round number 3. We will see Surfer in blue again in round number 2. And with this, we'll have a little break before we continue with heat number 14.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 1 for Asian Surfing Championships. We are now into Open Men's Division Heat number 14. And I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with
Percival Fayon.
Ooh, Percy?
Yeah, so nicknames Percy keeps it easier.
Is it okay to say just Percy?
Yeah, Percy.
It was just kind
However
of
you
a little
want.
bit too long.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
welcome back, Percy.
Yeah, so...
How you been?
Really good. I just took a
Yeah.
break, went to the room, changed rooms, did some...
I did notice you changed clothes.
Changed some clothes as well, yeah. That's how you keep the clothes going. Don't sweat
Right.
too much in each one of them, you know? Dry them out a bit.
Dry them out.
Yeah, it's starting to get pretty hot here. It's around midday. Well, it is exactly midday right now. So the heat is turning on, but still really pleasant with some nice onshore breeze. And lunch is coming up soon. All the surfers are gathering in front of the doors to get in.
Yeah, there's a big line for the lunch.
We have our first surfer up and riding. It is Ramil from Thailand. And I surfed with him this morning in the water. He was definitely working on his wave selection and positioning, and looks like he is getting himself into a good position. That one just giving him not the best opportunity, but I think he's just trying to get the ball rolling. Yeah.
Right, and we have 2 other surfers in this heat. So we have Kishore Kumar from Indonesia in red.
From India.
Oh, from India.
Yes, this is our second surfer from India, and out of the 3 that are in the men's, he's the only goofy footer. So it's gonna be nice to see some backhand ripping. And hopefully he goes to the air as well and shows us some of the progressive maneuvers as well, which we saw from him in the last contest.
Right. I think I saw his name in the QS as well.
In Krui.
Yeah. And yeah, he was ripping in the Krui on a bigger waves actually.
Yeah, so he's one of the guys who's actually not too bad on bigger waves as well. Like we don't get much time on bigger waves, but on his backhand, he's really good on also big waves. He has an amazing style. He really takes his time, picks his lines, and super nice body mechanics. And then we also have Maud Nazreen from Malaysia, I believe. So yeah, looking forward to see what these surfers have to offer us.
Right. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but Kishore Kumar is the only surfer competing in the QS so far from India?
Well, he's up and riding right now, and he's looking for a pocket to smash the lip, and there you go. That really nice release on the top, and just getting a bit caught towards the rock. Let's see if he can close it up on the inside. So, no, there's actually quite a few. Oh, nice.
That was a great surfing from Kishore. Am I pronouncing right, Kishore?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Kishore
that's
Kumar.
absolutely perfect.
Beautiful ride from Kishore, local athlete, and this is on screen Maud Nazreen from Malaysia.
Yeah. Yeah, so Kishore is, he actually just popped onto the scene when he was like, 12, 13, 14, and he already had a really good style just from the start.
Right.
Which was actually, I would say, one of the first surfers in India who, from the get-go, had a good start. Most of the surfers in India actually started out with quite, sketchy styles and really, blocked in the shoulders and things like this because of the kind of conditions we had and the boards we were surfing. But yeah, from the get-go, he had a really good potential, and they really pushed him. They brought him to different waves, to Indonesia, to different places, and it really paid off. So I think he's just about 17 now,
Wow,
or
so
or
he's-
maybe even still in the juniors is under 18, right?
Right, under 18.
Yeah, so I think he's just about 17 now, and yeah, just continuing to rip.
Continuing growing, but definitely I would say he is a third generation of surfers from India.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
On screen, we have Ramil up and riding. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on
was
the
a
first
nice-
section. It was a nice curve, but unfortunately, a little bit of a texture on the face. But this is a reply of the last of green. Nice first turn, throwing up sprays. And here, unfortunately, after this one, that's a
That's a
actually
different wave, yeah.
different wave. That was a great ride from Surfer Green.
Yeah, he picked a wave that was kind of going down the line, so he had to choose maneuvers which were a bit more horizontal, but it kept him going down the wave, and he got some 4 or 5 maneuvers. So I think it'll be a decent score.
Wow, look at the score. Sure, already locked in the 2 good scores, 12.17 in total. So local athlete is dominating in the seat so far with 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, super cool. We actually, from the Indian team, we don't have any locals. None of them are from Mahabs.
Oh, right.
They're all, well, let's just have a look at this
Wow.
beautiful wave. Yeah, really going up into the lip there. And he's coiling and then unloading. So it's nice to see that. I've seen it in a couple other surfers as well today on the backhand.
Yeah, but it seems like he knows how to get around the rock.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah.
That was tough section. It was super shallow as well, huh?
Right, I really love the first turn, and to the second turn, that's great combination.
Yeah.
Fin vested, and straight into the second. That was a beautiful ride from Shaw.
And we're going to go with the post-heat interview from our winner from the last heat, Keiko, who had a really interesting preparation. So happy to hear about that.
All right, everybody, we are here with the last winner of that amazing heat, a good friend, great surfer, Kei Kobashi. How are you feeling?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, everything great. I want to ask you a couple of things, Kei. Is this your first time doing the Asian Surfing Championships and representing Japan?
Yeah, so this year I made a big change, life-changing decision, and decided to switch to the Asia Tour. I got a lot of heritage and a lot of sponsors backing me and my family. And switching to the Asia region, I'm super grateful and honored to represent Japan. And I'm just so stoked and honored to be here in the Asia Surfing Championship Games for the first time in my career. So, not the best start, but, got the job done and felt like I didn't really get to surf the way I wanted, but, just building heat by heat, and definitely wasn't my best performance, but got it done, so stoked.
That's good. It's all about, it's just the beginning, right? We got a long way to go. It's all about making those heats. I wanted to ask you about your strategy. Did you go out there knowing maybe it was a low tide, a little more inconsistent? Was your strategy to build a house and then go wait for a good one, or did you just play it as you felt it?
Yeah, my whole goal was last few events was kind of stay busy, and didn't really get to do that, and then got like a 5 and a 6. But I wanted to definitely ride more waves. Definitely my next heat, the goal is to ride at least 5 or 6 waves. As a competitor, you always want to give yourself the opportunity, and I feel like I didn't really do that in that heat, but I knew I was already going to make it regardless, so kind of relieved some pressure, but definitely want to get the heat win. And I feel like when you're winning heats, it builds your confidence, and whether it's an 11-point heat total or not, if you win the heat, and I'm on the glass with you, and that means I won the heat, so I'm stoked. And first heat nerves, definitely felt a little nervous, but I'm stoked, first time ever here in India. Everyone's super nice, the food's amazing, and just great hospitality, and just overall it's such a good time.
Amazing words. Let me know a little info on your board. Can you give me a little info what you're riding, epoxy, the fins too? I see you're on the FCS, the fast fins. I like the new technology. Let me get a little info on that.
This is actually my backup board. The board I rode in the comp was actually a Black Sheep built. I got second in Korea, QS 6000 on it, and it's actually funny. I gave that board to my girlfriend, and then it just came back to my hands, and I think it's absolute magic. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I haven't done my best performance yet. I'm looking forward to like just putting on a good performance and heat by heat, and I'm just super stoked to be here with Team Japan, and I'm just stoked.
All right, Kay, we are all excited to watch you surfing, and we know we're going to watch you perform and build the house like you did in that last heat. So if you want to give any shouts out, here's your chance.
Yeah, I want to do it in English and Japanese first, but English, thank you to my friends and family for supporting me on this big life-changing switch. And yeah, super stoked and grateful for my sponsors from the U.S. supporting me and backing me in this big decision. And yeah, thank you to my friends, family, sponsors, and you all know who you are. And then 今年から、アジアリージョンに変わって、ランキング今アジアで3番で、今年のアジアサーフィンチャンピオンシップの代表で出れて、今回、すももちゃんとアリンちゃんと、イチと、渡辺イチと、みんなと、頑張って、日本に、みんなにゴールドメダルを取れるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
Right, arigato, okay. We'll see you around, huh? Yeah, brother. Back to you guys.
Nice interview from Kei Kobayashi and
Yeah.
Lele. Thank you so much. So a little bit of backstory for Kei Kobayashi. He was actually surfing in the U.S. States region, but this year he switched to Japan, an Asian region. So this is his first time being here for the Asian Championships. So he had a big shift in his career.
That's super interesting, yeah, to see also different approaches. We're just watching some replays from the current heat, and our two other surfers getting busy. First ride going unfinished by Green, but Blue here putting a nice little combo together with a couple of turns and a carve. Let's see how he finishes it up. And yeah, he doesn't really manage to find a finishing move, but it'll still be pretty good wave.
Oh.
And Kishore also finding a wave here. Ooh, smoothly just getting into the rhythm, bending super low and up into the lip. Oh, just pushed it out a bit too much.
Maybe a little bit pushed too much in the tail and got stuck on the last section, but that's beautiful surfing from Kishore. So back to where we were talking about. So there, you were saying that there is no like a local surfers here.
Yeah, so the local guy who, well, we just had a national contest just before this, like a couple of weeks, no, three weeks ago at the same spot. To decide who would come compete in the championships, and a local won that one. So Sivraj Babu won that one. It was super cool, super emotional. Also because he right after that joined, or maybe just before it, joined the Indian national team as well. So it was a really nice kind of introduction of him into the national team. Just super clean surfing, but he unfortunately was still in 4th position in the rankings over the year. So he couldn't compete in this one, but he'll be in the Aloha Cup, which will come up soon. Where actually that's where you're gonna see all the local boys. I think there's like a handful, like 5-6 of them that are all gonna do the Aloha Cup, and that's gonna be fun to watch. They're a fun bunch of people.
Right. So where about Kishore Kumar from actually?
Yeah, so Kishore's from the other town, just 20 minutes ride from here towards Chennai, so closer to the city. So is Shrikant, the top ranking surfer in the Indian team. So both of them are there. They're 3rd generation surfers. So I think Kishore is 17.
Wow.
I wonder if he's both in the men's open and the juniors. I'm not sure.
Yes.
But we'll check that out.
Yeah. Like you said, we're going to have men's, women's division and open division, and we're going to have men's, women's, junior division as well. And on screen, this is surfing Blue. Nice first turn. Try to connecting through to the inside. Try to get score to go into the first place and get the finish. So 3 good turns from Surfer Blue. Romeo from Thailand needing a score to go into the first place because Kishore is just locking in 5 and 7s
Yeah, some good scores from Kishore in the 5s and 6s. And I think this will be a good. I mean, his two waves are coming in at a 2.233, so I think this one will be a bit better than that, hopefully.
Right.
Yeah, and so Kishore 17, the top ranking surfer, he's I think either 19 or 21. And then we have Ramesh Budihal, who was in the third heat, who won that heat. He's 24 or 25, around my age. Actually, we were like competitors together. We were sponsored by the same surfboard brand and getting coaching together back in the days. And yeah, so it's super cool to see that there's and we have soon like a fourth generation coming up with
Right.
Harish, which will be super exciting to see in the juniors. He's the tiniest guy out there, but he is a solid ripper. His family is he's a local, so he's
Right.
really a local, and his family, his uncle is one of the first shapers here, and one of the first surfers as well on this beach. Kamali, his sister, is in the women's, and she's probably the the leading kind of surfer in India since a while. Now there's a few others coming up as well. So yeah, it's exciting
Wow.
to see the Indian team and what they're up to.
Super interesting information for the Indian surfers and all the insight from you, Percy. But personally, I'm interested in, well, back to that after this ride, but this is
Yeah.
surfing green up and riding. Get a one section in, but unfortunately not really sticking to the landing.
Yeah, that low tide is coming in, huh?
Right. So what I was saying is, you know how we have a lot of coaches in Bali or Japan, Australia, but in India, how do you guys practice in surfing? Especially maybe like second generation. And I would say there is going to be a lot of people coming into this place for the third generations. But for you guys, how did you guys practice surfing?
So just finishing up this wave that looks pretty nice from Blue. I really hope he gets the lead with this one because he's really giving it his all. I think we'll see a replay. But yeah, I'll try to answer at the same time. Oh, here's the replay. Let's just have a look at that.
It's a smaller size waves, but still managed to put one, big curves, run has cat back, try to stay in the pocket, nice vertical off the top, and just racing down the line, trying to find the last section to hit, and that's where he finds and managed to put last turn in. So couple of good turns, and he managed to get rid of the lower score on the last wave, and definitely he'll be improving his situation with the last wave. So last wave comes in at a 3.50.
Yeah, but I think just the wave selection probably
Right.
coming in, those waves being a little bit smaller than the other
Right.
than the ones the others are picking, and that's why it's staying down in the 3.5s instead of going to the 4s and the 5s. Yeah, so the question was about how we train in India.
Right.
So in the beginning for me, I mean, actually I've always been supported by Samai and his brother. Samai is currently the head coach for India.
Right.
For the national team. So I grew up surfing with them in the surf school. I was working in the surf school from when I was 15 onwards and competing from when I was 13. And yeah, initially they just coached however they could, and we just surfed together, and that's just how we progressed. But actually, no, we did focus sometimes a little bit. We would go back. Actually, what we would do is we would go back onto foam boards whenever it's shitty conditions.
Right.
Foam boards or 8-footers. And then we would practice cutbacks and snaps with 8-foot boards on shitty conditions.
Well, so on the bigger board.
On the bigger board, yeah. So that extra challenge kind of really then being translated into shortboard surfing as soon as the waves turn good. So that's kind of how we managed to, to survive with moments where the waves are really bad.
Right. Well, that is actually good training because on a bigger board you need to use the rail really well to surf. But on screen, this is a live action from Surfer Green. This is looking like a good way for surfing green. Couple of good turns and needing a big score to go into the first. So he's just looking for a wave to get rid of the 4.23. Here is a reply of loss of green. What did you think?
Oh. Yeah, it looks. Let's just have a look at this one. It's a small wave, but I guess he's trying to go progressive. Okay, no, he's looking for just a nice section to hit. So nice that he's timing it. This wave running away a bit, but he's finding the open face. Yeah, I don't know if. I think he was really looking for the air, and he does throw it around. But
Just like you hoped, he just attempt to innovation maneuvers, but looks like that's the end of it.
Yeah,
looks like Kishore Kumar straight into run 3.
Yeah, and the other surfers will have another shot in. Oh, look at that!
That's a
great to see the sportsmanship.
Nice friendship. All right, with that, we're gonna go to the short break, and we'll be right back.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
Alright, welcome back everybody. This is day number 1 for Asian Surfing Championships. We are into Open Men's Division, heat number 15. So 2 more heats to go in this round. I'm Dai Wako in the booth. Welcome back, Pasi.
Cheers, cheers. So in the water we have our third and final surfer from the Indian team. He is our top ranked surfer, Shrikant D from Kovalong. Together with Kanoa Heiji from Korea, South Korea, and Muhammad Noor Afik from Malaysia. Super excited to see what the surfers have on offer for us. Conditions are not looking too bad.
Wow, yeah, I would say it looks super fun. You know, it's been a really fun waves throughout the day. We had a really big high tide moment this morning, but tide drops. I can see a lot of sand, a lot of beach now.
Yeah, much more beach. And the wind did turn super early, but luckily it hasn't gotten really strong to the point where it really chops up the waves. And hopefully it just helps our surfers maybe go to the air a bit. That would be nice.
I would say this is a good air wind for now. A little bit of onshore, not strong, slightly onshore, but on screen, live action. I believe this is Surfing Blue. Noah, Heiji up and riding. First turn, big second turn, throwing a lot of sprays and straight into the third. That was a great combination. And comes around section actually and getting this bonus section here in front of him and get to finish right out of it clean. So that was a great first wave for Noah Heiji from South Korea.
Yeah, starting with a big statement for sure. He really has his backhand attack locked in. And yeah, it was nice to see all the way down, just belting it. Poof.
Wow.
Yeah, keeping speed throughout. He's coming down also with pressure on the front foot, so that's really what's driving him forward.
You know,
yeah, it's surgical almost, his
right. Wow.
surfing.
little bit of information for Kanoa Heejay. He's from South Korea and he's actually surfing a lot of time in a wave pool in Korea. He's a
All
local for at a wave pool, and he does longboard too. And about a couple weeks back, we had a QS in Korea at a wave pool, and he got a win in the longboard division, LQS, and I think he got knocked out in semifinals in the
Wow.
QS men's division. So,
So interesting. Yeah, I heard also on one of the other heats, just having a look at our surfer in green, Mohamed Nor Afik, getting some speed down the line, and just waiting. There we go, a nice carve into the section. Ooh, just losing it there with. I think the timing was a bit off on that hit to the lip. But looks like good surfing from our surfer. I hope in green. I hope he finds a better wave and can show us some more.
right.
Yeah. So you were saying Kanoa Heiji with the longboard shortboard combo.
He's a very talented guy who can surf on shortboard and longboard as well.
Yeah. Honestly, like in the past, continuing the conversation about how we train in India
Right.
and like switching between longboards and shortboards. I honestly think that has such a good impact on your surfing because it really you learn so many things on the longer boards about how to read the waves, about how to move, like you're saying, use the rail and move that, you have so much more weight and rail to work with. And it really, I think, helps to bring it back to the shortboard as well. And it's also interesting to see people do shortboard maneuvers on longboards
Longboard.
as well. Yeah, it's amazing what people can do. Radical snaps. I've even seen airs on 9-foot boards. It's super interesting.
Super interesting and totally agree with you. It's just good impact switching between shortboard and longboarding when you're on a bigger on screen live action.
Our surfer in red, first wave, getting down the line, opening with a searing carve to layback. And just carving back into the pocket. He picked a nice wave. It stayed nice and open for him. The first section was a bit runny, but yeah, I don't know if this is the wave that he's looking for, but it's definitely a good start and a good kind of like backup wave. I hope he gets some better ones as well down the line.
Definitely, probably he knew that it's not gonna be a great wave, and probably that's how he just changed his mind, just put a little bit of variation on towards the
with the
maneuvers,
layback
and here's a replay of the last of red. Love the first time, beautifully done, and then love the second time again. It was a big layback hack, and it gets a curve again. So he knew that it's not going to be a big, score, and there's going to be a big end section, but definitely managed to put a couple of variation in it.
Yeah, so he's quite a different surfer, as you can see. Much more square in his surfing, but a lot of power comes out of this guy. I've seen some crazy snaps from him, so I really hope he puts some on show for us. Just what you were saying about the strategy and getting the ball rolling and so on. Actually, I got a little insight from the coaching team, and that's really what they've been focusing on the last coaching camp is how to serve for the judges. So really making sure that you're putting some variety in there and satisfying all those criteria. And they've been putting a lot of work in their strategy, and it's paying off. I mean, we have two of them that won their heat, and let's see how this one goes. It's going to be a tough battle because Kanoa looks super sharp.
And yeah, it's...
All right, and we have... who is it that's doing the interview? We got Jada on the post-heat interview from our last heat with Kishore Kumar. So see you after that.
All right, I'm here with Kishore Kumar. Congratulations. You must feel so good to pass that first heat in the home crowd. What are you feeling right now?
Happy to make the first round, and my team are very supporting me. I'm very confident that this is happening in my home break.
So, because this is your home break, do you feel extra pressure to perform, or are you like, nah, I know this wave super good? Are you relaxed?
No, I'm very relaxed and I know the wave very much.
I know that when you're feeling relaxed, that's when the most dangerous part of Kishore comes out. And I know there's a lot of people supporting you guys here. So, what would you like to say to everyone at home?
Yeah, thank you to be supporting, and I want to thank my sponsors, TT Group and Arun Asu sir for supporting me and my team.
I think we all want to thank you for inviting us and making us feel so welcome here. And so, yeah, good luck. Congratulations. I'm sure you're going to be supporting everyone else. Is there something else you'd like to say?
No, thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Giada. Wow, how was the interview for you?
Yeah, that was super cute to see him speak. Honestly, I haven't seen him speak much.
Really?
So Muhammad here getting a nice looking wave. There's a lot of speed on this, and he's drawing nice lines with his rails.
Yeah, his wave selection was on point actually on this one. This wave got a more like open face for him to stand up, step up, and managed to put a couple of good curves actually. So
Yeah, for sure. I think he must be someone who surfs probably bigger waves, because I think the waves, it feels like he doesn't have enough space on the wave to because he's drawing really wide turns, right? So, but yeah, looking good, looking really nice.
Right, so first wave for green comes in at a 2.77. So this will be nice backup for surfing green, and well, a few scores locked in already. So Kanoa is currently in first place.
And first priority.
And first priority, that is a good sign. And in second, we have surfing red with a 783 in total, with 11 minutes to go in this heat.
Yeah, so it was super cute to hear Kishore just speak a little bit over there, and I think you can see the kind of dedication that he's putting into the sport and the gratitude that he has for having this opportunity. I think it's really part of the Indian spirit, you know, that you really give yourself to what you're doing, and not only for yourself but for the others around. So very nice to see that, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see more from this whole team.
Right, so we have Sri. Am I pronouncing right? Srikant? Srikant.
Srikant.
Srikant. So he is one of the Indian team, and he's gonna be on this wave.
Kanoa wasn't convinced. He sold him off on it. Let's see if we can do anything nice. There's a nice one in the back for Kanoa, though. Let's see what happens in this exchange. I think just a little bit off rhythm there on that wave. I think he got sold on it from Kanoa. Well, actually, he was second priority, so.
And Kanoa was on the wave at the back, but doesn't look like it's gonna be a good wave for Kanoa as well. So here's a replay blast of red, racing down the line. It gets floats, come around the section. Nice check-in turn, just waiting for the section to step up for him. And here he is, gets a finish.
Yeah. A difficult wave to surf, definitely. Getting hung up a couple little points here and there. But it'll be a backup. And our surfer in green, again with a nice wave. Wrapping it all the way back to the pocket. And it's standing up for him. His approach is a little bit lateral. He didn't have much of a bottom turn on that one.
Yeah, you're right. He's getting those waves that stretch out and just doesn't give you much, wall to work on.
Still beautiful to watch.
Right. Still beautiful surfing, and he gets a finish. So probably he's gonna come in and just run.
But he's probably wondering, like, why am I not getting good scores?
Right.
You know, I'm surfing these waves all the way in. They're good waves, etc. But I think if he gets some coaching or something, then or some video analysis, then he'll see that, okay, shit, I need to go more to the bottom, and really aim up at that lip. And I think that's really what the judges are looking for,
Right.
is to see that top to bottom surfing that really goes up into the lip and then has some release or so.
Definitely. To do that, I think the wave selection is gonna be really key.
Yeah, and he has that.
You know, key to do that kind of stuff. You need to have one wave that gives you a steeper section to actually you can hit vertical.
Yeah.
And here is a replay of the last of exchange on his backhand canoa. Goes to vertical.
Ooh. Just digging in with the nose and everything. I think that wave just probably slowed down a bit, and maybe it's the chop from the onshore as well.
Yeah, like here, you know, wave didn't really stand up for him, so probably he was looking for the section that he can go to the vertical stuff, but unfortunately, just wave didn't offer. But here comes the last section, and he's done it nicely. So
We have
7 minutes to go in this heat. And every heat it goes by so quick.
Yeah, so Shrikant taking the lead with the 4-1-7.
Wow.
Yeah, and looking at the scores, actually, Shrikant's first wave came higher than Kanoa's.
6-8-3 for the first wave for Shrilik.
You had it. You had it.
Shuriken.
Yeah, you have it. You have it. Yeah, so quite interesting there, because I think that maybe that strategy work that they've been doing is paying off, because Kanoa's wave had more turns on it.
Right.
And they all looked really good, but they were all quite similar, right?
Exactly,
So
right.
maybe it's that diversity that Shrikant introduced with the layback and some carves and so on that gave him the lean. Now looks like a proper backup, a little bit smaller, but this wave is really holding up solidly, and we're seeing some of his power game.
Gets a little spice in the last section, gets a little rotation. And here is Kanoa, just a little bit fumble in the middle of the wave and trying to connect it all the way to the inside. Is this wave gonna be steep up again for him? Looks like he gets the vertical end section.
Wow, just razor fast, lightning fast on those last little sections. It's incredible what these guys can do on tiny waves, huh?
Right. They are so good at, you know, just connecting through the further sections. You know, you need to stay in the pocket to remain the speed to actually you can come around the section and get the further section. But yeah, like you said, this guy's doing great. And you have to be great to be, you know, in this kind of competition. So here is on screen. It's a live action from Surfing Green, needing a score. Nice off the bottom, off the top again, and straight into the cup. Unfortunately, gets a little bit caught. I don't think, you know, I can tell by his
body language.
Yeah, body language that he was looking for the last section after that.
Yeah, but he definitely did go more vert this time on that section, so that was nice to see. And I think you'll see it also in the score, hopefully. But I think the score that we're waiting on for our surfer in red is gonna come out pretty good. It was a smaller wave than his first one, I think, but it held up so nice, and it kind of I think it bowled in a bit, so it really gave him the opportunity to just lay it down. And there was some variety in there as well, with like the fins going out at the end and so on.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a really healthy number for Stricken, and definitely will, you know, extend his lead over blue and green. And this is a round one, and you are not getting knocked out in this round, but still you wanna be in the first place because you're going straight into round 3.
Yeah, it just saves you a bit of work, a bit of nerves. It's definitely a nice feeling also for the confidence to just get going through the next
Even
round.
you know that you're not gonna get knocked out, there's a competitive vibe in the water.
Yeah.
This is the last of replay. Nice first turn. Have a really power in his surfing.
Yeah, just so much water moving out the back. Nice. I really like this wave. The first 2 turns were really powerful. A lot of buckets of water going out the back, and you could see the spray was thick. You know, it wasn't
Right.
spray. It was buckets.
And the last wave for red comes in at a 6.87. So
6.87.
another mid six, and that put him just remain him in the first place, extending his lead over over blue and green. It's a nice job from surfer in red, Srikan from Indo team.
India
team.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many minutes we have left on the screen. They're not showing us the leaderboard, but it's coming towards the end of the heat, and there might be a little opportunity here with a wave showing up. So let's see if there's any last-minute action. It's always possible.
Always. It's not over until it's over. So.
Exactly. And that wave just running away from all of them. We're
Yep.
still on, huh?
All right, so we have a couple of minutes to finish up this heat, and this is a heat number 15. Next heat's gonna be heat 16, and it will be the last heat of the open men's division.
And Srikanth up and riding one more time. Up into the open face with a nice trademark carve. Another one. And now setting it up for something in the inside. And just throwing the fins a little bit up into the lip. It looks like it's building on the inside.
And it gets a bonus last section as well. So he managed to put 4 good turns, and I gotta say, this is gonna be a best score.
Nice. Yeah, let's look at it again.
Really like the first big, powerful carve, lays into it and into the second turn, and just racing down the line. Gets the finish here, but somehow he managed to get another section for him, and here is the real last section, and that was a great surfing from Shrinka.
Yeah, super cool to see him getting comfortable at Mahabs and putting down some nice combos. Some nice waves coming through, huh?
Still, you know, it's a lot of opportunities for all the surfers. So it looks like Kanoa is up and riding this one on his backhand. Nice vertical off the top. It gets the rotation, but unfortunately it couldn't quite stick to the landing.
And that's Mohammed just up and out. We're almost at the end of the heat.
Well,
the other surfers are heading in.
I can hear the beach announcers counting down this heat. So this is the end of this heat. Looks like surfer in red and blue. Red will be straight into round 3.
So yeah, super proud of Team India for...
Still on hold actually. So we are still waiting for the last of 2 waves. All right, so we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be right back after the break.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, welcome back to the Asian Surfing Championships. This is the official last heat of the day. This is Heat 16, where we will be seeing Iko Watanabe, Tsung Linghan, and Afridun Amu. So Afri is actually one of our commentators as well. So I'm pretty excited to watch this heat, as well as Iko Watanabe is a surfer from Japan. We recently did 2 contests in South Sumatra and Nias, which is also in Sumatra, just an island off the mainland. And Iko was definitely a highlight throughout that event. I am Jada Legati, and I want to welcome into the booth. Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I am Jonty Rhodes. I am a former cricket player, so very far removed from any of the activities in the ocean. I do like to surf. We're a surfing family. We spend 5 months of the year living in India, and yeah, anything to do with the ocean, we game for it.
All right, so for everyone out there listening, give us a bit of an introduction, like you did, but of why you're here and how you got involved.
Yeah, I've been involved with the Surf Federation of India for the last 13 years, and I wish I could sort of generate speed like that on a wave that does. If you know what you're doing, that's a great thing about Mahabs. You know, the wave conditions sometimes with the wind make it a bit difficult, but when you've got surfing skills, you know, you really can maximize it because there is some power in it. But I've been basically trying to help promote the sport of surfing, and especially from a lifestyle point of view, because most of the surfing communities are in the fishing villages and the fishing communities around India, and it just gives the young kids an opportunity. And even though we are now sort of at the end of the first generation of surfers with the youngsters coming through, there's a lot of scope for surfing in India and a lot of scope for opportunities to open surfing schools and things like that. So I'm just here to help push that as much as possible with a cricket background that has a lot of following in India.
So before we get right back to that wave from Iko Watanabe was insane. Talking about opportunity, he really opened up so strong, and Japan has such a strong presence in surfing. But back to you. So we talked about how you're involved in all this, and what differences or similarities do you see in cricket and surfing?
Okay, so firstly, from a financial input and sponsorship and viewership in India, it's chalk and cheese, so from one extreme to the other. But the most amazing thing that we're seeing in India is with the exposure of international surfers and of getting the opportunity for the young Indian surfing team to go and surf in the Maldives, to go surf in Sri Lanka. And it's so important because I've been involved with a cricket tournament, the Indian Premier League. It's been here for 18 seasons, 18 years in India. And the growth of the young Indian cricket talent has really benefited from the international overseas players. And it's great to see international. That's where you really learn, at international competition. So awesome for us to see this sort of level of surfing here in Mahabs.
That's right. And we'll get right back to you. We're going to go to a quick post-heat interview.
I am live with Shrikant D from Kovalong, our top-ranked surfer from the Indian team, and I'm so proud to see that all of our surfers from the men's have won their heats and gotten into the third round. How does it feel to have won the first round of the contest?
Yeah, I'm so happy because this competition in our home break, so we have more comfortable and confident. So I did well.
You did super well, and I got some insight from Samay that you guys were working on like strategy and how to surf more for the judges. So like doing different maneuvers, giving different maneuvers. Were you thinking about that while you were surfing?
No, I am thinking catch a wave and do my turns. That's it. I have to find a good wave. That's it. Because now fully onshore, the waves are bumpy. So I used to find good waves.
So you're more thinking about finding wave selection, finding your good waves. Super cool. So you're naturally doing different maneuver based on like how the wave is coming, huh?
Yeah, how the waves are coming and look the section I did.
Super cool. And how does the board feel?
Yeah, I feel good. This board.
Is it a new board or how long do you have it since?
This one is new one. My sponsor gave it to me last month. Yeah. Yeah.
So you've been practicing on it and getting it in, and this is the board you will ride for the rest of the competition?
Yeah. This is my main board. Yeah.
சரி கொஞ்சம் தமிழ்ல பேசுறீங்க.
Okay. என்ன பேசுறது தமிழ்ல?
அப்பா அம்மா ஃப்ரெண்டுக்கு
எல்லாருக்கும் நன்றி. Thank you so much for everyone. Also I love to thank my sponsor TT Group. They supporting me a lot. They support a lot. Yeah.
Super cool. Congratulations and good luck on the next round.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a lovely interview. And it's great to see the Indian team start off so strong, you know, starting on the right foot. And I had a quick little interview earlier on with Kishore, and he was saying, I was like, you know, are you nervous or are you, you know, even more confident that this is your home break? Because sometimes when you're at home and your home crowd's watching, the nerves can get to you. And he was like, nah, I'm feeling really good. So this is a quick wave from our man in blue, Tsung Ling Han from Chinese Taipei. So nice, beautiful surfing there. I love his style and his matching blue shirt with the board. That's a pretty cool touch too. Definitely extra points there for the judges. But yeah, you were saying that it's so important that this international field comes here to Mahabs and shows, you know, a little bit of the local community, what it takes to be at the top. And so what are your options? Like, do you think it's going to bring more people in now?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've already seen the growth. And Mahabs, even though there is surfing across India, there's still so many sort of surfing community or potential surfing communities. My wife and I and the kids, we live on the west coast in Goa, a very small fishing village, but it's predominantly, it's not a surfing destination as such. And I think what Mahabs is showing that, you know, in India, we can have surf destination. People can come here and get great waves. I mean, there's no guarantee, of course, we know that. But generally, if there's anything, any bump or swell, Mahabs is a place to spend time in the ocean.
All right, so this right now, Iko Watanabe, good first turn, really pushes the tail out, but decides to pull off an 874 for that last one that we saw earlier. But we were told that Mahabs is the most consistent spot here in India. And it's bringing a lot of attention. I know a lot of people have already been asking me, like, what are you doing in India? I'm like, oh, there's waves. And they're pretty shocked to see when I show them the videos that we've had the past couple days of the swell. But back to your competitive background and what you bring with cricket, what are some of the competitive features that you bring from cricket to surfing?
Well, I think the interesting thing about cricket is that it's always a team environment, and although you still rely on the individual's performance. So there's 11, it's similar to football, there's 11 players in the team, everyone has a role to play. And surfing is so much, you know, it's on your performance, it's kind of you versus you and the wave. You can't worry, sure, scores will count, but you really have to focus, as we heard, on what you're doing, sort of the game plan that you have on your wave. And I think from a competitive edge point of view, just trying to get the young surfers here, and we heard it so beautifully said before, the thanks and the gratitude. You know, Percy was speaking about that on the commentary and the last interview, that this is a surfing community, and people will excel when they're involved in something with a greater purpose. Yes, you want to succeed and be successful, but if you can give back to the community, and that's a great thing about the young Indian surfing team, they are already giving back. And that for me as an old cricket player, you don't often see it in a cricketing environment because so much is given to the players here from salaries and, you know, sponsorships, and seeing the appreciation, because that's a great indicator. People who are very hungry at this sort of level because they've had to work very hard for everything from surfboards to just a simple sponsorship. So to everybody who's contributed, these surfers feel real gratitude, and that goes a long way when you add with the talent and the hard work. There's appreciation here.
Wow, goosebumps. That's beautifully said, and you're totally right. I've seen it firsthand myself. I trained with Ivan Villalba when I used to compete, and I was training with him a lot. And I remember that Kishore came to a couple of the trainings, and it was inspiring for me because I've been doing it for so many years to see such a young man like come in with all that drive and energy and like hunger. So it inspired me to improve myself as well, and it gave me a bit of hunger myself. Seeing that not everything is always just handed to you, and it was super inspiring. And now seeing the team all the way here is great. And you're right. I've seen contests kind of create these huge surfing communities. And I think the perfect example is a spot called Krui, where when we first went, there was nothing. It was like a couple little homestays and the wave, but now it's like a huge surfing destinations. And I think Mahabs definitely has that potential as well, especially with the community here is so welcoming and grateful that we're here. It does feel that way, and I feel very welcomed, and it's a beautiful thing. I totally agree.
It is good to have the surf community, the international surf community here in Mahabs.
So this is just a replay of the last of Iko. He's going to be updating his score really nicely. Love how much he pushes the tail throughout all his turns. He was a highlight, and he's on a bit of a roll right now. Came off a QS win recently in Japan a couple months back, and he's looking like he's in great form. But something you mentioned earlier, cricket is such a team sport, whereas surfing is really individual. And these ISA formats kind of bring surfing into a more team sport because, yes, you want to be an individual winner, but, it's all about the team at the end. So how have you been applying that to the Indian team?
Well, fortunately, I stay far away from all the input. Coach Samai he is the guy. And, I think they've done an amazing job, the Surf Federation of India, in just providing that support. But from a perspective of what I can do, I just give them as much room to do their thing as possible. And I think that's often, management. There's a lot of times when you've got past players involved, there's a bit of micromanagement, and this is the way to do things. And because India is such a new, surfing is so new in India, there's huge opportunity and huge scope for youngsters to do things that we as old people didn't really express ourselves with. So I think the key for me as a past cricketer or past international player is just to give them as much space as possible.
All right. I wouldn't expect it. I thought you would be a bit more involved with all the competitive background you have. What do you think have been some of the biggest challenges yet with the Indian surfing team and pushing it to the next level?
Well, I just think, we're really grateful here in Tamilnadu. There's been real support from government. And since surfing has been a part of the Olympic Games, there's obviously a much bigger push because up until then, very grateful for sponsors. The Surf Federation of India has worked long, tireless hours, digging deep into its own pockets where, a lot of other surf federations have access to sponsors, have government supports and subsidies. And that's been hasn't held surfing back in India, but it's been one of the major obstacles is that there's not a lot of funding available. So surfers have to surf in their local break, and that's pretty much as far as they get to go. Occasionally, we get the opportunity to send them out to Sri Lanka and the Maldives, and that international exposure, as I spoke about earlier, is massive for the surfers. So stumbling block here is just firstly getting people to love the ocean, and respect it, but love being in the ocean. And I think that's something that's still a long way to go in India. People actually realizing that the ocean is a place where there's fun, there's sport, and there's also competition.
Yeah, I agree. And you're right. It's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. But these types of events and international exposure don't only allow opportunities as maybe just an athlete, but even to the communities, like you said, giving back. It creates more just doors opening, I guess, because you create more hotels, because people come more often. There's more tourism attraction, and there's just many different ways to kind of come out of it in a positive way. So it's a good environment, and I'm super happy that we're here and that you guys brought us over. So thank you guys. I know how much hard work went into all of this. But back to our heat. This is heat 16 of the day. The last one, we will be heading today, the first day of competition here. Iko Watanabe with a solid lead, a 7.67 and a 6.50. Sung Ling Han, a 3.17 and a 3.83. Afri, our co-commentator, with a bit of work to do, a 2 and a 0.70. I know he's got it in him. So this right now, Iko Watanabe on a good-looking wave. He's keeping busy with 3.5 minutes left. He's looking like he's in a pretty solid lead, but unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of that one. So, okay, this is day one of competition, early days. But what have been some of your highlights of from yesterday and today?
Well, obviously seeing the Indian team, that members all going through to the top. So, you know, really grateful that the hard work has been done has certainly also resulted in good results in the ocean.
Yep, that's, you're right. There has been great moments. I think one of my highlights, well, obviously, is that India has done incredibly well for the men's side. I grew very attached to Kishore when he spent some time in Bali. Very quiet young man, but always has a big smile on his face. So it was great to get him to get an interview with him. We were joking around. He asked, like, oh, is Percy interviewing me? And I was like, what do you mean? I thought I was your friend, too. And he got all, like, flustered. I was like, don't worry, man. I'm just kidding. But that has been a highlight. I think yesterday's traditional dances as well were absolutely gorgeous and something I love about India. We've only been here 24 hours, but it's how deep the culture goes here. So this Iko Watanabe right now, just, you know, a bit of a victory lap here. He's trying to push a little harder, getting comfortable. Something in surfing is that, you know, you get those 20 minutes, you get those 2 scores, but if you're comfortable in the lead, to get those jitters off, we see this a lot. People just, you know, push a little bit harder and yeah. So what have been your past experiences in surfing competition here in India?
Surfing competition, I actually have a son who's 15 years old and just busted a knee surfing, pushing aerials. So, yeah, so good to see that the athletes are looking after themselves and not trying to score ridiculous points. You know, smarter surfing. So at 15, I think you make those sort of mistakes. But I think that the biggest thing for me when I come here and involved with the surf contest is that the vibe at this, not just Bahamas, but in India is incredible. And it's because it is an entire community. You know, often surfers have to rely on their support team, which is their family or maybe a coach. But here in India, we rock as a community and in a surfing perspective. So if you come to a surf event, just bring your dancing shoes because there's certainly going to be dancing most of the time throughout the competition.
I'm so excited. I cannot wait for that. With just a minute left, after taking a look, Iko takes to the air. Beautiful landing there from Iko Watanabe. That was some incredible surfing there. Just a bit of a victory lap. He's going to probably be getting rid of that 6.5. But back to the dancing. So give me a little bit of insight on this because I'm all for it.
No, you'll see most, I mean, guys like Kishore, the quiet guys in the ocean behind a microphone being interviewed, but just play a bit of music and it's like a transition that you have never seen before. So yeah, just hold your horses. It's going to be happening soon.
You got to give me the playlist because I'm putting that thing first on. I'm going to look straight into Kishore and be like, you got to show me. You got to bust out some moves. So this is Sung Ling Han, currently in second, wanting to get rid of that 317. So gets around that first section, wants to get around this second one. Unfortunately, won't be improving on his scoreline, but is sitting in second, so he'll be going into the next round. I want to give a big thank you for joining me in the booth. It was a very nice insight.
Thank you.
And we're going to go on a quick ad break.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
Was a bit of a wrap up of day one here in Mahabalipuram, the fourth official annual Asian Surfing Championships. We had an incredible day of competition. We finished the first round of men's from Heat 1 all the way down to Heat 16. I'm pretty sure tomorrow morning the schedule will be a 7 a.m. call with a 7:30 a.m. start, just like today. We will most probably be seeing the women's. With that, I would like to give a big thank you for everyone that was watching. We're going to go on a quick highlights reel and wrap it up from today. So see you guys bright and early tomorrow.